Ray's turn to pick.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Dire should pick now. Face the light! Ten seconds. 5 seconds. It's Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. It's Radiant's turn to pick.
Admiral Concar!
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. What's Radiant's ban plan anyway?
Necrophos.
It's Dire's turn. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Just who will Dire ban? It's Radiant's turn to ban. Seconds now. 5 seconds. It's Radiant's pick. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. Dire should pick now.
Life Stealer.
Templar assassin.
Choose your hero.
Ты молодец.
Did they disconnect or get disconnected? See? They came back.
Uh-oh. That may have been a mistake.
Feed me if you must. If you must.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Always excited about the worst of things sometimes, but we're granted with one of the better things. Gunnar joining us here on the broadcast. Trent, we're always excited to have him.
Yes, we always want Gunnar here. He did a little too well this year, and so it took a while to actually get him on the stage. Thank you for joining us, Gunnar.
Yeah. Happy to be here for a Techies game. I'm actually really excited with this Techies. I think Save's probably the best techies in the world. I would say is the best techies, but
fair.
You know, Sir Action Slacks is up there.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Be respectful.
No.
But there's really cool interactions with techies. The W now does a dispel, and you can click it at any time, like Inkswell with Grimstroke. So you can purge the Decrepify, you can purge the Necro Ghost Shroud.
You're
so there's
all
actually,
washed up.
I feel like
pretty good, Gunnar.
Save's one of the few guys who probably knows this because it doesn't even say in the ability, I think. So I'm looking forward to how they kind of use that in this game.
Hidden techies tech here. That's good. I'm coming out on the main stage.
If there's any hero to be like sort of subterfuge and sneaky and that type of stuff, it has to be Techie, surely. As we get into this game number 1. And again, playing at this point for top 4, Bet Boom, Azure Ray, what are they going to be able to do and pull out in this one? In terms of the draft analysis, you two were talking a decent amount during it. Were you kind of on the same page as the panel, feeling that it was Bet Boom that were coming out on top?
Yeah, I think so. They have Phoenix. I think
they do have Phoenix. We're talking a lot about Phoenix today.
Yeah, very strong hero. They have 2 strength cores, and they're against two also strength cores, which I think Phoenix kind of always wins with the more strength cores are in the game. So it kind of worries me how they're going to deal with this hero.
Yeah, and then of course at the end of the draft, you immediately pointed the screen and said Templar Assassin, and then she just appeared out of thin air, you know, as she does from her meld. Why did you like the TA so much here?
It's one of the better lanes versus Necro. I think the hero has been really scary. Quinn's been tearing it up every game on the hero. Even with the Invoker kind of pick in the last series, they're still really good for him. And I think it's one of the better matchups versus Lifesteal as well, because you actually have the ability to man fight him. So I think it's just overall good for their draft. And they also, both of their cores and the Silence have abilities to start fights. They have catch with the Kunkka and the CK, so it's not really like you're going to feel bad that your mid is just a AFK farming carry.
We don't get a lot of those anymore. The mids tend to be pretty active, so be nice to get it. And then TA, of course, does have a little bit of playmaking once you get to the Shard, which is looking great this game, by the way. That Silence is kind of nasty here.
Yeah, the new build is now pretty much just Dragonlance into Shard or Blink Shard. You don't even go this like Dessa Rush, like the old school or anything like that. So it's more of a teamfight hero. Nowadays, if anything, a pick-off teamfight kind of gives you a lot of vision with the traps. So I'll be interested to see how much they focus on stacking and kind of playing around the map for him.
The crowd very happy to get this game underway, as it looks like the trade-off of bounty runs actually, Bedboom able to sneak away 3 of them there, just a little bit too quick to get there. Portani could get into position, but take a beating from the Pug. That little green man is everywhere. He's been looking pretty freaking solid.
Yeah, I think his value's gone up, right?
I think he was in every game this morning, right? So now he's now 4th game straight here that Pugnet's going to be on the main stage. Always supporting everybody here with these decreps here, but like Gunnar mentioned, has the option here of the techies to try and deal with it. But another hero we saw quite a bit earlier was that Tusk, and of course it's FY. It's the Tusk King.
The Tusk King. Don't pick Axe versus this guy, so thankfully Bedboom no Axe this game, but
smart.
It's still a really good Tusk game. I think this hero provides something that a lot of supports kind of lack in this meta, which is a lot of damage. There's so much HP and Nightfall.
Oh my god, he's taking a beat down there. I mean, this is another one of those combinations that we've seen a lot of times, is that Tusk Dawnbreaker and trying to deal with, I think it was Alio was talking about the amount of damage. CK can't actually last through it, unlike a lot of other combinations.
I feel like if you want to take any duo right now into your pubs after watching like some pro Dota, it's this duo. I feel like Dawn Tusk is just super fun and very active through the mid game and just completely crushes in those first couple levels.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best blind offlane duo people are picking. It's kind of like usually a combination of Centaur +1 or Dawn Tusk. And I think I prefer the Dawn Tusk because it provides so much, just different things. It provides save, BKB stuns, just anything that you can ask for, Tusk will kind of provide in the draft.
And that's limited supply these days, those BKB piercing stuns, so Tusk having that is really important. Then of course the kick late game. We're going late game a lot, so it's nice to have a really good Aghanim Scepter.
You're not wrong. I mean, that has sort of been the thing that we were joking about too, is, you know, I feel like at the start of every game we're backstage and watching, I'm just like, is this gonna go late too? And the answer tends to be yes. This time around though, in this particular matchup, you know, the Lifestealer is one that I feel like we haven't seen a ton of. And I'm curious what his role is going to be. The Infest plays later on, both for saves as well as for maybe trying to move around the map effectively. Could be something to watch for.
Yeah, the important thing when you pick Lifestealer is making sure that the most important part about the game for the hero is never being kicked out of the safe lane. So either Bedboom is pretty much going to try to either force all their heroes to go bot, maybe even the Chaos Knight will end up rotating there to kick him out, because if you let him sit there for too long and he farms a Radiance as it's like the normal build on the Radiance.
Oh, Nightfall. Back out. Should be fine, though. Oh, yeah, Radiance everywhere.
Yeah.
For him.
And the Necro, that was kind of the build at the start. I think it was like the Radiance Necro just do a lot of damage in AoE, but people move towards more of a Heart Agus build for the passive damage.
Yeah. I mean, you can see that even a CK can be pressured by this dual lane, but once the hits come out here and the lifesteal's there, you also see why CK is so powerful right now, because he's one of the few heroes that actually withstand this pressure right now.
He also builds Heart.
Yeah,
very good item this patch, and he also does have the physical damage to kill these Heart heroes. So he kind of checks all the boxes that you need from a carry. And when you pick it into lanes versus, like, you know, the Dawn Tusk, it's really nice to have a carry that can sit there and be happy.
They don't have a lot to deal with the illusions this game either, it feels like. You know, there's not some like big AoE control or something. As long as they're getting this disabled, like this Dispel rather, onto the Necrophos and the Pugna, looks pretty good.
You know, just in terms of mentality for these two teams, I kind of feel like both of them just have so much confidence coming into this matchup. Both of them, you know, have at various stages been like one of the tops in their region. Obviously, Bedboom competing with that with Spirit, but the potential is there at the very least. And I feel like this might be one of those where we're seeing the laning stage really even. I don't even know if they're going to try. Do you think they need to like mix anything up at any point, or is it just going to be kind of a farm fest through the early goings here?
Fortunately or unfortunately, right. What you feel. I think this will be a slower game. both drafts kind of, their safe laners want to sit in their lane, both mids want to sit in the mid lane, so there's not really going to be much rotating. I think the biggest thing will be whether save goes to the safe lane or the Phoenix comes to bot, kind of this bot pressure to kick the lifestealer out. But outside of that, there's not really much that either team is, both teams pick their drafts with the idea that they're going to win the game at some point.
Okay.
And to not stress. And
these lanes feel...
Make lower. He dives to the Techie's Cure. Manages to get the TP out, understanding what was going on right there. So that is first blood. A little bit late at 4 minutes. See if they can make another one happen here.
Took a while for that one to finally come out here. And everyone's staying, as you were saying, very stable in these lanes and not offering a lot of opportunities for those earlier stacks. I feel like leading up into TI, so much of the game was about stacks. And just like trying to control these ancients, trying to get extra XP for your support players, especially through that. And as you know, we started the road to the international, now TI itself, the stacks just feel like kind of ignored in the early game.
Oh yeah. Well, there is that rotation, at least from the side of Azure Ray, as they come top. Try and mess with things a little bit. It is going to be a walkover to steal away maybe a bounty rune or something. Yeah, Cummings just going to head back to the other side, I guess.
So the nicest thing about the new map is the gate. You can kind of just rotate to the other lane as a support, see if there's a kill. If there's not a kill, you can walk away, or you can kind of sit there, and you're always off the map.
Instead, wants to find Nightfall, Snowball in a couple more hits. He's going to get away. Chalice wants to back out as they force him back. FY is going to fall. Save involved in another kill on the map. Chases, connects, pulls him in, brings him down. 3-0 bet boom.
The save techies.
Save techies. Yeah, that early aggression, right? 2 points into the blast off.
Really nice TP, and something we haven't mentioned yet is the Phoenix versus Tusk interaction. I think is really bad for the Tusk. All he wants to do in the lane is tag team and kill, and the Fire Spirit kind of eliminates that threat. So one of the reasons why there hasn't really been a kill in the top lane has become because the Phoenix specifically, being able to slow the attack speed. There's not really much aggression you can do, and now this lane's like really stable. You can't bring heroes to it anymore, I think.
And it's so hard too. You can't like whittle down CK and eventually get this like, oh, he's weak and we can go for the kill, because he gets a single wave and he just regens to full. And now he's actually pressuring at the Lotus Pool here. They're gonna get a kill on the Chalice.
Looking for it, chasing and brought down just like that. Well, the rotation's coming in from FY. They want to get a bigger kill on this side. They chase GPK. Shard's going to connect. Samus moving in. Good snowball dodge from FY to get out of there, and the Reaper's side takes him down.
That's a really big kill. They had a slight mid lane advantage. He got level 6 before the TA. They used the industry pressure. And something really important is the 6 rune control. It's such a big timing with the catapults coming out and just getting the power rune at that time. And now the tower might even go down, which is going to hurt Betboom a lot.
Yeah, this catapult is still just swinging here. 7 minutes. And you're just trying to get a little bit of XP here as techies, and that is a lot harder without a tower.
Huge. Takes it down. 7 minutes. Tier 1 tower. Like you said, we have not seen a ton of that throughout this. I mean, sometimes when it turns into a stomp.
Oh, Tianming though.
This is the price you pay.
Sneaky.
He's waving. See you later. And save? Actually, I think has to back out.
Okay, kind of got baited there.
But worse.
This is not really scary for Temple Assassin, because her ancients are exposed now to any random ganks from the Pugna and the Tusk as you get out together. Oh, and it's nowhere so far.
Her body block. Oh, gets across the bridge. Oh, by bridge. Yeah, the Thorn's going to come through and bring it down.
Step
on that Pugna.
Your atrocity made.
Been a bit of a tough one for him so far. Everywhere it goes, he feels like he's dying. 0-3.
Yeah, it's a really good lane setup, I think, for Betboom. I would say they're kind of advantage with all 3 lanes, so they're kind of proving that in this slight network lead that they got, but this mid-rotation, I think, if anything, is saving the game for them. Being able to take the tower, getting the map control, I think the game would look very dire if they didn't make that move.
Yeah, it feels like they're running out of space pretty fast. They are still struggling as well. At least, you know, Lou's just hanging out down bottom. That is good news for the Lifestealer, doing his thing.
He's doing his job. He's going to sit here bot. He's probably not going to leave the lane until 15 minutes and just be happy sitting down here.
Oh, and you can see that in the mid lane, FY continue to make these rotations, get Somnus a DD. TA is, like you guys are talking about, very much in kind of a weird spot. So it feels like they've come up with at least a bit of the answer for the early game.
I really love this tower pressure from the Pugna too.
Oh yeah.
I feel like that's something that is lacking a little bit with the Pugna draft sometimes. Maybe you get into a spot where you don't feel super confident moving on to the lanes if they go a little bit poorly here, but He's just, Xiaoming's just like, yeah, I can get in here. You know, if I die, I die, but I want damage on this tower. Kind of scary versus a Kunkka with both.
The interesting dynamic right now is that Azure Ray is really comfortable sitting in all their lanes as cores. The Necro will be alone mid and be really happy. Dawn's obviously going to be top, get solo level 6, and then want to ult away from her. She doesn't want the action to come to her. Lifestealer's Lifestealer. So it's kind of on Betboom right now to either say to themselves, oh, okay, we're happy trading 3 lanes of equal farm with each other, or make the moves themselves.
Well, a bit of a move here with that ward helping out.
Game Chalice in no man's land, slowed, but gets away. It wasn't slowed, actually. So close to that level 6, but recognizing the danger, will manage to escape.
9 XP away here.
Wait a minute, though. Wait a minute.
Walks into Toronto.
Hello? Tokyo spots him, maybe? Not sure if they did. Yeah. Nightfall still chasing. The illusion is there. So they take him on a long walk. Finally, only a 1-second stun. I mean, they're going to...
The supports are coming, but they're pretty far away, you know?
Well, goes towards the blast off, connects, and this is actually turning out to be a nice kill. Chalice still not getting level 6 online. Stun and done.
It feels just so sad. You know you want this kill so bad, but he probably missed a full wait for that. But
yeah,
it's still really good that they force. It just wastes time from everyone. So at the end of the day, the TA is still farming mid, the Kunkka's still farming bot. So
wow, 2-second stun onto FY, saving that snowball.
Nothing good happening.
Could be okay as he went for the step back, but hey, making the move mid, finding and killing that Pugna. So 7-1. And the other thing that's weird about this is while the kills are going pretty heavily into the favor of Betboom, towers are dropping across the map. They've lost the bottom tier 1 tower too.
I think it's mostly on the hero matchups. Betboom has the strong lanes and farming, whereas Azure Ray have the strong like sit there pressure and keep walking into you and you can't do anything about it because of their HP pools. So it's not too surprising that Azure Ray is kind of leading the map advantage, but it's going to be more important to see if they can actually continue this forward, because I'm worried that if they don't continue this and they keep pressuring and the TA actually gets items into a Roshan, that there could be some group up death ball like we see a lot of Phoenix teams end up doing.
It feels like you want to maybe use one of these Solar Guardians at some point here soon, but then you're also kind of waiting for like level 6 on SY, so he has that big burst damage to come out and help assist with these kills.
A lot of waiting.
I mean, speaking of waiting, I mean, I don't know if you guys heard when the game was starting, but there's an absolute powder keg of fans here for Azure Ray, and they are just desperate to cheer for something right now.
I feel like every last hit, they're all waiting on beta.
Yeah, it's 7-1 right now. Like, they're just screaming as the game starts. It's just going to take one here, you know? They want Chalice to escape. He didn't quite make it. They've been killed in all these lanes, but
so soon.
If you get a couple plays going for Azure Ray, they're going to hear this crowd light up.
So the surprising thing is Azure Ray stole both experience, but both their subs are still not even level 6, and I think that's just because their cores are wanting to stay in their lanes themselves and not really giving this lane experience up. So it kind of is feeling really bad for their early momentum pressure, because neither support can make this rotation for the Dawn to ult. So everyone just kind of waiting for each other. Just maybe the subs are asking for a little help here and there to get experience, and we'll see what happens when they can actually get level 6s up.
It is crazy to think that they still are not 6. I imagine they didn't get the Wisdom Rune, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like, there's a real possibility of that, and still only 5.5 for FY. So he just watches Blue take the enemy Ancients. It's like, please help me.
Any experience is good with that cool set that he's got with the weird like after image thing.
This is the scary map setup, I think, for Betboom. Now, if you lose your Ancients as the Templar Assassin team, you feel really bad. All you want to do in the hero is set up traps, stack Ancients, and clear Ancients until you hit your timing, which for him, it's going to be Blink Shard. He's got the Blink. He skipped the Dragonlance, actually, too. I think he wants to be able to fight earlier because he's feeling a little weird about the map. And he can't even farm his Ancients. So now he's going to get pulled into his Chaos Knight, and the territory is just going to start like slowly slipping up until Azure Ray decides to take the tier 1 tower top.
And they're looking at Snowball, too, right, with Save having that Spirit Vessel build. So try and get involved in these kills with GPK, get across the map, and as they try and bully Lou out of here.
I mean, that's crazy. He just came up and stole 2 of the Ancients, took the hard camp too, and like you said, this area feeling very much constricted, and something that Lifestealer can definitely do. There aren't many heroes that can sort of feel that comfortable walking into that area without getting punished. So 7-1, still sitting pretty, and a smoke up now comes out as level 6s, I'm assuming, are just online.
It is time. They're going to be twin gating it up here by the looks of it. They
I like the call to Nightfall. Yeah, I like the call to make the Lifestealer come. Lou is going to take the gate with him as well. He wants to be involved in this fight. The Phoenix is 6. He can kill it with the Rage, so this might be a really nice connection for Azure.
They are not even stopping for the tower, just rolling straight through, looking on to Chalice safe, able to connect the fight. Going weird for Betboom, though, as they realize there are people behind. Can they quite catch up to Nightfall, though? Snowball, Shards, ready in a moment. BK showing up, they turn, say, fine, we'll fight you. You want to fight? But then the Dawn will be coming through. Hits on all of them. Nightfall is going to die.
There's an egg.
Slices coming from GPK. Invest, Snowball. They don't have any more left. They're going to get the Reaper Sights. Find the kill. Somnus hitting big. Lul chasing for more. They lost the Tusk, but they got the kills that matter.
Oh, and there are the Yules too for the clutch.
As they run them down, Toronto, Tokyo in the dirt too.
Yeah, they got what they were waiting for. Finally something to cheer for here for Azure.
They got the move. I think this was a really good timing play. They get the armlet on the Lifestealer. They know that there's not really a point to keep just continuing the game state and just change it up, go take this top tower. And again, when this top tower dies, that's when it's way easier for Tusk to find kills with the Donald. It's way much easier for the Pugna to pressure the tier 2s kind of casually.
And FY's ready to take out his vengeance here on his cores. He's going straight for the Midas, okay? You guys just stayed in the lane the whole time. It's Midas Tusk time.
Oh, I love that.
He wants the Ags.
Gotta get it.
Ags late game timing.
Love that. I mean, it's interesting too, right? Because you see this moment where Azure is grouped together as 4 heroes, and you got to imagine there's got to be something that can come out, some big AoE spell, but a lot of them had been used. I mean, the Ghost Ship, all the rest of it, it's also a problem finding into Lifestealer with that natural built-in debuff immunity.
That was a great ship too.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy to fight someone that well. Like, the Egg was pretty solid as well, but just too overwhelmed.
I think the Lifestealer has too much health right now for Bepum to chip through. The team probably needs this other item, whether it's the Shard or the Deso, to really like do the physical damage. And the Chaos Knight is really going to be weak versus the Necro, I think, in the early game. And the Lifestealer, he can't man-fight at all. So Bepum's in this really awkward position where you feel like you have the superior team fight, you have the Kunkka, you have the Phoenix, but you can't actually take the fights when you end up getting them.
Spot to be in right now, and that damage is coming soon for GPK. He's about 1,000 gold away from finishing up his Deso. You have Nightfall sort of retreating in the top part of the map here, farming through with the Armlet and the Echo Saber, so the BKB will come relatively soon.
So shout-outs in that one to Necrophos, getting the early Yule Scepter, like we were talking about. Now also has the Death Seeker, was able to make sure that they could get that Phoenix kill. Not often that you see that one get taken, but a good answer for Kunkka plays too.
Yeah, for the
techies too, maybe, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Also, the cool thing about the Shard is you can dodge the X with the Shard, as long as you're kind of like flying, you're, you know, phase shifted or whatever you'll call it, while the X gets you pulled back from the Necro, so it's going to be really hard for the catch. I also think he'll probably end up buying a BKB to stop himself from getting purged, to stop all the Phoenix damage, the Kunkka X, so he'll probably just get one more item, maybe the Heart that is very common in Necro, and then just a BKB, and they might just try to end the game around them.
Feeling pretty solid. Currently, purchasing up a plate mail actually, even tank up a bit. Thinking about a Shiva's Guard, that's a nice choice.
Yeah.
Very good versus the TA and the CK.
And Save, with all these early kills that he's been able to get, is actually just about completed the Spirit Vessel. So that's another one of those things that you gotta watch for as the Necrophos. Too bad as any of these heroes. There's a lot of healing on the Azure lineup.
And more value for the Yules.
There's also the Shivas is going to be really good versus the Phoenix to kind of prevent the Sunray heal. So I like the Shivas pickup. There's so much physical damage on Bepum that just having armor will kind of give you that threshold for the Pugna to heal you. Maybe the Tusk saves you, the Donald. They have so much different like ways to save that as long as you can make your time alive just a few seconds longer, it's good enough.
Yeah, and at one point Chalice even had an AC queued up like mega early. I was even considering that as well, but then went for the Blade Mail into the eventual BKB. But another big timing here for Lu. The Radiant's coming out here soon. Everything just being checked off on the list here.
The other big one coming up, which is that Midas completed, as Toronto Tokyo is going to run into Chalice. Can't really hit that bird at all. But yeah, that's going to be something that we can see. A Shard already done on the Phoenix too. We have seen Toronto Tokyo be willing to go for these early Midases also. This could be another option for him after the Shard.
GPK's got the Blink, got the Deso. Like, do they want to try and make a play with the Techies? Does he want to wait for the Shard? Can they set up for Roche at all?
It looks like they're setting up for Roche. The Kunkka TPs to the outpost top, and they're kind of all around here with the Dire Roshan. And I think they need to make a play at some point. You can't constantly keep playing the game like, okay, guys, dodge, wait till the next item. Okay, guys, they're a little scary now. Let's keep waiting. At some point, you have to just bite the bullet and go for the fight.
And over here, Radiant's
for now, it's kind of a light push here on the top tower, seeing if anyone jumps out of position. Maybe they can go for a quick X kill or something, but nobody takes the bait.
I mean, this is really the Bet-Win Classic. We saw that match the other day against Virtus Pro. It was a similar type of story. Worked out for them in that instance. We'll see if it does in this one as well. But right now, they're trying to make it go. Catch on to Chalice. Bow, egg, everything. He's done. Managed to find themselves that easy kill. Will glyph the tier 1 tower up top. But this timing is pretty strong for Bet.
Toronto Tokyo likes these supports where you don't have to think about the itemization, right? Tree or Phoenix, just buy Shard, right? That's it. Life's good. And Midas, yeah.
Hey, we can find Midas who can be able to core. He was very used to being a core in the past, so it's, just getting the muscle memory back.
I know you wanted to tell it.
Tries to get out. The Infest, the runaway, drops down a couple of mines on his way out, but they will manage to find that kill. Ooh, chasing down Techies.
Radiance is now complete for Lifestealer. This is the scary phase of the game where Betboom is really not going to feel confident, I think, to make any moves on the map. And they're also not going to hit this Roche timing that I think was really important for them to do.
Yeah.
So their only move on the map right now, from an outside perspective, is to constantly kill the Dawn. If you fight away from the Dawn ults in. So your only choice really is to go wherever the Dawn goes and hope he's alone.
While trying to farm up GPK, like now he's going back for the Dragonlance. He still doesn't have his shard. He's gonna be thinking about this Radiance too in these fights between the refractions and just the evasion and everything. Very frustrating.
There's also a decrep to save. There's the Necro, so it's a lot harder than it looks for him to actually hit the heroes. Even if he has the damage, he might not be able to get it out.
But further reason why you focus Chalice in these fights. Doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of net worth. Now the torrent, the pulling, the stun, the combo. They're getting him brought down.
There it is.
Decrep. Oh, Tianming gets his buddy out of trouble just then.
No
Get away, no infest, and Rage wears off, which means, come on back, say hi.
That was the Dispel. Almost immediately after that Decrep. Just took it right off there, kept the damage going, and Tianming just vanished, by the way. Like, he Decreps for like 1 second, just gone. One hero that GPK can knock down.
Also, one of the cool changes with Kunkka, now you can XP with BKB, and as long as you do with like, less than 4 seconds remaining, you just pull them back, which is a massive buff for Kunkka. I think that's one of the main reasons why he's been so heavily valued.
Sort of that change to debuff immunity affected a lot of things. Even like the Tusk being able to make sure he snowballs off against BKBs, all the rest of that.
We're still figuring a lot out. I feel like
exactly.
Comes to that too with a lot of heroes.
The Alchemist being able to stun and not always stun himself.
Weird one. That's how it goes.
So Shiva's now finished. He's got the heart queued up. Just get the HP. All you need on this hero to live. You do damage by being alive. And so for Azure, I think the game is just smooth sailing right now. You just keep farming, keep playing the map, just wait for Betboom to go on you, and just pretty much hope that you have enough HP. It looks like they have enough HP right now.
And they do look pretty tanky.
You're right. They are instead gonna go for a little wrap through, see if they can find any of these heroes farming out the topside jungle. There isn't anybody there though. Right now, you can see Betboom playing much more statically together. Side of the map, and they're instead going to make a play themselves with this Scepter done on Pure. Oh, TPing back in on Pure, the Yules. Does he manage to land in time? He will. So he will get out of there. We need to wait a second longer on that, but still, tier 2 tower done.
Has fallen.
Seems like he had a general idea what was happening up there.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that first. And the one thing is this move top now, maybe it opens Scepter up to pick the road.
Yeah, they knew immediately. The scan already happened.
The tier 1 tower is still up. It's a really fast teleport rotation if they know that this is happening. The gate's also already coming out. Roshan's dropping really fast.
Yeah, they know. They're getting ready. Walking in.
This is into egg.
Ready to jump.
The boat.
Can they do it? FY throws the short save, jumps in, but immediately gets ulted. Bull is there, and they get the Aegis and starting to get out. Toronto Tokyo dives away, wants to TP to get out of trouble, and you know what? That's a pretty freebie as long as, wait a minute. Nightfall there for the chase. BKB gotta run. Pure drops the Torrent Storm and tries to get away. Do they have enough to escape with Nightfall? Charge is gonna catch him. Nightfall in trouble, and the Dawn ultimate comes out. They take down Nightfall.
That's Tusk. You don't have this just free BKB TP, so he has to run it off, and again, that ability to go through the debuff immunity coming in huge.
Nice timer being put in the chat for the Aegis.
Love that. And very helpful.
At least they got the Roche. They got the Aegis. He kept it alive, so they'll have it for the next fight. But I don't really know if in the fights that the TA is dying, it's going to be beneficial for them. Because he needs to be alive the whole time doing damage. So I think, if anything, this Aegis will more be a deterrent to hopefully make it so the enemy team doesn't get Aegis and they can delay the game. They need to hit this next set of items for Betboom, and that's when they can really start doing the damage.
Well, speaking of which, they did finish that Midas on Phoenix, so still on the prize of trying to push this towards the later stages of the game. I mean, so right now it definitely feels like Azure have a strong command of the map. They can move wherever they want. They're farming up where they want to. Do you think they want to push the tempo faster and put like a sort of really big burst in the side of Betboom, or do you think they're more comfortable with it just sitting around?
I think you always want to, but high ground is so scary now, especially to the Kunkka with all the random spells that he has these days, the Phoenix. It's just so hard, and you feel like you can, that's where you lose the game. It's going high ground prematurely. So they want to just make sure that it's much better to make the game go late than to lose.
They find one. That's the Pugna. Tidal Wave pulls him in closer, along with Lil. They start to burn him down. Stun also connects now on the Lifestealer. He's down so low and gone! How did that happen? And now the turn on to Somnus. This is not the way the fight was supposed to go for Azure Ray.
Save lives.
It's Somnus in trouble still. They pull him back in with that X. Got him caught and killed.
They were just kind of poking a little bit there. And suddenly they just caught this huge fish. I don't think they were expecting it.
I think that was the Kunkka Ag just randomly caught him with the torrent, and then he just got chain stunned for like 5-6 seconds, and he just went down.
Oh, it's got to be so frustrating.
I mean, one of the few downsides, I guess, to Lifestealer is you really don't want to BKB. That's 6 seconds, you know?
He has it queued up.
Yeah, that's tough.
Said that.
Yep. He realizes, like, I don't get to live that life.
And over here,
I mean, it's also one of those things where, like, any type of status resistance, maybe, or something like that, and maybe you can survive through it, but if you randomly get caught by that torrent storm, dangerous.
Yeah, and you can't even status that one.
Yep.
That's a good point.
Watch out, Spirit Picker players.
Dangerous.
Don't land in the torrent,
do
you know?
Radiant want their middle
Spooky
tower
one.
to fall?
So Betboom's kind of getting online with their fight. I would say that Kunkka Ags is one of the strongest team fight spells in the tool. There's the water park everywhere, and with the Phoenix, it makes it really hard to hit the egg, even just to kite away from the egg. It kind of ruins everything. And GPK is starting to really hit this damage timing, where he can kill everything, and again, he has save to dispel all the just random ethereals between the Pugna and the
Jax
Necro.
thinks Radiant's
And he had that shard still queued up for a while, but then after a huge fight like that, he wants to grow a little bit larger here towards something a bit bigger in the Nullifier. Obviously very useful again for all the same reasons where the Techie's Dispel was going to be solid. Trying to help you out versus this Necrophos, this Pugna, all the saves they have, and now even the Orchid to perhaps deal with some of the saves that FY has. Lock down this Tusk, but we do have a Manta nice and early on Lou, so he's not like immediately targeted by the Orchid.
He was probably worried about his damage, I think, in the early game from the TA, because normally when you go the shard, you want to have really high damage on your team, be ahead, get kills constantly with the silence and all the vision you get. And in this game, since it's more of like farming, you want to spend all the gold you can on the damage and the scaling rather than this early game team fight.
I mean, your Kunkka's got shard and eggs, right?
Yeah,
he can control people.
Fine.
He'll do the damage.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, I think the other thing, too, is that in that sort of chaotic midst of a team fight, you're not going to be seeing the Tusk saves, which is what you're really going to be waiting on as that Lifestealer. They are getting set up again. It feels like if things are all even and set up the way they want, it's going to be hard to kill the Azure Ray hero.
It doesn't look like Azure Ray has the Aegis, does it? Like the way they're like running mid here. No. I'm sorry, that Betboom has the Aegis. Like, they kind of feel like they're the ones feeling this pressure to try and push a little bit with their Pugna. They draw back some heroes and they immediately just go back to farming.
Yeah, but now, even this whole Aegis, they're up 4,000 gold. So they kind of swung the game 5,000 gold by just having this Aegis, taking that one mid-team fight, and actually getting their items is what's going to make this draft really strong, because they still have the Phoenix. I think every game, if you have a Phoenix, you have the damage to kill any hero that you want.
Terrifying hero for a reason. Back to the 2015, 2016 days of Phoenix when it was just Sunray. It's a good hero.
Just Sunray.
Now it's everything else, right?
I mean, now Sunray has a blind on it, so you just miss half the time you want to hit the egg. You can refresh that when you click the egg with shard.
Appropriate. It's hard to look into the sun. Don't do it, everybody. I know
Hurts
you
the
don't see
eyes.
sun often anyways. We're all gamers, but gotta be careful.
Now it's kind of up to, it's still up to Betboom, I think, to kind of make the aggressive plays. Azure Ray still has these really strong heroes and the Dawn with the global, so they can kind of keep splitting up. The Dawn can keep farming, and they can keep playing the map, thankfully, even though they're, I would say, a little behind on the gold now. But Betboom are the ones who, they're still feeling forced to make the moves, I would say.
I think Chalice has done a very good job of this game too. It's like not getting picked off too much, farming in some of these safer spots here, and now moving in towards that shard as well, so it's going to help out a lot in these team fights.
Yeah, the one thing about Dawn is...
I say that, she cancels. Yeah. Chalice says, I need more damage, like this TA.
Right. I mean, it's tempting. It's too hard not to take it.
There is a damage issue. When the Kunkka presses boat and there's a laser, it's just so much damage reduction and healing that it's really hard to kill. Probably the CK mostly is going to be the one in the front, even the Kunkka. So, kind of on you to be able to kite the fight. I think if Azure Ray can survive the long fight, they win. Lifestealer is amazing in the long fights. Necrophos is amazing in these long fights. And Betboom kind of have these one really, really big round of spells where they click everything.
Meld, you know, CK Poland, explosion.
Can I also just say that I love that you call it laser instead of sunray? Because it feels much more appropriate.
Sunray does sound kind of friendly.
I know.
Just catching some rays.
It's like a, that's like a healing. That's probably the healing side.
Yeah,
The
okay.
lasers for enemies. It's two sides.
Laser and Sunray. A smoke up now coming from Azure as they want to find Bet Boom down on this bottom side of the map. And there's good vision. There's a mine up on that high ground, which should reveal their positioning if they walk that way. Under
They can burst the Phoenix.
now. Somnus finds one. That's a good one to get, but can they burst him in time? This great play, catching that tusk and killing the Phoenix. The one for either side doing well, but Somnus now in trouble. He doesn't have the help from the tusk. He can't get there, but he doesn't need it. Backing away. The infest was there from the life stealer. Nightfall, ooh, barely gets away. That snowball could have been good, and Pure also in trouble. This is a fabulous fight for Azure.
Nearly got saved there, too.
That was a really quick Orchid on the tusk, but the Phoenix didn't get the egg off.
No.
He got stunned by the Necrophosal and just 100 to 0.
No opportunities there. Even on the big dive, couldn't find a solid spot for it.
And you saw, even with the Chaos Knight using pretty much the entire fight to try to kill the Tusk, the dodge just ults and saves him. It stuns the CK through BKB, it does all the healing on the Tusk, then he can stun him again if the Tusk has punch. And so it's just so much kind of like delaying in the fight that it was hard for them to win the fight fast like they need to.
And they weren't particularly close against Somnus. He just finished off the heart now, too. So I don't know, like 700 HP or so here.
I mean, this is the thing, too, right? Like, these long duration fights are going to start feeling super weird because on the one hand, like, obviously, if you can get, like, a really good Sunray, that's amazing. But he's going to have 2 in the fights. If Phoenix can survive, I'm really not sure who I'm going to be favoring in this. It feels like the fights could last multiple minutes.
Yeah, hopefully. That sounds exciting to me.
Or it could just be over in a second if Necrophos gets a good ulti.
It does feel like that's the big one, right? You just lock someone down just like that. And
They also don't really have save. But they don't have a Tusk, they don't have a Shadow Demon, an Oracle, kind of this like anti-Necrophos hero. He just gets to press it. Just hopefully it's on Refraction. That's the only thing he's worried about.
yeah, save. Maybe the Glimmer can possibly save you. Who knows?
But Glimmer even these days is now just a solid like number shield.
Yeah,
it's just a 300 block, so it's not like the old days where it's just magic resistance.
Fingers crossed, you know?
Yeah, hopefully the 300 will be enough.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what we need? Zaganums.
That is a save.
Such a terrifying item. Does anyone ever feel good using that item? It's so risky.
I would love to see him buy an X.
They don't have the best egg killers.
They don't. It's only the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Just the guy who has BKB immunity and 83 attack speed.
Yeah, just keep it away from him, baby.
Here we go again. Another smoke heading through the exact same area where the last fight happened. This time during day. Nightfall catches sight of FY.
Oh,
Stun.
nice.
Big blink.
Oh,
Blink back.
he's too good. Oh, the Tusk King.
And Pure now the one that's chased. Lul right there. Already popped the Enrage though. And now the X, the late X. Pulls him back in a moment. No, he infests inside. Gets away. Chalice keeps his buddy safe. And just like that, the fight discontinued.
I mean, it's still a DDTA. GPK's feeling it, though.
Oh, that's a quick Roche, too. Relatively, at the very least. Azure head down this area, and they're going to see if they check that it's spawned. They're holding the better positioning at this point in the game.
Chaos Knight and Kunkka used both of their ults. So now Bet Boom is down 2 ultimate abilities for this fight, whereas Azure kind of has everything. They didn't click a single button, they just blinked away. So it's really scary for Bet Boom to just walk headfirst into them.
Nightfall's really not sure. He's like, I got to blink that. Everyone way back here.
Oh.
Can't figure out how to get into this one.
Team Chalice starts to beat away at Roche. Do they realize what's going on? Radiant scanning, thinking they're coming from the left. Ball is only half HP Roche.
Spots FY.
Sees all of them. Takes over the Watcher. Okay, good play there. They should know that they're right on top of him. Still has that blink ready if he wants to jump in. Save also ready for a jump. They have it if they want, but it's going to come a second too late. They'll get stunned, but they manage to get out. Now the Water Park, they do drop the Reaper sight. Kill off the techies. Do they have more? Trying to find another. That's going to be Sean Ming falling. He dies. Somnus backs away. FY chasing the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Coming in for the turn. And with that, 3 of Bet Boom will go down.
Just again, great positioning here from Azure and just confident knowing that they can take this. And there's no good options. Like they're down those ultimates and they need them for these fights on Bet Boom.
It's a really fast decrep. There's a nullifier now, but even just saving the Tusk, kind of delaying the fight. Everything they can do to make the fight last just a fraction of a second longer for Azure matters so much.
Yeah, and every time that you're using another disable, another save, that's what helps get Chalice at the backside of the pit, right? Able to survive, then goes for the Solar Guardian to absolute guarantee the kill and the saves. No concerns for them finishing that one off.
Take a look at this fight again. It looks again like it could have been good, but just a couple of seconds difference. Again, imagine if he queues up that blast off and is able to steal away the Aegis. Unfortunately, did not happen for him.
you can see the glimpses of the Kunkka title, or the water park. I don't know the official name of it. The Kunkka Ag.
Nobody does.
Torrent Storm.
There it is.
Just kind of like crushing the fight. And I think if they're able to actually win the fight, get the egg off in a better position, I think the egg kind of ended up being in the middle of all the cores and it instantly died. So if they get a better combination hit on it, I think it'll help them out a lot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now another big item here, though, the big damage from this Necrophos. The Agnum's complete.
Oh, God.
So, you know, has the talents for the Heartstopper, has the Agnums for the Heartstopper, just needs to live.
Yeah, if he gets a single kill and he gets this like 200 health per second, that's when everything just, it's a domino effect.
Fight just falls apart at that point.
So now BetBoom is kind of asking themselves, how do we take this fight? Is it high ground, which I think Kunkka is probably one of the better high ground heroes in the game, and I think they really still need to farm on the cores. They can't be trapped in their base and just hope for the best and wait for the push. I think the TA and the CK really need to get out, farm the lanes, cut the waves, whatever they need to do, maybe get some pickoffs.
Oh, save. Close to being spotted by the Shiva's guard, but just not quite here.
So fast.
Reactive and TP out after the Glimmer. Save will man that one. But yeah, I think like we've seen it when these players and teams do get stuck in their base, the net worth lead just starts expanding massively. And to be fair, as we get later and later into this game, it's going to matter less that net worth lead. But the problem that I'm seeing is that it just feels like BetBoom hasn't won a fight in a while. They're still farming good, but this type of a kill, it can't afford to happen. Azure get a cleanup.
Immediately just want to run down these lanes as much as they can, but yeah, there's not a whole lot of pressure to just immediately go high ground. What you want to do is like find these picks, right? Picks like that. They want to be catching one of the big cores if they could as well. Try and get down some solid vision to see into this area where they think they have this safe farm.
The map being really big is a blessing for both types of situations in this, where if you have the mobility to cut the waves and farm the map really safely, it's good for you when you're behind, because you can always farm. But I don't think BetBoom really has that luxury, and so Azure gets to farm everything now that they're ahead. And that's why BetBoom, you see them all sitting in their base, they have the techie set up, you know, a very fun game we might have coming in for us. And they can't really farm, because anytime they're out, they might get caught like the Phoenix just did. And they get maybe 10% of the map is theirs, and they have to hope when the waves push in, they get that. And everything else is Azure's territory.
Just like TA traps are their hope, really. Like trying to will down some of these waves as much as they can. Still no silence as well, so it's hard to just create like random pickoff opportunities there. Techies players, however, do thrive here, right? I mean, Save is an expert. He loves playing this hero.
Oh, he's ready.
They've griefed many games. They're kind of used to sitting up here on the high ground for a really long time and just laying mines everywhere, right? This is kind of like, now you're in my turf.
Exactly.
Yeah, if anything, maybe more Midases.
True.
For BetBoom.
Yeah, we've only
play for
learned
the
that
techies,
as well.
play for the late game.
Tried to go for that tidal wave to pull him in, but couldn't quite connect there. It does mean that for Azure, you're even less likely to want to go up and do anything at all. They will still have this Midas on the tusk, keeping them nice and built up and scaling in this game, most likely queuing up the BKB next. 6,000 gold behind the Kunkka at this point, but the Kunkka did finish the Sheepstick. So they have extra forms of control. It's just about, can GPK deal that massive damage along with that CK to take him down?
They're doing the Dawn smoke. They're going for the Dawn, the guy who's going to be alone, try to ult in, and it's going to be a Hex reveal, hopefully.
Can they get him, though? They see find him. Hex is there. That's exactly what they needed. 2 seconds stun, he's done. And now on the rest of them, Azure, they have to back away.
FY runs in, confirms there is a ward there.
Oh, yeah.
And then has to quickly retreat, so he's not the next victim. And that's going to give a lot of space out here on the map.
70 seconds, no buyback on the Dawn, so they don't even have the chance to kind of bait a fight into a buyback ult. They just have to give up all the farm they need.
Look at Dire's bottom tower next.
Definitely a boon for BetBoom fans as they manage to reclaim some farm for themselves. And again, that entire period of time, they're only down about 2 to 3K. So they weren't losing out on a huge amount of it.
Yeah, we're making the game, I feel like, seem really, really scary, but the gold lead's been pretty small the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
Neither team has had a big lead. I think it's more in terms of the momentum of the map, whereas the item timings that they have, the Aegis, you know, which towers they can take, and honestly, it's really close.
Yeah.
Neither team has a really massive timing, I think, coming in the next couple of minutes, so it's based on who starts the fight, I think. If we see it like there, where they start on the Dawn, it's going to be really easy for BetBoom to take the fight, but if they get a good kill on the Phoenix, a good fast Reaper site, something like that, Azure gets to take the fight.
And I think that's where we kind of get this idea of, like, it just looks easier in these fights, I would say, for Azure, like, because of the multiple saves, like, you have to get that blow for BetBoom, or it looks like a disaster to me. But, you know, those blowups do get a little bit easier here as we're kind of hitting this, like, peak damage before the peak tank ability on some of these heroes, like that Dawnbreaker.
Well, and the other thing too is you got to be careful with your positioning on Chalice. I feel
Radiant's
like
top tower is under
you
attack.
can't afford to get caught out like that again. If that type of play continues to happen, it's a little bit rough. But one time, it happens.
Happens to the best of us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the most important thing for Chalice right now is to make sure he kind of balances between farming aggressively and shoving the lanes in, because it's really important to take the farm away from the other team, but also not dying. So he might be a little more cautious now from his own Ancients, from his side of the map, but he's probably going to move up at some point, maybe with a ward to protect him instead of just nothing.
Yeah.
Radiant are
Now they have a
scanning
little
for
bit of
enemies.
vision still down bottom at the Ancient Tormentor, something that they definitely want to get on Bet Boom, because they already have Shard on Kunkka, Techies, and Phoenix, so a chance to get it on the TA or the CK would be great.
But yeah, both cores have really good charts. The CK one I think will be slightly better for them at this point. Just getting this more damage on the burst will really help them. The Science, I don't think it will really matter that much. There's so many Mantas and Yules and just random Dispels. BKBs on the Tusk I think is about to be finished. So
Feels good when you hit a support though. That's, catch this like random Pugna in the back, he's just silenced, that's a bad time.
yeah.
The other thing that I love about this is that when you get to these later game scenarios, you start to see stuff that like you haven't just seen before at all, I feel like. And I'm guaranteeing at some point this game we're going to be seeing this Phoenix Aghanims. He's giving up a sheep stick. I'm still thinking we're going to be at Ags eventually. The way this one is going.
We had this discussion actually on the bus ride back last night about what happens, right? You can practice Dota because every game you're going to play the first 10 minutes, as you said, but when it gets later and later, things get a little bit wild and you're kind of in new territory.
Oh, Toronto, Tokyo. FY ready to initiate. They jump right at the start. Can they blow them up in time? Oh, yes, they will. Even through the sun ray, it was more than enough to take down that TA. Save, TP's out, manages to escape.
Really good pick off. There's no buyback on the TA. We're probably going to see them push. They have really, honestly, easy push between the Pugna and the Lifestealer. Just you have a free BKB to just poke. You have the Pugna to constantly push the tower.
That's great.
Massive opening.
I mean, he's got a cheese too.
Yeah, I mean, again, getting no TA at all. They're just going to enrage. Pure now in trouble. They're going to try and pull him into the mines, doing some damage, but not a ton. But with the X marks the spot, has the Yule Scepter to keep Somnus alive a little longer. Stuns are there, but he is just not dying. Nobody is dying, and instead it's going to be the Racks that are going down. All it takes is that one kill.
Their Nullifier's dead, so they don't really have a way to kill him. He'll get decracked, he'll get Ghost Shot off. There's nothing they can do to kill him right now.
And they keep going for more. A second set of Racks, still 40 seconds. No TA at all, but the stun, the pullback, the snowball. He blows up on the second round. Tries to get away with that. Yule's Chalice steps forward. You never want to go high ground, but maybe AR, they can do it. FY gets healed back up. The life drain, but another tidal wave. Pure pulling him in and that much closer. Somnus, he's going to get stunned. 3 seconds on that one. Save looks for more. The Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in, and he hits there and finds the kill on to Save. A second hero gone from this. Disarm, backs away. Snowball Pure. He's low. Is he going to survive? The boat bump, it's not enough. The buyback is there, now looking to take down Somnus. He has dealt with so much damage in this extended fight. They will finally kill off at least one on FY, but Azure Ray getting the adoration from the crowd.
Taking the full set of Racks in the bottom lane there and then cleaning up a couple more in the mid. Yeah, they lose some, but it's a 10K lead now, finally opening up a bit of a gap here in this match.
Roshan is up.
Yeah, that's going to be
So
the prize
maybe
you get
BetBoom
here.
is going to be able to kind of steal it, but that was looking really scary for BetBoom. I think if they didn't get that burst on the Lifestealer on their tier 4s, they would have just lost the game. Or just lost pretty much everything before the game.
Radiant are scanning for
And
enemies.
now they have a chance. They have a chance to take this Roche fight. There's no touch. Maybe they force the buyback.
They
Buyback
scam.
happens.
They know they're going to come and contest.
Oh, that is tough.
I mean,
It's a
you'd
scary fight.
love to be able to get this one, but it's too hard to do. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. There's a couple moments where there's nothing happening in this game, and then in a flurry of about 7 minutes, the entire thing is broken wide open.
Dire don't look too
Look at the
scared.
pressure. It's
Radiant's top
2x for
tower.
the stun is. And they need this fight. Like, they need to survive the fight. They need to make sure that all the DK leaders are alive.
Here,
They're coming to this
Radiant's top
fight,
tower.
and they need to really kill the shooter if they don't. The saves are kind of too much for them right now. And I don't really know how to deal with it this time. Just
Radiant
more
are
damage.
scanning for enemies.
Good scan here as well, though.
Radiant's top
Azure,
tower
they
is
are missing
under
their
attack.
gem. Drop that in the fight when FY went down.
Level 25 on Necro
Dire don't
has
look
been
too
achieved.
scared of
We
Radiant's
saw in
top
that last
tower.
fight too is 8,000 damage done by the techies. This is one benefit of BetBoom being able to sort of hold an area, is that lets him get set up on save. and set up for a lot of the extra damage that they
There were like Kunkka pullbacks and everything too.
Oh, yeah.
Catch people into the mines. There was a lot of synergy that you can achieve on the high ground that's a lot harder. Definitely doable near Roche, but
Harder when you're late. They have some TA traps to get vision of the Roche, so they constantly know what's happening, but they can't really enter. They have to constantly replace them. Maybe they get jumped on the TA, and they're going to try to smoke around, but...
Or are they just going to try and take it? Fine, let's go on in. Boom, can they get there in time to contest this?
So much on Toronto, Tokyo now. So many possibilities in this fight.
Pure, he steps in, the torrent, it reveals. There's one stun, down to half HP, almost gone. He is going to fall. Chalice does have buyback, though. Have to be careful about that one. Roche at about a third HP. Toronto Tokyo has already used one round of his abilities. Can they go for more? Has the refresher at the ready. Pops it now. Okay, beating into Somnus. Somnus has taken so much damage in this game.
I can't tell. He's always full health.
Yeah. He's tanking through a whole lot here.
This is a scary situation. The egg outside the pit is really hard to find.
They jump. They're trying to find him, but the snowball save is there yet again. Will it be enough? He's getting in, pulled far forward. That's why they buy back onto 2. Nightfall. Buy back Chalice. If he goes down right here, this is it. Chalice gets separated though, and there's the reverse sight available for the turn, but still Chalice and FY are dead. So are the CK and the Techies. They have to back away from Lul, but Pure, what else does he have left in the tank? Somnus is still just at full HP.
GPK knows there's no sight here, but how much can he go for?
They have it, thinks about the jump, takes him out with one shot. There's the tidal wave, but the rage is there. Lul, he says, no, you're not stealing my Aegis. They take down Bet Boom Team again. And somehow, after all of that, it's a 1K gold lead. That's it.
All right. Everything evening up here, and we'll get a little bit of chance to farm up with some of these heroes, but how much can you actually pressure with just these 3 heroes, an Aegis and a Cheese?
They probably can end up pressuring mid, but I think the safe thing is right now just wait. They're confident in these fights, and you see here, it's just, it seems really easy. They have the buybacks, it's a Radiant Roche, so they have the advantage. That's where all their gold went, just the buybacks, but they win the Roche fight, and that's all that matters.
I guess he couldn't pull him in or something there. It looked like it was a snowball save, but FY didn't actually get him. Must have been a little too far distance.
Probably looks really scary when Bet Boom does win this fight really fast. They got a bunch of kills, Chalice diebacks, the Tusk diebacks, but there's a second round of lives.
I mean, there is a condition though. Obviously, you get back into this game now. They're at the middle racks here. They're still missing a couple heroes, but they are pushing. But there is Lifestealer or no buyback, right? That's definitely one thing they can be hunting for. They have this big burst damage. We've seen him go down before. If he gets caught inside the water park, that could be an opportunity here for Bet Boom. And you know, they definitely have a little bit of push.
I mean, is Somnus actually going to die? I don't know. This guy is huge. He's 10-1-8. They're going to try and jump on him here, but he's just healing through it all. They actually are not doing enough to him. I don't know what you do against Somnus now. He is a problem.
I think your goal is just to avoid him. Just every time you see him and you hear someone say, guys, kill the Necrophos, just say to yourself, like, no, guys, someone else, please. Like, kill the Pugna, kill the Tusk, anything that's not the Necrophos, you have to make sure that no matter how good it looks to kill him, you just don't take the risk.
You need to give him your bristleback treatment.
Okay, he's going for the infused Aghanims as well here on Somnus.
Moves in, 1-2 shot. But the heal with the life drain is ready.
There's also BKB now finished and delivered to FY on this Tusk. So huge for the saves and trying to not get caught inside of Kunkka's whirlpool.
It's got to be so stressful too. You're on the verge of getting even further into this tournament for Bet Boom. Would love to be able to come away with this one with the first game victory. And Azure seem to be in position to keep this pressure and momentum going as they send their sights up towards the top side of the map.
Off-centric combo here.
Jump.
By Nightfall.
Finds him. Good damage. Good damage. Is it enough? Yes.
Just lurking. Waiting for you to step out just the tiniest bit from your base and immediately punish.
And that is no buyback again. 800 gold away. This is another huge moment. These cores of Bet Boom getting caught without buyback. Luldo, can they do something about it? Maybe they don't need him.
All right, that's Aegis. That's Aegis.
Can they do it again? Somnus standing on top of his buddy, ready for an infest if things get dicey.
Well, that was kind of free.
You're not wrong.
You know, I mean, you need something like that right now for Bet Boom. Put a bit of gas in the tank here. They're going to lose their ward on the outside of the base. They're trying to keep an eye on them.
I've never seen that hammer talent. That's crazy, the distance of the Dawn W.
Especially with the TA, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, just cancel the blings, just maybe catch the Phoenix off guard, slow him.
The range is insane. Oh man, Chalice drops the hammer and takes the tower.
So it's going to be a slow burn push. The Pugna just presses his Q off cooldown, just slowly whittles it down. Lifesteal's going to slowly whittle it down, and there's no rush. They're hanging out. They're having a good time.
Well, apparently, Chalice says there's a rush. He runs in, finds the Phoenix, forces him to back away, and they go for more. That's already the melee racks down. Somnus stepping up. They're going to drop the water park. Hits onto one, but the snowball save there again.
Nice snowball.
Nicely done, and gets over to where the dead creeps were, too. Why not?
CK's just coming back up right now.
But can they get out? Yule Scepter looking pretty fine, and gonna Death Seeker to the low ground. Azure Ray get the whole set of racks, and they get out.
He's really hard to control. Very difficult there.
13,000 gold lead. First time that it's been this big the whole game.
Yes,
It was a really close game, but after these kind of Roche fights, all the buybacks, it seems so hard for BetBoom to actually take a real fight for themselves.
I mean, it still is sort of evident of how, strong they feel like the BetBoom team fight is, that they're not willing to go for the all-in play for this other set of racks. With all these mines that are set up and the rest of it, it's gotta be annoying to try and play into. But got to imagine now, controlling this map, they're going to continue to build up this lead and get themselves into a strong position.
I mean, you've seen your strongest core just vanish in an instant.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that if he does die one more time, Lou's just gone for a while, so kind of terrifying.
The cool thing is, so Lifestealer got the Ags from the Roche fight bot, and it's another way to BKB disable a hero. So he can jump the TA when she BKBs, and it just disarms her through BKB for the entire duration of the infest. I think it's 4 or 5 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if he gets that on the TA, she's just stuck there doing nothing with her BKB, and when TA doesn't have BKB, she can't fight into Azure Ray.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I forgot about that. The Infest could be really strong, and it's got decent range now,
Even
too.
picks up a Blink, a Swift Dagger.
Yeah,
So
he just got the blink too, so can immediately just jump in when he's needed.
And no Lincolns, I think, on anybody from BetBoom, so that is a really frustrating situation for them.
as long as he doesn't jump the TA with Refraction, she blinks backwards into Found or something.
Oh, yeah.
Shenanigans.
That could be an issue.
Everything will be okay.
Well, now that you've said it,
Yeah.
you know what's going to
Or,
happen,
into
right?
like 10 mines.
Yeah, something scary.
Yeah,
It does last for a while, though.
that's true.
You're in there for a cool minute.
You get blink back, we got Reality Rift pierces the spell immunity, you're being pulled all over the place here. Suddenly there's an Earth Spirit kicking you into the well.
Gears in the game, like one of those side characters.
We are getting to the point where you should be able to just buy another hero. This game's going pretty long,
I like that.
Would you just make someone would like the coach micro it, or would just be one of the players?
Oh, that would be high. We could have their music play. They come in. Oh, they've purchased Blitz! And he just comes to the stage.
Dude, look at those mines. What is happening?
Techies, baby.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be an interesting one.
So many people are relating to this right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He has, the sort of orientation perfect.
It is very nice. It's pleasing to look at.
I like that.
Oddly satisfying,
I unfortunately have to agree that this is a nice, nice visual.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Azure Ray are going to quite feel so confident. Extra rage duration. They also have BKB on low, so he is just debuff immune for a very long time.
And he's almost got his Ex Machina, because we're 9 minutes away here
Oh, hey.
at this point.
Good call, good call. Well, this is the other nice thing that you can potentially do is just shove out all
Sir,
the
you
flames.
have one of those already.
Oh.
No, he's made a mistake, Gunner. He has 2 hearts.
Oh, jeez.
Sounds like a little fun.
Oh, no.
The health region doesn't.
This is where we are.
They have a Tusk kick, too, now. Looking for anybody. I don't think Somnus is going to care.
Not Somnus.
Even if they lose this game, Somnus isn't going to die. That's just the reality. Send in
Look how confident he is. He's just walking into every single hero.
Dude, he does not care even a little bit. That's disgusting.
Fatal is finished for the TA, so that's more damage that they have to hopefully burst.
Yep.
Brings it over. They're out of the base. There's the Tusk punch, the kick back. Tries to find them. Can they get away? At least for the moment they will. It's on to Tusko. He's starting to fall. Heal is there, but safe. He gets the good jump with the blast off onto 2. And already starting to die on Chalice with the Sunray out. They're actually destroying them. Oh, Somnus! Where are your hearts now, boy?
That's a 2.
Oh, well, I thought with the green guy, his heart would grow, but his heart shrunk this day, way on down there. That is tough. 2 hearts and you still blow up in about a second?
What happened?
I don't know.
Like a lot of damage.
They all did damage.
The water park was doing absolute work. Like, I saw Lifestealer just like spinning around, getting controlled up, get hit by the boat. He got silenced by the trap because the shard's up there. A couple torrents connected, and then it's just a big boom, you know? 800 damage from TA, 800 damage from CK. They're stacking it all up at once, and he's just gone. Great timing for that Daedalus, that's for sure.
It looked like a really good initiation, but the TA got the blink off right after the kick, so they don't really, they kind of kite this kick out. The Tusk doesn't get his BKB off. He just gets bursted by the Torrent Storm, and I think after that, Chalice also gets stuck.
Too, yeah, and then Hexed.
They all drop just so quickly. And I mean, this is really the problem, right? You're talking about late game Dota where one fight and suddenly they're up on your high ground a lot of time on these respawn timers. A plus sorry comes on out. Not sure what's going on there. Some tips from the other members of BetBoom, but this is the full set of racks in the throne.
Oh,
thinking about it
a little bit here.
I mean, you got to be careful. If you're Azure Ray, you decide to buy back right now. This is a tier 4 tower already starting to fall. They have 38 seconds on this Lifestealer, but they're going to back out of BetBoom. They get the glyph, reset.
FY, setting up.
Sir?
Oh, this guy's
all right. Now relax a little bit here. Just wanted to burn his TP cooldown.
Roshan is up, and that's a big thing.
Yeah, they got a
So
mix
late.
here too.
This is going to set up for 60-minute items if the game doesn't end after this Aegis. There's an Ags, which is really big for anyone. The TA can get the Ags, kind of move around the map. The C can get the Ags and just have so much physical damage. So if BetBoom gets his Roche, I think it kind of swings the map, or the whole game state into their favor.
Yeah, and it should be very fast. I mean, they're starting to move here from Azure Ray. Getting there as quick as they can. I mean, the crowd has been cheering as much as they can for them. The air kind of gets sucked out of the building in that last fight.
Oh, you're not
They want to
wrong.
come back alive right now.
FY, they're scanning. Toronto, Tokyo up on the high ground. They already are in there with Lil, but GPK, he gets the Aegis. Chalice shows up, able to steal the Aghanims. Okay, that's a nice win, but Chalice is going to die for it. And dead for 100 seconds, no buyback.
That is kind of sick, though.
It was kind of cool.
Yeah,
Feels cool.
yeah. I don't know
He's
how much
close to his buyback. I think FY is going to get a bounty right now and get buyback for the Dawn.
Oh, that's huge. Okay, not so bad then.
So it's not as scary, but TA does get the Aegis. They get the Roche. They kind of stop it from Azure getting it and try to close the game out. So a good timing for BetBoom.
Oh, this, I mean, that's the thing that's interesting, is now it definitely feels like the fight is just kind of reset. And the entire game has, in a way. Because you didn't get that Aghanims, which can so often like start snowballing the lead even further, or at least regain control. The Aegis on TA, it matters, but it also feels like there's a lot of great ways that Azure Ray have to set up on the TA after the Aegis, you know, comes back to life.
Yeah, again, I think for BetBoom fights, it really has to be fast. You saw in this mid fight, they got a kill, they got a kill. It was like 10 seconds, the fight was over. And Azure Ray, all the fights they win, it's like, oh wow, he's half health. Oh, is he gonna die? No, we're gonna snowball, save, heal. And so for Azure Ray, this Aegis doesn't really matter because you want the long fights. If you kill the TA, the fight's probably gonna keep going long and you'll keep winning the fight. And so for BetBoom, you don't really want to be able to have this slow burst fight where one of you dies.
And part of the problem is that we saw all this ability to defend the high ground from BetBoom. There are similar abilities here for Azure Ray, most notably the kick, of course. So we have to be very careful how they use the Kunkka X.
Well, yeah, they used it immediately. And he actually, he gets snowball because of that. Oh, FY did not maybe see that X, not sure what happened. Will snowball a second time with the Torrent Storm going out. Not easy to take this fight. They will kill one, but can they kill another? They pull him out of position. Dual sector lift up. The boat is going to not land on him. So they are able to survive with Chalice not buying back. But FY, wait, he bought back. FY, does he have enough to stay alive though? The stun is there a long duration, but no, he's gone. Just like that one. GPK stunned for a little while. Chalice still there for the control, but he's out of position. 3 seconds stun, starts to fall and gone. Can they find more? But there's the Reaper sight. There for a turnaround. The fight, it's lasted too long. This is where Somnus shows up. Gets the blink away. GPK managing to escape.
Thinking about something here?
Wait.
A little crazy?
Yule Scepter. Hold on. Can they do it? GPK wanted to fight, but is it actually going to work? They're all lined up. Puffin starts to fall. He goes down, but he's inside. He infects. He's disarmed. He can't hit. The right click is enough. Woo takes them down. 2 seconds stun onto Somnus. Trying to get the kill, but he transfers it over. Gets the cheese off in time. The Lotus, not sure what it was, but now he's over to the side and Somnus still living. Somehow, somewhere. He's gonna do it! Triple kill for GPK, but is it enough? Can they do it? They take him down! GPK trying to run, but no! Somnus is too strong!
Oh, it's so much damage just everywhere. They're buying back, they're boxing back and on top of each other, trying to finish this game. There's creeps in the mid, the Catapult taking down the tier 4, but it doesn't matter.
And there's two big cores, no buyback. Phoenix, no buyback. And Somnus is already in the base, Boots traveling in.
He's in the base, he's dropping the FE voice lines.
It does not hit that hard, but it will keep going. They don't have a way to deal with this guy. Not enough left in the tank. Somnus, he has stayed so strong throughout this game, and he is going to right-click these buildings down. 50 damage at a time if he has to. Chalice shows up now as well, and with Lil also in tow. Azure Ray, what more do you have? You have enough to finish this one off. Save tries to stop it, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. Techies is going to fall. Azure Ray takes them down bit by bit, building by building. Another blast off, almost enough to kill Chalice, but he's barely surviving. There's the Infest play. GG is called.
Oh, that big green health bar didn't go down very low after that fight.
The two of them scared. He had 5,000 health is a little too much for them to kind of chew through at the end.
2 hearts. I was a little concerned. Not going up at the very end there to get the Wind Waker, but committed for the second heart. Lost one fight, did die, but clutched it out there. Man, the damage that he must have been outputting in that fight. Unbelievable.
So much. All the rest of them did too. They were just big old meat bags getting punched in the face over and over again. And they did it just about perfectly. Crowd appreciating what they saw from that Azure Ray lineup. And I mean, you gotta ask the question, how do you deal with these big tanky heroes? They picked Phoenix for goodness sakes.
They tried, I mean,
both ways, either like easily.
Yeah, because I felt like Betboom had found a way back into that game. I mean, when they used that refresher on Phoenix to get the double supernova when Azure were pushing mid, like the signs of life were there. They won the team fight, they got the Aegis afterwards, and they started to apply pressure of their own. But this fight that we're watching right now, it's just a matter of experience, you know? It's buybacks versus buybacks, teams taking risks versus teams taking risks, and Azure's experience paid off in that long fight we just saw.
Yeah, we're having the post-game stats here on the screen. Ali, the double heart as well coming out from Necro. We weren't too sure what the payoff was going to be in the long run, but it won them the game.
I mean, I guess on Necro, like, you have the egg, so it makes heart a DPS item, and you have one of the best items at the patch, so you got two of them, and as Effie was saying, like, they have so much heal. They have Necro heal, they have the Lifesteal Infest, they have Pugna, they have some tough saves. Like, it's not easy to go into this lineup. I think something that Betboom need to look at in the next game is like using their timings a little bit better. I think there's a point in this game where they had the Agnes on Kunkka, they had the Nullifier on GPK, but they sort of like, they took a fight where they didn't even get to use Egg, and like Azure was the one hunting them at the time. I think it looks like as the game gets later and later, like if they don't have this clear initiation that Effie was talking about, it's a little bit more chaos into their game. They can't go for their strategy.
Yeah. Well, we want to hear a little bit more about it as well. Not that I don't value your opinions and what you guys have to say. I just know Purge loves to go into great detail about certain aspects of the game.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, we were scratching our head a little bit about the Lifestealer, a hero who hasn't been picked very much up in this tournament, but I think it was a perfect circumstance once we get to watch it back. If we take a look at some of the clips, some interesting things the Lifestealer did. Great laning stage, pressured this tier 2 tower in 19 minutes. He did die this time, but he's got some really good advantages against some of the common heroes that we're seeing a lot in this tournament, namely Kunkka. In this case, the X actually does secure his death, but once he respawns, he TP's top, he runs all the way back, and then they secure this tier 2 tower at a really early position. And this means that when they take Roche on the Radiant side of the map, it's harder for Betboom to get there without them noticing. And ultimately, one of the biggest advantages he had is Rage against the techies. This hero here is someone that was really strong 6 months ago because he jumps in and then he can protect himself easily. But with Rage, it's just child's play to kill him in the team fights. That hero's taken out instantly and he can win the rest of the fight as he wants. And here's another crucial moment, 28 minutes into the game, this is when TA picked up the Nullifier. And this is an item that really counters Necrophos here because it removes his defensive mechanism. And then we get to see him infest, that's giving more HP to one of his allies who's dying. Heart is good in this meta, well Infest gives you a similar amount of HP. So if you can keep your teammates alive in these crucial moments, it's going to win you team fights. And on top of that, he's doing percentage-based damage. Again, tanky heroes are popular, percentage-based damage is very good. And this just culminates with his nice open wounds shard talent, which gives a nice amount of life steal to anybody in his team that's killing heroes. That's what pushes him over the edge and a lot of these team fights, lets him frontline for his team and secure things to eventually win the game.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Purge, explaining a little bit more on that Lifestealer pick, the fact that it's something we're not seeing very often, but it can be a massive answer to issues that other teams are currently facing, Effie.
Yeah, and to have the confidence to pick a hero that a lot of teams may have abandoned or overlooked at this stage of the tournament says a lot. I mean, we see this with this Lifestealer for Azure. We saw it last series with the last pick Void Spirit with Gaming Gladiators. But the teams that have faith in their ideas and just play for the game itself, they're just very impressive to watch.
Yeah, Betboom have an idea of what they want for the game as well. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for game one, but we're going to learn a little bit more about them and one player in particular, Toronto Tokyo.
Betboom trying to push. Good luck, you know?
We got some luck yesterday.
No, absolutely.
It's so difficult to push into this Willow, into this Marcy catch, into the Ench, just throwing impetuses with huge damage from range.
Pushing high grounds in this patch is impossible.
Give me your best take.
Okay.
How do you push?
How do you push?
Yeah. How do you get to place all 5 Betboom heroes perfectly? Let's say they can go wherever they want.
If enemy team has the goal to defend their base, they can do it forever, I feel like.
How are you going to place them?
Nightfall up front and center.
Okay.
Which is tough because Pudge has the Aegis, because he doesn't have buyback. You have Undying right behind him. Willow is tagged onto him there, and then you get the double hit because Willow's 25. But no! Instead, just step up, and that's already a tier 3 tower gone. Wait a minute now, the hook, the connection, Q, he's in trouble! Oh, Betboom, have you actually done it?
if you have any opportunity to end the game, you try your best.
It's quite inspiring, honestly, for BetBoom to see this happening. Okay.
Nightfall, get out of there, but the cheese! The save come out from the aisle, Pure! He's in no man's land. One more damage there. Look at the Desolator! The hit's coming in from the aisle. GPK comes out, goes for the disarm, and then the back away.
Our plan was, I had the Aghanim's and I will spam them, and then I will go in with Blade Mail. And also we had a buybacks and they didn't.
Tricks of the trade, chasing, they're waiting for Makoto, wants his moment, and they find him. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes! They take down Makoto. Can they get any more though? Nightfall, the hook, again, Pure, he's on his man. Can they bring down this Willow? Goes for the walk away. And the damage coming out, the IO is doing so much of it. Save and Nightfall doing it all together, but they managed to kill off that Muerta. Now the buyback, looks for more Toronto Tokyo with his Ags.
Yeah, it was really good staying behind PL. He's destroying the base. I like that.
On this Undying, 10,000 HP on Toronto Tokyo, looking for more. BetBoom, they're gonna claim the game. How do you do that? How?
I really hate losing. It's for me, it's like impossible. And I love winning. I want to be in the history of Dota 2. I want to be like one of the greatest players in the world. But you know, it's competition. Sometimes you lose, it's okay. It's not easy to win. All I want is to face Spirit in Grand Finals. It will be really hype.
That would be a pretty much hype matchup. Stumbling over my words, just thinking about how hype it is. And we had Team Spirit and BetBoom in the final. I mean, Toronto Tokyo, he wants to go down as one of the greatest players. He's already won an Aegis as a mid laner. He could potentially win another Aegis as a +5.
I mean, he already is one of the most impressive players we've seen in a very long time. The Team Spirit's TI-10 win, we all saw True Sight, we all watched it. That call, that final game's draft call came from him. This is a player who has a lot of ideas, he has a strong voice, and he brings it to the team. So his transition to position 5 from mid just felt so natural. It just felt like he fills the leadership role in a way that a lot of other players who may switch roles couldn't.
How do you feel, Aoi, about this transition for Toronto Tokyo, especially when we see his heroes? I mean, we saw a recap of his Undying, how unkillable it was, and then his Phoenix in the most recent game.
I think Toronto Tokyo's strength is that he has like unending confidence in whatever he does. I remember after TI-11, he just came up to us at the after party. He's like, I'm going to be the best 5 in the world. And he was believing it. He spoke with full confidence. He's like, all the 5 suck. I'm going to be the best. And, you know, honestly, he's playing really well right now. I think it sort of goes into the game. Like, when he's able to show that confidence, you see him running with these Undyings, hitting buildings on +5 with 10,000 HP. Like, it's something that is a very positive, unique trait, I'd say, about him.
Do you think that transitions into all the players on the side of BetBoom, Rezo?
What?
The confidence that...
I mean, for Toronto, like it really helps that he has all these like skills from the times he was playing mid, right? And right now, this transition to the supports, like all the supports right now are having such a big impact in the game. So it helps like that he knows how to find those farm. You know, sometimes like on this Undying, like he's running around with 15,000 HP, like get to play this insane Undying like he used to from the mid like heroes right now, and it really helps, you know, having that experience from the mid lane. And we see the teams walking up on the stage already.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans for both teams here. Azure, BetBoom, game number 2. Some changes, Effie, that you really want to see for either side. Either for Azure to double down on and get the win on the series for themselves, or BetBoom to make it another game 3.
And I think Azure's plan worked out really well. The Necro looked so good for them. When I watch Azure and they impress me the most, it's when they have that frontline tanky, unkillable core, whether it be a Bristleback or a Necro, and they just play around it. They don't have to take fights by initiating or smoking. They force the enemies to fight into them because their laning stage is actually quite strong, probably the strongest out of the entire Chinese region. So they're not one of those teams that you can break in the laning phase. So for them, you just respond. You don't necessarily have to run back the Necro, but to be able to, for example, pick the Dawnbreaker into a Chaos Knight, we saw how bad that lane was for Dawnbreaker, but still win the game, still have an effective performance, nothing to change from there.
Was that lane bad for Dawn last game?
Yeah.
I feel like his lane was completely fine, no?
He was like 2.5k net worth behind.
Yeah, but the Tusker left to play with the Lifesteal, and they rotate on mid, he was left alone. Because I think like this is how Azure want to play. Like they want to be able to leave Chalice alone. I remember watching them versus Extreme in the qualifiers. He had timing. He was playing like some off-lane 5 Invoker, and he would rotate with F-Buy around the map. They killed like all 3 lanes. I think they're really happy if you can get out of the first part of the lane and then start roaming with the double supports.
So you feel that Azure is a team that ends their laning phase a little bit earlier, or they're just more active in that early compared to a lot of other teams that we've seen so far at TI?
I think they're really good at identifying like which lane they want to play through and like moving between that. Like we saw in the last game, they identify mid. Do they have like a weak point? Our Necro's level 6. We're able to punish that, take mid tower, and then they just sat in the enemy triangle and kept pressuring through the slicer. I think how they do that is really good.
And for the bad boom, I think the small adjustment that they could be thinking about is that picking pure hero early, like they did before in the previous series, where like, you know, the Spirit Breaker was untouched during the first phases, so they could easily take that instead of taking Chaos Knight, so that the road that could be taken for the next game.
I know throughout this year, as you stood in for BetBoom at some events, do you think this is a similar team to the one that you stood in for? Is it a very different team when you look at them from the outside as a panel member now?
I think they're very different. Like I think they're improving with every tournament, and it's mostly it was never about skill for this team. It was mostly about the psychology and like how they think of themselves, right? If you think that you're number one and you have to perform to that level, then it's like it's very hard to have that pressure in the game and deal with it. But I think right now they're very more chill in that sense, and I mean, you can see that they're playing till the very end and they're not giving up. When I was playing with them, they kind of gave up in a few games.
You could say, you know, that was past BetBoom. This is a whole new BetBoom.
Yeah, this is the whole new BetBoom.
They conquered their demons, we said they seem to be different. But going into this TI, Toronto Tokyo mentioned that he expects a top 4 placement for his team, at least. That's what he sees that they're capable of. That's what he thinks that they can do. And I really feel like throughout the year, you've seen them progress as a team, right? Not just in terms of the way that they play and shaping their identity, but just in terms of determination. Because I recall there was the BetBoom Dacha tournament a month ago or a couple of months ago, and they got eliminated early from that tournament. And that was their namesake tournament. And a lot of the eliminated teams opted to stick around and just enjoy it. But they left early. They left their own tournament early just to practice for the upcoming Dream League.
Well, here they are. They're 1 game away from potentially being eliminated. Game 2.
Turn to ban. Azure Rays turn to ban.
Azure Ray versus BetBoom Team. Game 2.
Got some cheers from the crowd there. They're just hyped to see some more dough to keep the action rolling here. So for game 2, we've talked about some potential changes. Straight up, BetBoom don't have first pick, right? They're going to have this reaction for themselves. It is going to be Azure. I would expect a few changes in the bans for themselves then, but hopefully what you keep talking about, Effie, is that they're able to get that initiator, someone tanky for pure in the off lane as their first pick. Would you want to do that?
I mean, if it's one of the highly contested meta heroes like Centaur or Spirit Breaker, then absolutely first phase it. But if those heroes are taken out of the pool, I think they should just go for the meta picks that are still available. But you can have more creative initiating heroes for Pure. I mean, we saw Team Spirit very effectively play Axe. We saw them very effectively play Night Stalker. And those two heroes do fill the same vein in leading the tempo of a game. And Pure is a good Axe player. He's not a bad Axe player by any means.
Yeah, I really like what Effie said there, actually. I think if you get a meta hero, you can pick it early for Pure, but if you don't, maybe you can wait a bit to give him a better matchup, and you get these matchups on like these NS, the Axe. Like these heroes are a bit more greedy. The reason why they're not as meta is because they're normally easier to punish. But if you pick it a bit later in your draft, and you commit more resources in the draft to it, then you're going to have a good lane for Pure, and then they'll be able to pressure that way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. Like they decided to go for the road with the Chaos Knight as well, like for this game, and I mean it's looking pretty nice because they banned the Spirit Breaker and Centaur, so there's a X and an S opportunity for sure.
I think right here they can think their second pick right now. They've got the CK. I think they should leave their offlane and carry flex to the 24, and then you can sort of see, because CK is a hero that does what Effie was talking about. He's tanky, he has a strong lane, he can be a pure hero from the offlane, and that way they can focus his next man for GPK's hero in the second phase, and sort of play with the idea that they're not going to know how to counter the CK. They overcommit in the offlane, we're just going to put it in the safe lane, stuff like this.
I wonder what this Naga ban is about.
I think it's generally just a CK counter from carry. Like if you have a carry or offlane CK, the Naga illusions are pretty good, and honestly Naga's a really high DPS hero. CK doesn't have any AoE for her.
makes sense.
They banned it in the last game as well after picking up the Chaos Knight, so seems to just be a response if they're able to get that in the first phase picks for themselves.
So Willow finally comes out. I mean, Willow is a hero that's been popular throughout the entirety of the road to TI up until now because she's so strong as a support, and now there is the flex to carry that we see, which is really potent against Muerta, whose flex is still open. But even, let's say this were a CK Dark Willow side lane, if this were the offlane for Betboom, this is a very high kill threat offlane. So even if that's revealed early on, I do like the adjustments here made from Betboom.
All right, Rezel, so just hypothetically, this Muerta Tusk safe lane. What lane would you want to play versus this? Because I was trying to think the other day about like what beats this safe lane, and I could not come up with a single thing.
I think it's pretty hard. I think the only way I can see, like not even winning, but managing to deal with it is like picking some Darkseer lane and just keep cutting waves and, you know.
But you're trying to split them up, like make sure they can't use a tag team.
Yes. I think it's just way too hard to straight up win that.
I was thinking like whether you could like try to pull waves and stuff, but the thing is like Tuskar's sort of annoying when you're trying to pull waves. Like he starts tag team and hitting you, you take a lot of damage. If he gets
and Muerta can connect, right?
Yeah, Muerta's really fast to connect. And you just can't fight into the safe lane. I mean, a lot of teams are not putting in the safe lane, but it's just like when you have these two heroes, you have the option. Again, with the Dawnbreaker Tuskar, another very stable lane for them, I think. I think this lane just gives them the option, from what I've seen, to play away from the offlane. Like Chalice is one of those players where he's actually pretty happy if his other two lanes are going well, and he's just like doing his own thing. Dawnbreaker lets him join up just off level, so he doesn't have to have too much farm. And, you know, that frees up FY's game, who I think, from what I've seen, is like one of the best roamers, I mean, as always. But he's been roaming really well through the qualifiers and this tournament.
Did Azure Ray play ever like position 5 Muerta? I think it's pretty strict that is going to be the carry hero, right?
They have played it post 5, 4 and 5.
They have?
This tournament, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's a really good pick for them then. Every time you add these flexes for a hero like Muerta, it just increases the value. Because like look at Betboom, they're trying to draft a hero, they don't know what they want to counter right now. They feel like, okay, we can put the CK versus Dawn, you know? Nightfall is probably happy with how the lane went, you know, he has good farm, but you don't know what the next hero you counter is if you have this, you know, this is supposed to be one of your stronger picks.
But on the other hand, for Betboom, you get this Phoenix plus Willow, which I believe are their two strongest supports in this patch right now that you can build into your draft early on. Like your team fight is going to be impeccable. You have scaling all the way up until late game. You have catch with the Willow and the Chaos Knight, who hopefully gets an earlier blink based on what we saw last game. And you also still have the flex potential of that Willow open. So I do like what Betboom have, regardless of Azure Ray's flexes being open. I think they would be able to respond to it accordingly. These are two strong side lane supports.
I can see what you said with the blink on CK, just something like CK with a blink or a mid hero offlane that like actually forces a fight. I feel like the shortcoming, yeah, Void does it really well. I feel like the shortcoming of this Kunkka in the offlane is the fact that like X is a very slow initiation. I think you mentioned, Rezo, like this is a follow-up hero. You don't want to start the fight. It takes a long time to get into position, to get their saves off, etc. If you have something to force this into the Phoenix and Willow team fight, then I think, you know, they just added the Faceless Void. There's a lot for Azure Ray to fight through.
And this Void is really cool to me because if this is a Tusk plus Dawnbreaker offlane, Void is one of the heroes that can play into that, right? If they use their combo with the Attack Team plus Starbreaker, you time walk off the damage. If you get trapped in shards, you can jump out of it, and you have a strong support in Phoenix to back you up. So all of a sudden, this really scary lane in Tusk and Dawn seems countered. And of course, you have this massive team fight potential coming out with your Egg into Terrorize, into Chronosphere. You also have a way to play into the Muerta because when she ultis or BKBs, you can just chrono her and opt to hit her team instead.
Yeah, as you can see, the Betboom values GPK here way more than Pure here, and they kind of decided that they don't really need this flex to be the very end, you know, to keep it to the very end. I mean, for the Dawnbreaker, there's like one build that I enjoy when I was playing him against the Void, which is like just Russian Aghanim's, you know, or like going like Reeves Aghanim's, and it reveals a lot of like, you know, this Void aggression with Phoenix.
Azure Ray taking a long time for the last pick, trying to potentially decide how much of this Muerta flex they want to reveal.
I think it is just like sort of your most important pick from first pick. It's a pick that's like your strongest. You have 18 on the draft order, and they go with the Luna, so that means it's probably a Muerta, I would say probably Muerta 4 and Tuskar 5. Not too sure. They could flex the supports a bit. But I think Luna has sort of shown herself as like a very stable laner. We saw in the Liquid Gladiator series, both times that Meke picked it up, like he was able to do really well, like even against really strong lanes.
It also gives them tempo, right? If this Luna has a good lane, they can just play around their Somnus hero, whatever it is, and just take buildings. Similarly to what they did in that first game, they forced Batboom to fight into them. However, though, this time around, it seems like Batboom have much better tools into fighting into them. Like, if they do decide to 5-man really early with this Luna and go for an objective, all of a sudden you're worried about the Chronosphere threat, you're worried about the Supernova, you're worried about the Bedlam coming out from Willow.
But I think this time for Bedboom, they have slightly weaker lanes compared to the first game. Because this Luna Tusk seems like a very strong lane, like especially Dawnbreaker and Muerta. I think it's a very good matchup against Void as well, and Phoenix.
Does that mean that both teams right now looking to mid laners to round out their drafts, to bring it all together? Who's going to be revealing first? Azure as well. They're going to have to picking out of this spanning phase.
I think they'll look for a hero that lets them set up the Dawnbreaker ulti. They just want somebody to start some fights for them. Is Earth Spirit in the pool? I think Earth Spirit can be good if they have enough bans. Honestly, like the Dazzle's still in the pool, so it makes a lot of these melee heroes hard to pick. And there's also the TA. These are the two heroes that it's hard to pick melee heroes against. But honestly, I don't way with banning Dazzle into picking one of these melee initiators.
I love the Dazzle suggestion, actually. I think it fits Azure lineup very well.
Yeah, actually, they could do Dazzle themselves. The hero doesn't really lose many mid matchups, right?
Oh, the puck.
It is a hero that sort of sets up for the Dawnbreaker. It is, from what I know, a bit susceptible to some counter picks this patch, because the hero starts with 0 armor, it doesn't trade that well. But it's, you know, I think it's one of Somnus' Siggy's. He's going to have a lot of impact with it and scales really well.
I wonder if GPK saw the Quinn's game and thinking about Void Spirit now. Looks like a pretty good
idea. You know, one of the builds that's been happening for Puck is like they get the Maelstrom eggs into Mjolnir late game, and the hero will actually carry fights really hard with the Aghanims.
He does.
It might be something that they look into this game, because you have all the Temple from the Luna, the Dawnbreaker, all these heroes, but they will get outscaled by this Faceless Void unless you have more scale.
I mean, once again, Azure lineup have like 2 saves to protect their Luna. They have like very good timings to push the high ground with the Aegis. And for Bedboom, they need to, like, I think they need to find a way to catch this puck and like make some stuff happen on the map.
And I
because
like
those 2 cores are going to be farming.
I like Earth Spirit or Tiny for Bedboom. Just some kind of a melee stun hero. I mean, the DK, we forgot about him, but that was the classic Puck matchup. I think that if you have some strong frontline hero to set up for these Chronos, you know, suck some damage to yourself, and just have a stun to play off of with your team, all of a sudden you're not so dependent, if you're Bedboom, on these really long cooldowns, on these Supernovas, and on these Chronospheres. And this is a traditional counter pick mid, so I do like the DK.
We were talking about this in the Gladiators Liquid series, right? We're like, oh, they could go DK, but no one's playing him. What do you know? Elimination game, pick the DK. I think usually what this hero suffers from is usually a lot of the 4s and 5s have too much damage from early. Like, imagine like Bedboom supports playing DK against this. But the supports on Azure are actually not that high damage for a long time. So he's going to get away with doing this DK unless Chalice gets a good ulti on him.
I love this DK pack as well, because of their supports. Like, they have such a good damage just to follow up, and they have like these 3 heroes that can run around and do stuff in the game. And they have both cores in the side lane just free farming.
Yeah, for me, both drafts are quite even. Like, I see the strengths of them and the weaknesses of them, and the weaknesses of Bedbooms are, you know, like Roman mentioned, the side lanes are weaker. They're a little bit cooldown dependent, and DK can get bursted on early in the game, but they have overwhelming team fight. The team with overwhelming team fight on main stage TI, I can never bet against them.
Alrighty, we got another coach interview to go over to before we jump into game number 2.
Hello, I'm sure you heard this joke before. A Spanish man and Chinese man walk over to Lanham, the well-endowed. Let's ask him about this draft. Lanham, last game, everyone was on the edge of the seats. We didn't know what was going to happen. Were you feeling the same, or were you confident in your team's abilities the whole time?
国主你好，就是前面一把观众们都看了心惊胆战，就想问你当时是怎么样的一种感受呢？
我也心惊胆战。
It was the same for me.
Okay. Now, I've been learning some of the Chinese memes, right? So, last game, it looked like a max muscle kind of game, yes? Is this game going to also be a max muscle game for you guys?
前面一把可以算是肌肉刀塔，但拉得满。
这个得看选手怎么打，好吧？其实上把对面我感觉打得挺憋的。
It depends on how our players are going to play it out, because I think last game the opponents kind of made a lot of mistakes as well.
Okay. One last flex as we send it over. We're ready for this game. Can we hear the stage roar for China? There you go!
Okay, make with the killing!
And Somnus going to be playing a very different game compared to the previous one. Necrophos, you're just constantly in their faces, and they're sort of like dealing with you and trying to damage you the whole time, and you're just healing through it. Somnus now has to play a little bit more of the cat and mouse game of just don't get caught.
Yeah, one catch and he's dead. All 3 cores have a way to stun you for multiple seconds, and Chrono and stun from the 2 other strength cores, and the subs have really high damage. The Dark Willow has damage on the DK stun, the Phoenix has Sunray for damage, so anytime he gets caught, he might die if FY is not there to save him.
Well, the other thing that I can sort of talk about here as well is going to be, you know, a lot of people talk about the new type of DK build, and people thought that it was you that ran it first, Gunnar, but you told me there was actually Moo. This was originally Moo's build, the Manta Aghanim's. Do you think it's a good game for it here?
Yeah, it was something that we cooked up together, and so he told me to buy it, and I bought it first, so, you know, we both take mutual credit for that.
Okay, I like it.
The Manta, I think, is really good for how the meta plays out right now because it's very slow. It's hard to hit high ground.
Oh.
Fair fire.
Not even close. Sorry, observe.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Keep them on their toes.
And so,
that is on you. Unbelievable.
It's debatable.
Somnus is going to go down. Level 3 DK finding that kill. Interesting.
This is looking hard. The Puck game where he got kind of picked earlier is also really bad. The Puck also died, I think, 3 times. That in the laning stage to ganks to the Void Spirit, so Puck, I think, is starting to get more value because of the Axe build that people have been cooking up. And now that it's getting countered with, you know, the standard counter from back in the day, it's kind of one of those things where when you counter the meta with the off meta here like Puck, you feel really good because people are still picking meta. But then when they adapt to it, it might not be as strong.
Now, it's a decent point there as well if they're having to make that adaptation and it's still working out for them. And so far, it's absolutely wrecking mid.
Perhaps the most terrifying adaptation is seeing the confidence of FY to give someone else Tusk in this game.
That surprised me.
That's so much pressure on Tian Ming. Like, can you imagine being FY is just like, you will play Tusk.
You miss a snowball save.
Yeah, you miss one, and that's it.
They're off for forever. No, FY wanting to try the new tech, though, on that Muerta. Which, to be fair, I feel like if you're going to give a lot of net worth to somebody in this game on the supports for Azure, I'd want to be the Muerta. That hero seemed ridiculous at various points.
Yeah, FY Muerta as well. He plays pretty much like a carry. He ends up taking over the map in the early game. He goes like Atos, constantly gets catches across the map, gets kills. And the second that you feel scared of him, he just farms. And then he gets a Gleipnir or Shadow Blade, and then he starts becoming just a regular carry.
Up top, in trouble. Tian Ming gonna go down.
Like I said.
Well played. 2 kills already at this early going. Pure did take some damage from that one, but so far, things going better for BetBoom, particularly these mid lane matchup where, God, Somnus is just taking a beating. GPK is in his face.
That's a bit of a tough one there. Now the Muerta doing work, so looking on getting some scaling there. Helps out Chalice with the kill. And likewise, though, of course, they do have this Willow for save. So it's a very similar idea heading into that late game. We have scaling 4s that can get this crazy amount of damage where they suddenly become another ridiculous core in this match. So you don't necessarily feel super great. Oh, easy. Wow. Going late to either team, in a sense. You know, there's terrifying things on both sides.
Yeah, both supports to buy minus.
Oh, perfect.
So we can have a fun game incoming.
You love that for Rob. Great.
Oh, see, now that's one thing. The Tusk Dawnbreaker doesn't care about Shadow Realm. Luna, not so lucky. Nothing you can do there.
That's a good point. Something that will be an issue for them as this goes on. Nightfall somewhat low in this bottom lane. Needs to be careful about a salvo of skills coming out if they manage to find the calling in a good position with Chalice. It could be a burst potential, but obviously he'll be aware of that and playing measured and pretty far back, I would imagine.
I think the first big move we're going to see is the Tusk probably will rotate on this 5 minutes each bot. They'll take the gate, kind of do a little wraparound on the Phoenix.
Oh, well, go on the Phoenix early. The dead shot's there. It's not enough for the kill. Did use a lot of the mana there in those heroes.
Thomas is getting bullied mid.
Yeah, that is really feeling like the story of the match. Doubled up on CS. 11 denies, too, is the one that really hurts. And
level 6 already.
Yeah, level 6 to 4.5.
Oh, yeah, that hurts. I mean, we saw this tower go down really early on, and I guess this has kind of been, you know, the turnaround that they're hoping for. Give GPK a better lane.
And the nice thing is the supports on Azure don't really have the damage to chew through a Dragonite in this early game, so even if they come mid, they don't have the coil, they don't have the damage, and you can just hit the tower for free.
Oh, nice play. Double Bramble, and then pulls him into another one. Tianming low. Will it be enough for the kill, though? Slowed and needs to get range, needs to get vision, hides behind it. Now the Luna keeps him alive. Instead, they turn on to Lul. Find him for a 1-second stun. Tianming doesn't die. Oh, wait a minute. I have spoken too soon. He doesn't die, but the Luna did.
It's even worse.
Yeah,
he tries to help his buddy out.
A Bramble left too.
Oh, man.
The big thing from it, the 6 rune.
Covering it already. GPK there. Going to be an invis taken away, so no refill for Somnus.
He's just trying to farm these waves and not die ever so desperately.
I'm so scared for him.
Dun 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 dun
the body block?
Got him.
He loses more than half his HP from a single stun.
Every stun.
Oh, up top, actually Trouble and Dead. Saw it there on the picture-in-picture. Managed to find the kill on Tianming in the end. Lil has to run away.
These Chaos Knight lanes, every time, it just he has so much sustain, so much go, just a stun. He has everything just built into his kit in the early game. And so last game was kind of nullified because he was versus such a strong lane in the Dawn Tusk and he was in the safe lane. Now he's the off laner and the carries are always weak.
Look at this though, they have them wearing here with Phoenix in behind 3v3.
Making a move, anticipating this, and Pure, he's in trouble, but still, they lose Lul, and Pure gets away. Oh, this is not what Azure were hoping for. More people brought in from BetBoom. Every early move has been into their favor, and this is on the top of GPK. He's taking this tower at 7 minutes again.
Yeah,
not even 6 yet.
Yeah, the kills went the way of BetBoom in the first game as well, but it was not this devastating in terms of the lane.
Dude, just swipes them down. GPK is having a hell of a game.
All right, first DK game of the tournament, but hopefully not the last, it looks like.
You think Dire's
Looking that way.
fortification will work, Dix?
Great game. He's going to get this Blink Dagger online. The Dark Willow will probably get to take mid now. He'll probably rotate top on the Dragonite. Dark Willow takes mid, gets an early 6. And then with the Bedlam and the Blink Dagger, they just get kills across the map off cooldown.
The last time he was meta, she couldn't just put Bedlam on top of him. You know, that's pretty cool. Nice new combo that he gets to try out here on the Dragonite.
Yeah, it provides so much damage without committing the Dark Willow. And you can just pre-click in on the Blink, have an instant burst, and every hero will die to that in the early game.
Especially this poor Puck here.
Especially the poor Puck.
Just figure out what he needs to go for, because right now Puck has queued up Treads because he's that far behind, but then the Witchblade too, which is obviously what we've seen a lot from Puck when he gets played. But in this game, that's going to be a long window where these instant stuns can wreck him. So Somnus going to have to play around some dangerous territory.
Just wait.
Certainly feels like a lot of space is going to be opening up here for Nightfall as well. Yeah, his last hits aren't too ridiculous or anything, but it's going to be very hard to try and pressure him and also give Somnus some sort of a game.
He shows for a second, and GK walks over towards him and says, yeah, you're not getting any of these last hits.
I do like the switch that they did in the draft on side of BetBoom, where instead of the CK just tanking this Dawn Tusk lane, they move the CK to off lane and they pick a Void, which is even better. You have pretty much no pressure, so the Tusk moves to 5.
Yeah.
Because they know they can't touch the Void with the Ice Shards. And you know the CK will have a good lane too. So now, pretty much instead of last game where I would say they had 2 losing lanes, or an even lane and a losing lane, now they have 2 winning lanes. And so their lanes are so stable now that even last game, they were at the same kill score. They were 6-1 at this point in the game, but they didn't have this gold lead.
Yeah, and they were the ones losing towers.
Yeah.
You know, you have this Pugna just running around, knocking things down.
And now they have the Dragonite.
Yep.
So everything's kind of flipped in the side of BetBoom, I would say, except for the kills. The BetBoom still have the kills, so everything just going BetBoom's way right now.
Well, they have this Chrono here too. Kind of threatening a bit, but in behind is Tianming on the Tusk.
They go for one, tries to find Nightfall. He's, ooh,
has a jump.
Still manages to get some separation there. And with Save showing up, it should be enough to run down Tianming, who does get rooted again. Sure. Go for it.
Yeah, Card doesn't want to commit in. Didn't have actually the Tomahawk back up anyway, so no options here. And now Somnus, maybe with some weakened heroes, could find something. Has an arcane rune here too.
Blessings.
Desperate times.
Would be exactly what he needs to get involved in this fight and make something happen.
But I mean, that's a Treads Blink Bracer DK.
It's
like,
not
if
gonna
you don't know where he is, you're in so much trouble.
Dude. You don't even kill him if you know where he is.
Yeah.
What the hell?
And he already has the glove for his Midas too.
He's so farmed.
Yeah, now I think the Dark Willow is also level 6 already, so they can fight.
If they get him, that's what they needed. Nightfall goes down, dive away, but then the turn looks for one. The heal is going to be there from the Dawnbreaker, keeping him alive. Somnus in far. It's going to fall. Managed to bring down that pesky puck, and Chalice is in no man's land.
Nice.
We'll try and go for the kill on the Toronto Tokyo. Manages to find a GPK low on mana, but you're moving in. A big DD fear pulls him back in for closer damage, and another kill, 8-3.
All right, well, Chrono goes down, and not too successful there for Nightfall, but they get the cleanup there. A mop and bucket of DK and CK show up. Stampeding Knights coming through.
Well, and of course, the big winner in all of this is going to be Lul on the other side, who, at least on the side of Azure, that gets some free time to himself. Still feeling a little bit tough for this squad in general. Save. Up close. I think that Azure just making sure that they can farm somewhat safely in this.
Stacks there for the Ancients as well, of course, with Luna on the team. Not sure if GPK has scouted those out yet. Assume he probably did, with it being daytime.
Coil. Snaps it. Wants to run away. Chalice is there, and with help, that is going to be Save going down as he steps a bit too far. So Azure, another kill on the board.
These are really important. The mid lane, once you lose your tower, is really scary. You have to bring heroes to push the lane out, because if you don't, it's so much vision that you lose, so much farm that you lose. And so they do bring the right amount of heroes. They bring 3 heroes, they kill the Dark Willow, who's playing too far up, and it's actually allowing them to continue the map. I think if they didn't do that move, and the dodges went fought like normal, everything starts to crumble for them.
Yeah, they have some defensive vision there as well, sort of like help out and try and keep this puck safe, because they want to keep an eye on this DK. Knowing how frightening that can be.
I would like to see GPK make an aggressive move at some point to this top tower. I think they have the ability to take it for free almost, but he's choosing to be a little more defensive. He wants to farm this Midas. He wants to, pair up with the Nightfall Midas for the 2 Midas timing. And I think they do feel confident going late. They have 3 carries effectively on all of their lanes. So the Dark Willow, we've seen Save also go carry mode in a lot of their late games. So not worried. They can go late game and just don't need to give these kills away.
So
the puck.
Here's my question: what's a lineup where BetBoom don't feel confident going late?
I don't feel like they always draft for late. That's the key.
Their style.
They pick 3 cores in all 3 lanes that are all carries. Save also ends up playing a carry. Maybe he was techies, right?
Yeah.
Can't really carry on techies. Dark Willow though, you can carry.
Oh yeah.
So,
Toronto Tokyo plays some like mega scaling support,
Undying,
or Phoenix. Yep.
Also buys a Midas sometimes.
Yep. Yeah. Gets his eggs on tree.
Here's the move. GPK smoked up.
Scanning for enemies.
About to be done with that
Dire's
Midas
top
himself,
tower
but
has
still
some
willing to
radiant
get a little bit active.
He shows himself.
There's Lul immediately there, has it on top. The heal coming though. Will it be enough to keep alive Lul? No. BK kind of in no man's land. Snowball able to dodge a couple of spells. Somnus is there. Do they have enough? The Chrono connects onto everybody. Not sure if there's actually that much damage to throw in. They drop the coil, and then the fear connecting, trying to separate. Chalice dropped down low, killed by Save, and BetBoom. They take down 3. Not a single hero falls.
Everything just in sync there, coming through. I mean, GVK, kind of a risky rotation in the sense that he had like no mana. He had to wait for wand charges or get off his second spell, then engagement, and then perfectly timed with the Chrono coming through. Everything in sync for BetBoom.
Really nice rotation, taking the gate on the Void, so he was able to get a really nice Chrono. It looks a little weird because he chronoed a lot of his teammates, but it breaks up the fight. A nice fear from the Dark Willow just pushes everyone back, and they have so much HP. The Dragon Knight's just so far ahead. The Chaos Knight's also far ahead that this limited damage, I think, from Puck and the supports of Azure is kind of really showing in this early game.
As well as having like a Luna, right? Who, you don't have this like, Eclipse ever early on since you're going for this like, farming build. So even if you had to manage to get off like before the Chrono or something, it's just not enough. You can just feel how weak the coil is. Well, man, not surprising that if you're stunned once, you're dead.
I mean, and again, he's still just trying to finish off that Witchblade. Like, broke as a joke doesn't even begin to describe it. Or this poor old Puck right now. I mean, he's still going to be able to make things happen if they can be the first ones to get the jump, but that just hasn't been what's happening. And Tianming runs into Save, will get rooted there. I mean, is going to have a snowball to try and survive a bit longer. No help nearby. This is going to be the rundown walrus punch. Well, no. Maybe. Yeah, maybe running. Yeah, he's gone.
Square root of the Yeah, you know, more space for the cores. Get maybe one more camp out of that juke there.
Thankfully, again, they do have the Dawn, which I think is one of the better heroes at collecting the whole map, because you can always show up to any fight. But I think they really need to find a way to connect the puck and the supports on a solo hero. They always end up finding, like, taking a more defensive fight where they get jumped first and they have to make sure they survive before they can do damage. And I don't think that's really going to work out for them right now. But if they get this jump, they get a coil on a solo void and the Dawn ults in, they have the damage to kill these heroes.
Yeah, it just has to be coil and solar guardian for sure. That'd be the only way. And the walrus punch, of course, will be very helpful. So that's probably what they're going to do right now. He's got 2 smokes.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Tank
attack.
here on the top, so hasn't pulled them out yet, so maybe... Oh, I see. A little bit of bottle work here. Gotta help out Somnus.
Witchblade's also finished, so it's like I would say it's their peak right now. The next like 5 or so minutes won't really give them any more strength. The blink on puck won't really change anything. The Luna's going to keep farming, so they really need to get a kill in the next minute or 2, I think, before the Dragon Knight starts to get too big for them.
Yeah, Tamming does sneak a ward down mid. Just runs on through and gets it down. Not spotted, so that's pretty huge for them. Also, there is vision for Bet Boom here, though. Tamming goes through.
And again, going to be left behind.
But the Kobold de-warding, doing work.
Makes the work happen. They're actually going to leave him to be and instead kill the Kobold.
No!
I mean, is that like a sort of BM kill? They let you go and they come and take your Kobold instead?
You know what? Long way turn around.
Oh, this is the pet shot. Good they needed. That one hurts.
Somnus was so close as well. Now he's stunned up. Somnus!
Oh my goodness. They're going to find another. Tries to jump away. FY there to help his buddy, but no! Nightfall comes in with the chrono. They're going to bring down the Muerta to boot. 3 heroes dead. And maybe even a 4th. Chalice is caught. They're dropping the egg on the low ground. Nothing is going good for Azure in this game number 2.
Oh, I love that he doesn't even give him a chance. Just drops the chrono, catches on 2. Easy clean up there with a double. 17-4 right now for Bet Boom.
Bet Boom are coming in with a lot of action in this game too. It feels like whatever problems happen in the draft, this one they've completely solved it. Is it just the laning stage that sort of changed it up, or is it also the team fight towards his mid game?
Well, as a serial puck hater,
okay,
you know, this is the problem with the hero, right? I mean, for sure, if you do get into a bad matchup, you get into a situation where you can't do anything on the map, you just feel like this giant liability. As the hero, over time, the damage hasn't scaled with the overall tank ability of all heroes to the same level. So, like, you just need way more help on this hero than maybe you used to. And when you don't get that help, or if you struggle so much in your lane that you're the liability, then the game just gets really hard really fast.
I would also say Bet Boom is probably one of the strongest lane teams in the world, if not the strongest. So when you give them all these counterpick lanes, you have a CK in a free lane, you have a Dragon Knight in a free lane, you have a Void counterpick lane against a Dawnbreaker. Like, what more do you want to ask for as this team? Like, they're going to win your lanes, you're going to snowball the game, and if they keep the momentum rolling, this game might not last long enough for Azure to have a chance.
But you know, these games, they have tended to manage to last long. You can't count on anyone. We have seen larger comebacks in several matches so far at TI, where I look at the screen like, oh, this game's over. This game's not looking good. You know, I take a walk around the arena, you come back, and it's swung 14K the other way. So those are the kind of hopes and dreams that Azure will be aspiring towards here.
Well, and it does feel like oftentimes those have happened off the back of solid team fights or an overextension or something else like that. And maybe that's a situation where if, you know, Nightfall with a chrono, then you can look for some smoke play or something from Azure. But will that even need to be dropped down for the team fights to be won? Definitely feels like it's a little bit of hide and seek as Azure tried to set up to claim this bottom tier 1 tower. With Deso done on Chalice, it should finish rather rapidly.
We've also seen a lot of Luna games where the early game is a little slow, but she hits some point where she doesn't die. The new Shard is really, really strong, and I think it's honestly undervalued. Even in the games, you don't feel like it's going to do that much, but it's damage reduction, and it's also just constant right clicks in a circle around her, and she's versus 3 melee cores, assuming, you know, Dragon Knight's
Look at that. Now that is an interesting decision as they're going to sneak right on in, and with FY Pierce the Veil and of course tag team, Roche down to half HP already.
No idea.
Yeah, these are the exact kind of sneaky plays you have to make, right?
Oh yeah.
If you want to get back into the game like this. It's not so much about you having it, it's about them not having it.
Even the gold from it just matters so much. Being able to like have one core, be able to farm a little more aggressively.
They scan it, but it's a little too late.
Azure claim the Aegis for themselves as Toronto Tokyo finishes the Midas, which by the way we're at 3 now.
Okay,
and they're all in one team.
And the other support has a Philly Stone. So yeah, there's a lot coming online. They're gearing up for the late game, even though they already have a substantial lead.
And as they start moving forward here, the smoke swell Pure, of course, having this Shadow Blade, as well as a Yule's initiation here from Save too, so anyone can be caught rather quickly.
They just need to find any hero.
Yeah. Oh.
My shows. Wave that bounty rune. It's gonna cost you your life. 2 seconds stun. He done.
Void might find something top if Mercer's not a little careful, but FI will be fine.
Yeah, gotta grab the lotuses, stack them up, get that block of cheese later.
Well,
Gunnar, is it gonna happen? Are we ever gonna get a block of cheese? Have you ever even mentioned it in one of your games? Has anyone ever been like, yo guys, I'm going block of cheese?
I think we were the first team in DPC to make a block of cheese in a game.
Oh, okay. All right, that's good.
I don't know. I don't want to quote that, but we made it in one game.
Right, in one DPC match. I don't think we've had one on LAN yet.
I don't think so either. It just hurts too much to be able to not want to use them.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Using them matters a lot in these fights, especially for the supports, where you don't want to commit everything and they pop the chi or the lotus and you feel like you just wasted everything. So it ends up just being unrealistic to save your lotuses for that long.
Dude,
and when the
you're
game
crushing dreams right now.
Okay.
I know, it's so...
Yeah, guys, give it like 10 more minutes and we'll get like 3 of them.
All right, I like that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just lie to us.
Yeah.
That's what we want.
Okay.
All the lotuses. By the way, we are now going to quickly be approaching a 4th Midas on Bet Boom. Save had 4-step queued up and decided, nope, we're going the other way.
He just clicked around.
I know.
Saw his allies like, oh, you guys are doing that, huh?
All right, I guess that's the play.
But another objective, knocked down here. Nobody dying to the Tormentor as well. Very well played by Azure Ray. Okay,
so they got the experience rune.
Yep.
So, you know, it's usually in these situations where a team is really far ahead. At 20 minutes, they'll make a move. They'll take Tormentor, take your XP rune, and that's when the game feels almost over. You lose so much, you lose all the gold experience, you have nowhere on the map to go, they're outside your base. But thankfully, they actually take those objectives for themselves, so they keep moving the game forward. And that's what they need to do, just make small steps, keep playing the game. The longer until you lose, the more chance you have to win.
And it has felt like it has been like almost a little passive there from BetBoom in some of these moments. Like this idea of how long GBK spent farming just the Midas in his own jungle, not rotating up top, and then not going for the super aggressive play of like trying to punish the Tormentor in the Wizard Room at 20 like we have seen several teams do. It is really interesting. Like, they kind of just like controlled. You're seeing them buy all these Midases. Feels like they kind of have this mindset of just like chill. I really don't want to give them any opportunity here on Azure Ray.
Oh yeah. Well, and the other thing too is that, I mean, yeah, it's an 8K gold lead. In terms of fighting strength with 0 Midases on the side of Azure Ray, I wonder if there actually is going to be a window where they take like a solid fight with Luna Aura and all this other stuff where they can actually win it.
Yeah, you're down on Midas gold in that sense, and they have the Aura.
Oh no.
Oh.
Whoa, they didn't see it.
Dire are scanning
Nightfall knows.
Nightfall, he knows. Hey, Toast, leave me alone. I don't want to be here anymore. FY tries to jump away. Here's the Veil. Okay, meanwhile, down bottom. Oh, they try and turn this, but the fear, the timing of that one was so nice, and they run in with a hook, immediately get stunned.
Yeah, FY just leaves.
They have the perfect answer. Somnus tries to get away, but Save is all on top of him. Pure tries to run out also, as they focus their efforts onto Lul, pull him back in, kill that hero too.
But FY lived.
FY did look.
FY
So we're going for the positives here.
He forced a 4v4, and they tried their best.
And no chrono. Yeah, some opportunities. Unfortunately, not able to connect on what they needed though. And it's immediately back into just choking out the lanes and pushing up here. As GBK is closing in on Aghanim extremely close, just like 300 gold away now.
It's also going to be perfect timing with level 18, which is really, when you really want the Ag. Because before it's okay, you get the Frost, but once you
it feels terrible.
Yeah, once you get level 4
awful.
Dragon, that's where it starts being really strong.
Giant guy, he's ready. About to have it done at that Aghanim Scepter. Of course, the other thing to watch for here is going to be that next Aegis. So 3 minutes until it's capable of respawning. Still a ways away. Know what it's going to be, but yeah, it's just been all Bet Boom this entire game, it's felt like. Chalice along with Tian Ming decides to go for the easier kill, and he dies very quickly. Bet Boom. It up.
Where do you go for Azure Ray? It's really hard to find a really nice location to go just to farm. You don't even want to fight at this point. You don't. You never want to say like, we can kill this guy. You can't. So it's how to find ways to farm so you can kill people. I think FY is honestly doing a really good job at still being on the map, forcing out heroes, farming, but
no, he's fine. Charlie, he's fine, right, guys?
Yeah, he can farm at his tier 2. what could go wrong?
Dire's top tower is under
Gonna have to start cutting some waves, it feels like, maybe, for Somnus.
It's so scary. You have to cut waves versus 3 different cores who can kill you from the fog. A support who honestly might be able to kill from the fog and save.
Yeah, with the evil, so...
Are you gonna... You're just gonna risk it? And you probably have to.
Yeah.
You have to do these moves that are just risky, because if you don't, you just kind of sit back and let yourself lose.
And look how fast they're just on this as well, like coming back, checking out.
There's a sentry.
Shadow Blade.
Yeah, they know.
But maybe it'll be okay.
With his Invis rune.
Oh, they're bringing numbers. They want to set up onto Pure. Interesting. So if he sticks around, this Invis rune might actually end up making the difference. Okay, or it won't. Or it really, really won't at all. They force rotations and then everybody runs away.
If he had have gone the other direction though, like he goes off to the east instead, like they probably just clean him up.
Would have been pretty cool. Not going to be the case this time. Backs out. Going to jaunt away. Then the call is maybe push down mid a bit. We'll see if they get the D ward onto this. Yeah, they're going to move in and get it.
Trying to get sneaky though. Luna Shadow Blade out next for FY as well. Doing their best.
Maximum creep cutting available, and yeah, you can see the item that Somnus has queued up next. It's going to be that Lincoln Sphere. He needs a way to not just like immediately die.
Yeah, and so the second Rosh is coming up, as we were saying earlier. The second Rosh is it's like the game closing one. If you're going to end the game before 50 minutes, it's on second Rosh. And so Azure did a really good job at taking the first one. It's really sneaky, but I don't think Betboom will let them get in that situation again.
No, and they obviously like cleaned it up nice and early too, so you're gonna get this good timing.
Yeah, they're gonna get this like 27-minute Rosh probably around, and that's a really nice timing. You can chill for 2-3 minutes, and then you go to 30-minute siege.
Oh, he's going right for loop. He's not even stopping. All right,
stop.
Yeah, he sees the shard, and he's like, okay, never mind. You know?
Meanwhile, oh no, it's up. It's hunting Nightfall. Get anybody. Chalice went up to the high ground instead, so they get some separation there. Lua is still staying farmed on this Luna. He's, right along lines with that Faceless Void, but it's the rest of his squad that just doesn't really do that much. And Puck in particular, Somnus, that has had a really tough time of it.
It's so hard to recover on this hero. I feel like when you see Pucks maximizing their net worth, it's because they have full control over their own jungle and can do all the little double orbs, or they're like hitting every single camp constantly over and over.
Or stealing the enemy camp, so even if their net worth is the same, the enemy has lower. So it just looks like they have more gold. And this game, he's not really able to do anything. I think the DK pick really shut him down. Similar to the Void we saw earlier today, where they just pick these heroes that go on the puck and don't let you play the game.
That's not something that you see that often for Somnus. 1-9-2 right now on the Tusk. And every time we see a DK, the crowd goes wild for some reason. They love it.
This was a really fast Roshan. I think it was a 6-second respawn time.
Oh,
I imagine. Are they going to go through?
No, they're thinking about it.
Imagine.
Mid lane? Oh, they're not going to do anything there. Somnus is still hanging out. Going to try and cut this wave, but
they're actually going to find it.
So one thing Azure is doing really good is they're still farming the map. FY is getting his gold. Everyone is kind of getting what they need from the map. It's not as much as Betboom, and it's not as much as they would like, but they're not letting themselves loose. They're doing what they have to do, and just constantly farming.
Here's this great positioning.
He jumped. Is he dead? He's in trouble and gone. 3 heroes caught by the fear, but there is not enough follow-up. They jump in with GPK, tries to get the stun, the damage in, Chalice there for the heal. Manta dodge, not going to be enough. Godlike from Pure as they chase down Chalice. He too will die. They get 1 kill, but it cost them a lot. So Azure Ray, they will lose 4. Betboom. Clear path towards high ground if they want it.
Man, this is exactly what Betboom did in their series versus Virtus Pro. It was the exact same thing, right? Like, when they have this lead, and then you think, okay, they're going to make this good play. They get this snipe, and every single time is immediately punished. Like, they're always so ready to back each other up in these games.
Also, you just know that it's the right play, that you have to punish the guy who's jumping the wave. You can't just let him get away with everything, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
They all just die, and now their base is getting pushed.
Just like that, GPK on the high ground, taking a tier 3 tower. The ultimate is going to wear out pretty soon, and you can see the amount of respect that Betboom are having for the potential of Azure, and I guess also their confidence going into the later stages, that they know we don't have to take those risks right now.
Yeah, and you can see King starting to head towards that Roche pit here as it's almost 30 minutes, so it will be rotating down bottom relatively soon. There's also a DD in the river. Gonna miss that one though.
I also think there's probably some level of, in the last game, I feel like Betboom was really close between the two teams, the whole game. Like less than 2,000 net worth for the majority of the game. but they kind of got outscaled. The fights were really hard for them to take, so they change it up, they buy all their Midases, and they're not going to let themselves get outscaled. They're going to keep farming and make sure no matter how late the game goes, they have more gold than you, and they can win the game over you.
What the Midases say.
Dave trying to get towards an Aghanim Scepter for himself. Azure, they see GPK, decide to jump on him to start, make him less tanky, but the chrono for the turn, and the deeps being thrown out and ripping them to shreds. They didn't stand a chance. Where's the you're gone to?
Can't even get GPK.
Oh, baby.
Wow, they don't head for the Roche. They just head down the lane right now.
I mean, he is too freaking big. You think you can take him down with that Silver Edge. It's just not going to be enough. Oh, wow.
FY's back there just firing as much damage as possible on the support of Muerto, but it's not there. Just can't be enough. Well, I mean, did mad work, that's for sure, but...
Taking it down up the lane, trying to put the nail in the coffin right now. And I mean, after using the chrono, there is a a window where that's not up, but they're taking the buildings through backdoor protection. Still willing to stick around, and I mean, honestly, I don't think there's any reason that they have to leave at all, but they're still going to play it safe.
You know, they glyph, they're coming back alive, and they got Midases.
There's a Roshan.
There's a,
Midas efficiency. Yeah, the gold.
There's probably Tormentor as well soon-ish. We're in there.
Oh man, look at this. How quickly this could have turned, but
what a chrono.
Just gets it off right in time. Wasn't able to quite get the finish there on the GPK. I thought maybe even the Luna Shard was going to do enough to take him down at the end, but just too freaking big.
There's the Sunray. It was a perfect line. All four Dire heroes in a line. Dragon Knight also in the same exact line, so healing all the heroes, damaging all the heroes, and Nightfall just got to sit there, hit them, and they all just died before the chrono's over.
Nightfall, maybe he plays some Phoenix or something. He's helping out. Yeah. Like Toronto, look, I got him. Like I'm lined up. I'll just chrono my own teammates. It's fine.
Into the pit they go. Trying to take it down. GPK says, "Hey, how you doing, everybody?" BKB tries to run out. The root, the damage, the Sunray. It's hitting on the Lu, and there is not an answer in the world for that. Take down the Tusk and the Luna, going to claim the Aegis. FY, the dead shot, who is going to go down. This is not for you to take. They're going to also find Somnus, who will attempt to escape, but the terrorized chase down, blink away. Tries to farm some creeps for a moment, hides behind the tree, but the stun is there. And GPK, as he's done many times in this one, is going to force Somnus to retreat. No answer at all. Aegis on the Faceless Void, and GG's called. They've had enough.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, go for one last glorious attempt there. There's no chrono at that exact moment in the pit, so they try and find something, but they kind of knew. This game got out of control really fast.
This one, I mean, at 5 minutes was when the big swing happened, if you can believe it or not. 10 minutes were at like an 80% win probability or something like that. It was just a devastating beatdown from BetBoom.
I really like how they did their lanes this game. I think they had winning lane matchups for all three lanes, so I think the draft was really in their favor. I would say, how the game looked is how the draft was going to play out.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises there.
Different? Is it the
Here there, he's coaxing up the crowd here. He's feeling good about it. If anything that I would expect to see change, it should just be straight up better lanes for Azure, right? Like you feel like they're going to put more focus into that. Maybe just focus a little bit more on the idea of flex and the possibilities of the matchups that could occur.
Right.
And probably not such a bad puck game.
I think giving the puck gets counterpicked, Dawn gets counterpicked by Void. That's all the number ones. It feels like they got really counterpicked in those lanes, and Chaos Knight's probably strongest laner, just blind pick right now in the whole game.
Yep.
And so they give that away too, so they don't really have a response to the offlane Chaos Knight, and it didn't feel like they had any responses. They just kind of picked their best heroes, and it didn't really work out.
Support duo as well, you
That's
can
how it
lane
goes.
and finish. It's nice stuff.
Tough stuff indeed. We'll see if the panel can come up with some more answers to strengthen up those lanes a bit as we head on back to them.
Thank you so much. This series is now tied 1 apiece. We're going to be seeing a game number 3 for our second series. So BetBoom, they were dominant in this game. They actually took game 1 personally, and they said, we are not going to get 2-0. This is not how we are going to go out of TI. So Owie, BetBoom coming in with a fire in themselves, and this lineup just snowballed. There was no stopping it on the side of Azure.
Yeah, I think they played the lanes even better than we on the panel expected. I think, like, I mean, no one was expecting the DK to do this well versus on this puck, right? Like, he just completely took over the game from the middle lane. He had, like, I think double the CS, 10 more denies, and he just, everything flowed from there.
And there was no comeback mechanism really for Azure Ray. You look at these heroes, Luna needs to farm, Puck needs his side lanes to win so that when he does rotate, they can get kills. And Dawn plays as a hero who needs setup, right? Typically, somebody who's doing an okay job on one side of the map will start a fight, Dawnbreaker will ult in, and then you can go from there. But none of these conditions were met for Azure Ray in this game, simply because of how well Betboom played those lanes, and of course the solo kills mid by GPK.
I mean, I love these little tricks on the lane. GPK brought the blood grenade, and he killed the puck with it second time.
Like minute 6 or something,
clutch.
right?
It was very clutch. Yeah, I've never seen that before. That mid player bringing that blood grenade and having that opportunity to like finish the hero. It's amazing. Yeah, and then, I mean, he performed like super. Like he outperformed like anybody else like in this particular game. But also pure. Like he was very stable, getting all those pickoffs. Like playing like 12-0 or something. Like it's a very solid gameplay from all of them all around.
It was the first Dragon Knight of the tournament that we were seeing as well. GPK, not only that blood grenade, what's the word I'm looking for here, Reza? You know, the blood grenade trick. Yeah, I knew you'd know it. But he did. It's a Dragon Knight first time. Aoi, you already talked about how in the draft phase, you didn't understand why people weren't going for it, that it could have been this counter. Now we see it. It's pretty big. Is it still a very situational hero, though?
I think it is situational. I think they're able to pick at this game because there's not really any damage on the supports of Azure Ray. Like, Murta will eventually get damaged, but honestly, that's way later into the game. Her spells are just like good team fight. They don't do that much. Also, I feel like even this game, like, it performed above expectations. I could even see a game where if he doesn't dominate mid so hard, I saw some Mortas, they would rush like a Veil of Discord first item, not even any boots, and he could play on puck, and DK could actually die to that. But because of his lane dominance, like, there was no angles at all to fight this DK early.
I think a big reason for the decline of DK in general is he's usually really popular in metas where spirit heroes are popular, when you need that instant stun. And though Puck has made some appearances this TI, he's not that popular of a hero. So if you don't need that instant stun from mid lane, if you're not hard countering anything, you're just a DK. You don't do that much damage, you're not as tanky as you used to be, and you are dependent on your team. But that was perfect conditions for a DK to be met.
Anything else that really stood out for you about Betboom here, Reza? Because this game, we've already said it was a very stomp sort of game. Is there much more to break down and talk about?
The only hope they had is like killing the Nightfall 2 times in this game, but other than that, they had like really no chances because of their lineup, as Mira mentioned, doesn't have really like a good mechanic of coming back, especially after you're losing your lanes this hard.
Yeah. We have a little bit of a content piece for you guys. Azure Ray, we got to talk about everything that makes them a team.
TI 势力对我来说，在小时候可能会非常难受吧。但是自己渐渐长大了，也释怀了吧，觉得自己只要尽了自己的全力就好。就自己还算是一个可以重新站起来的人。
I followed FY closely. Man, how's this guy so good? Because he didn't play for a relatively long time, and when he came back, he's just like FY God once again.
我觉得打 TI 冠军和过程都很重要吧。然后我觉得，因为你要获得冠军的因素很多嘛，所以你只要问心无愧就好了。然后。当然，人生中也有很多遗憾嘛。可能对我来说，就我还在这条路上越走越远嘛，就还没有到尽头。其他选手觉得我最应该获得 TI 冠军，我觉得讨论这个没有意义吧。就是我如果得到别人的认可，光是这一点我就觉得足够了吧。
FY, I think that he's one of the players that I think probably the Dota community at large would most like to see win a TI in the future.
如果今天夺冠的话，对我来说应该是改变一切吧。
FY, I mean, the dream is still alive. He wanted to prove, he wanted to climb higher and higher. And Effie, the Chinese Dota fan that you are, how much would seeing either LGD or Azure lift the Aegis be?
Oh, dude, that would be so emotional. But I mean, especially for Azure Ray, there are a lot of names on this lineup that you feel like should already have an Aegis at this point. You're looking at not just FY, but Somnus, who many people regard as the best mid player in the world, or they thought he was for a very long time. So in terms of who's deserving and who's not deserving, I mean, that's a big discussion. But these players have been around forever, and they're so good. And to see them get their desserts at the end of the day would be very cool.
How do you keep in form, Aoi, if you're this player that you're in that middle zone, you want to still reach high, you still want to play competitive, but you're not sure if everything's in it for you, if you're taking a couple months off and then you want to come back for qualifiers and then into TI making it top 6?
I mean, I think these players, like, it looks like they're super talented, and they are, but I think under all that is like just a special ethos where they're working super hard and they're putting everything together. How they'll approach pubs, they'll always take something from it, learn. I think FI is one of those players. He's always sort of on top of the meta. He's always like looking for his opportunities in every lane when he's looking to roam. I think it's a lot about what he puts into it more than like some special talent or something.
But still, it's a team game, right? Like, there's a lot of players that deserve that. Like, for example, Zai is one of them. Like, Arteezy is one of them. Maybe me.
But you can throw yourself in there, isn't it?
It is a team game. There's like so many things that go into the win. I mean, Curtis sure knows of it more than I do. He was there a few times. But there's so much stuff involved, right? There's luck as well. There's team chemistry. There's a meta. There's understanding of the heroes. It's just like too much, and just having like one good player performing super well.
You mentioned the meta, knowing hero matchups a little bit. Do you think that Azure fell too much on comfort for heroes in game number 2, FE, and that BetBoom are such an adaptable team that those changes between game 1 and game 2 are going to now give them an advantage for game 3, unless Azure come out with a strat that we haven't seen yet in TI?
I think depending on who has first pick or second pick, it'll change, because that last pick, DK, completely caught them off guard. That dismantled their draft entirely, and it made it so that there's just no entry point into that game. So they're definitely going to be conscious if they don't have over a last pick of the GPK hero, because if GPK gets a winning lane, like a winning lane that is that heavy of a counter pick, then it could be a very difficult game for them.
That's now sorry, Alan.
I think both teams are sort of on the idea that like pure win lane, game good for BetBoom. Pure like having a rough lane equals Azure is going to control a lot of the map. I think this is what the next draft is going to focus on. We'll probably see bans on the center, the Spirit Breaker again, but I think they'll put more emphasis. Like, I think they should look at the CK as well. Like, they should, honestly, if I were them, I'd just ban out all of Pierce heroes in the first phase. I think that's the best way for them to go.
It's tough because then Primal is still in that pool of, again, what you said, it depends on who is first and second pick to how many bans they're going to get for themselves. But Centaur, Primal, Bristle, Spirit Breaker, that's kind of rough now, and you got to add CK to the pool too.
Yeah, we're at the stage of TI where we figured out the 10 pool of OP heroes, and you are forced to give away a few every game, regardless of what. So it just depends on which team you're playing against, which player you want to focus in that first phase. And, we've seen the story. We've seen the story for days now. If you ban out Pure's heroes, BetBoom has to play until minutes 60, 70. They have to play to scale, and sometimes they don't get there in the cleanest way. So take it to that turf again.
Yeah. We are not really seeing Primal. Do you feel, Rezo, that he is in that realm of being hard to counter, hard to break down, or have people played so much emphasis on him that maybe it's time to let him back into the pool? Maybe we need to see if he's still a broken hero.
I don't think so. I think
I didn't even finish my question and you're already shaking your head.
I think the hero should still be banned. Like, I mean, we've seen a video about how broken heroes are, and like a lot of people mention the Primal Beast because it's really hard to play against that. It's the meta of like Blade Man Haro Tarask, and he's excelling at that. He was the first one who was like, doing all of that at the first place.
What would you want to be letting through, Aoi?
Honestly, I would like them, if they want to try something, I think playing versus Spirit Breaker wouldn't be the worst. That hero is sort of OP though, so I'm not too sure. I don't know, Dota's, when it gets to this late in the tournament, it's just so weird because we're both seeing like all the OP heroes, but we're also seeing like some new picks come in at the end. Like, you get to more refined strategies and niche picks. We saw Razor in the Liquid Gladiators, we saw like the DK here. So I just want them to sort of innovate a bit on their picks on Azure. Maybe they have something hidden, something, we saw Necro already, kill some tanks, maybe they have something more like that.
And to me, it seems like the team that is doing this innovation is actually on top of the, on top of the game, because like you see this DK, he won the game for them almost alone, right? So you see this Razor as well from the Duracio, like he was doing such a good job in this game. So whatever it seems like this, and it's also like those heroes are coming like from the flow state of drafting. You're not like preparing for them specifically, but it comes like to the mind like that, like this, and it's in this state of flow. It's just like it's really brilliant ideas.
Yeah. I mean, we saw yesterday Azuray are definitely capable of that innovation that their region is famous for right now, but they did run a mid-Snapfire with a support Clockwork, and they had a really great early game up until the lead was thrown, so maybe they'll go back to some of the more interesting mid-picks.
I think for sure they need more damage, right? On their 2-4-5. I feel like this last game, they didn't have any play options. I felt like they were even like clutching every opportunity. They stole Roshan, they sniped Tormentor, they clutched 2 kills on Nightfall, but there's just not enough. It's too hard to do these moves.
I completely agree. This is the meta of like high damage supports, and they need to be looking for that as well. I mean, unless FY is playing really sick Tusk, which he did in the first game, I think they need to be looking for the more damage on the supports.
Well, our players have now walked out. They're in the booths. They're going to be warming up. They're going to be trying to think about what they want to do for this game number 3 in a best of 3. And while we give them a little bit of time, let's have a closer look at BetBoom.
BetBoom always has their ups and downs, but overall very young and talented roster.
Yeah, they're a strong team when it comes to like small details of Dota, Like I can feel the energy he puts into these small details, and that's, I believe, what they're extremely strong about.
Taking on this Undying 10,000 HP on Toronto, Tokyo, looking for more. BetBoom, they're gonna claim the game.
They usually have like farmy side lanes that carry like known to not die and not pressure too much, like rarely show, but be there at clutch moments, and usually it's their mid and both supports.
So that Nightfall has the highest pings, on the map, right? And I remember when they were playing the official match, Toronto Tokyo making like slightly bad move, it's just like maybe 1 centimeter or something, and I already see Nightfall is pink, like, bro, bad move, you need to right click this guy.
Especially the scariest offlane. I think all of them are really good laners, but I think the pure save lane is really terrifying. It always feels like they kind of like kill their lane at least once a game, if not multiple times. And so it's always versus that team, like make sure the safe lane isn't a disaster, because there's a lot of games where the safe lane just a disaster.
A strong-looking team, and we got to hear from other pros, other people playing at this TI, just how strong that offlane is. It's a narrative that we keep pushing, but more importantly, apparently Nightfall is the ping master on that team. We thought it was going to be GPK.
It's Nightfall all along. But I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you hear from any pro player talk about Nightfall, talk about playing pubs with Nightfall, they say that he's communicating for the entirety of the game. His mic is just open mic, and he talks, and he micromanages his entire team.
Well, look, I'm ready. We got to get this series going. We need a game at number 3, and we need a draft for that.
Azure Ray versus BetBoom T. Game 3.
It's elimination on the line. It's the difference between being top 6 and top 4. So these teams want a win for themselves. They've proven that they can do it. Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3, though, this is where it really matters. We're already a little bit along in our draft here, so our first phase ban's done and dusted. And now I see this Chaos Knight. That importance has been placed on it, but still a Centaur band out.
Spear Breaker in the pool.
Yeah. Also, what you were talking about, Ali, about them lacking damage, they fixed this with the Phoenix, right? They kept going for that first phase Muerta, but it just wasn't working out for them in terms of a support that scales. So do you like this adjustment?
Yeah, I think the Phoenix is for sure a good adjustment. I think they need something like that in this series. I feel like when you have heroes that have damage, you just have way more options on the map. And right now, how the map sort works is it's so large that if you have to bring too many heroes to do like kill one hero, it's not worth it. Like, you either bring a lot of heroes or you want to make plays with just like 1 or 2 heroes. High damage supports generally let you do that, and then they all scale into the mid-late game.
Yeah, you guys were right about targeting the pure. First 4 buns are dedicated probably to him, and they've taken all his best heroes. But I do want to mention like about Nightfall as well. Like I've been with this team for a while, and this guy, like, he's genuinely want to help his teammates excel and like be better. So he's like very active, he's like very smart about the game, and he's not looking only from his perspective, from his role, but he's also like trying to help his teammate as much as possible. So I think like he was talking a lot with the Pure and like sharing his experience from the offlane. That's
And I have to say that role swap between Nightfall and Pure, where they decided to just put Pure on offlane and Nightfall back on carry, was the best decision they could ever make, because what you want to see from your carry is like stability and dependability and, you know, that clutch potential. Whereas from your offlaner, you want someone who's explosive and willing to take risks, and that's characteristic of both of these players. They were just playing the wrong roles the entire time.
Yeah, I think it's genius too, but it wasn't like I don't think they're thinking about like this long-term decision of like how it's gonna end up. But mostly was like, I want to play carry. Do you want to keep playing with us? All right, go to the offlane. It was more like that.
Wait, that happened because Pure missed out on Berlin Major, right? So Nightfall had to play carry, and then they played with an offlane sub. Yeah. I forgot who subbed for them. But I think after Nightfall played carry again in the Berlin Major, he just felt his calling. He thought to himself that this is where he was always meant to be.
5 seconds remaining.
Berlin Major. I was there.
I was going to say the person sitting right next to you something.
And she doesn't remember me.
that's the joke.
He is very forgetful. So Aoi, I just want to know more from you actually about Clockwork and
can I leave like
you can do a mock.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
I'm sorry, I was joking. Come back. I was a joker.
I do though want to hear, Aoi, because you mentioned specifically the Clockwork about some of their last drafts. You wanted some innovation. Is this the innovation that's going to end up in a win though?
I think Clockwork's a really good counter pick to Enchantress specifically. You're really good at blocking her camps, you're a good kill threat on her, and honestly the creeps don't bother you that much. I think this is like a very classic Azure Ray pick actually. I think they play it on both 4 and 5. And what Clockwork excels at is also what I think Azure Ray's strength is, which I really like, which is after the laning phase sort of breaks down a bit, you know, between 5 to 8 minutes, he's going to meet up, whether this is FY or Qiangming Clockwork, they'll meet up with each other and they'll go for kills on any lane.
And also it just opens up to enable that really long-range damage output from things like Phoenix or potentially even the snap that they ran yesterday. I like it a lot, definitely. It also just enables the rune security and maybe a bit of a means to shut down GPK. But now that this Brewmaster has come out, which is an Azure Ray specialty hero, I wonder if BetBoom are eyeing that Night Stalker, because recently into Brewmasters, into Weavers, into Muertas and Phoenixes, so for me, it's looking pretty good right now.
Actually, I like the Weaver that you just mentioned. That sounds really good to me. I think the Night Stalker, it can work, but the matchup versus Phoenix can be weird. Like, sometimes you spot the Phoenix, you kill him. Sometimes he presses R, it's daytime, you're pathetic. But generally, honestly, I think that matchup's a bit overrated from Phoenix's side. I think Night Stalker actually has a lot of angles. I can see the NS and the Weaver here.
I want to see the Night Stalker. We talked about the start of this series 2 games ago, and I'm just like, surely this is a BetBoom specialty, especially with the rise of it being picked up. But instead, Morphling.
I mean, Morphling has been looking pretty underwhelming, to be honest. Like, I didn't really see a good games with it. Like, even 23 Savage, he was losing with Morphling.
Yeah, I have the same impression of Morphling. I mean, I think his Aghanims is completely pathetic now. Like, this Eggs does nothing. The illusion dies instantly, takes 400% damage. So they sort of took away what made him so strong at the Bally Major Morphling tournament. However, I think it is a hero that can be very hard for Azure Ray to kick out. It's a hero that if you want to leave Chalice alone, like Morphling will get 4 CS and denies every single wave in a hard camp. And that can punish someone like a Brewmaster who, you know, Brewmaster, we've seen this tournament, at first it was like super high value first pick, everything. But teams will start to counter it with like these Weavers, Night Stalkers, heroes where you can't just ulti and kick them out. I think Morphling might be one of these heroes as well.
I actually agree with that because I remember during the Riyadh Masters, Faithian was talking about 2 carries that he thought would enable you rotation to mid lane, which are Morphling and the CK. And when you have supports like Enchantress who want to leave you alone, these 2 they fare very well in terms of self-sustenance and being able to CS on lanes.
I think they chose to go for the LC here just because they're afraid of the PL, which already like, you know, they play PL against Morphling. It was pretty free game. So this is like preventing the PL from the Azure Ray's side. Block pick, basically.
This is like one of Pure's best heroes. When he first transitioned to carry, I think he was playing like LC pretty much every single game. It's very low pick this tournament. I don't know what it is now, but I know when I was doing my draft prep, It was
Only
like
two picks.
yeah, 2 games.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think it went 50-50, I'm not sure. Might have lost both, can't remember. But it's actually a hero that kills a Phoenix Egg pretty well.
Yeah.
I think something we've seen as this tournament is like, there's this weird like choice, like, oh, do we want to counter the Phoenix Egg? Oh, I don't know if I want the Snap for support. I don't know if I want these like heroes. They're not as meta. But Legion Commander is another hero that sort of used to be one of the big counters.
I think we don't see him as much just because of the supports that are in meta, like the Pugnas and Shadow Demons, and those heroes are really hard to play against as a Legion. But this game, they already see the supports, so it's a pretty good game for LC already.
Usually he's quite committal against like these Heart Blade Mills as well. Legion's typically like you dual summon, you burst them, and then you look at the fight, right? You want to be able to burst at one guy. You can't really do that to these Heart heroes. But honestly, with a Murta and a Morphling, like you will have damage for this eventually. But more than that, I think they're pretty much just playing for their side lanes here, right? Like they just want to have as strong side lanes as possible, stay in 3 lanes and pressure. I think we'll see like them picking a really strong laner for GPK. Again, they have the second pick, so they'll have the last pick here.
What is going to come as a carry? Like there's very little heroes that left that is good against LC, right? Maybe there's a Luna.
Luna's for sure not bad. I think I have a
You got your list.
heroes on it.
You have no more excuses, Howie.
Yeah, but I still don't know.
Give me the best option. Yeah, me neither. I mean, I would still consider the PL, to be honest. I think other than LC, it might be... Oh, no, never mind. They have the very last pick on the Bed Boom as well. It's going to be too hard to play PL.
Don't you think Weaver could lane against LC pretty easily?
Weaver can do pretty well in that lane, I think.
Also, Lincoln's Buyer, right? And it's not the most easy hero to counterpick when you have 23 like Azure does.
I think Weaver is amazing.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good suggestion, for sure.
Also, on the topic of you guys saying why LC fell out of meta, don't you think that in these longer team fights, something like a Brew could be very disruptive to the LC duel? Because like the cores that are currently showing in the Kunkka, and then of course the Brew that's going to be split, are not going to be easy to take down if you're an LC.
Yeah, it's just really hard with this LC to commit to these spells, right? Like he'll think, oh, I have to duel the Brewmaster, and then there's an egg, or I have to duel the Phoenix, then you're dueling a support, and there's still the Brewmaster ulti.
Yeah,
honestly,
like there's a lot that he has to deal with here.
I'm honestly not sure why Legion is so underpicked though. I feel like the hero should be pretty decent. I think it's like pretty high win rate in pubs, like maybe like 53% on track or something. Like it's not a bad hero.
Is man kicking? Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, ban.
He's not in the pool.
Yeah, I think the standard bans when you have the Kunkka mid are like the Monkey King, the Necro, and then people sometimes look at the TA with some meld build, but I'm not too sure if it honestly, Betboom might do it, but I'm not too sure if it suits their lineup that much. Oh, Invoker into Kunkka.
A little bit shocked there, Howie.
It's just usually picked the other way, but I think it can be a skill matchup. Like if GPK is really comfortable in this matchup, he feels like Invoker's a hero that's going to allow them to fight later on. And I mean, he has had really good Invoker performances this tournament, so I'm excited to see that. Also, I feel like he might go like 2-2-0 and then start getting Sunstrike, and they'll have the dual Sunstrike, maybe even earlier, and then that could be really interesting.
I think that's the logic they're going for, because when you were talking about how it doesn't feel like LC had enough damage, like maybe with the Muerta it is enough, Invoker corrects that with Sunstrike, even if he is having a hard lane. And if he's having a hard lane, they have the self-sustaining side laner so that Enchantress can rotate in and maybe help the Invoker play into the Kunkka.
I actually think Invoker is going to go cross-wax because they need this Vessel running around hero, because those both scores in the side lanes, they're going to just farm, and they need this active hero, and they can't really afford to have a Sunstrike. But I do like the Bedboom lineup with this Invoker pick a lot.
And it's game 3. You come out with your signature heroes, right? You bust out the LC for Pure, you bust out the Invoker for GPK, and you hope for the best. Azure, on the other hand, they're doing the same thing. They got their Brewmaster, they got their Phoenix, they have good team fight, they have their Kunkka. They're also confident in this game 3.
Well, look, if you're going to get eliminated, at least do it in style. At the end of this game, one of these teams is going to be eliminated. We'll see if it's Betboom or if it's Azure. As we head on in, it's game 3.
Unbelievable. Right behind us, there is a crowd that is screaming out a lot of things and got some great signs there, too. That one was amazing. My goodness.
Yeah, they're battling now with about 8 Betboom fans who will go to the section next to them and also...
Prepare for battle.
Sound strategy.
Saying like, we're gonna outplay you in the lanes, no matter what we pick.
I think the Morphling is interesting because it does check off a lot of the same boxes of the Weaver. Like it's a similar idea of you're gonna have this overwhelming damage, mostly later on versus the Pandas. Like I kind of picture that point of the game where like Pandas like in between like 12 and 18, and you just like split and the Pandas just die because Morphling just like right clicks them all down, which is pretty brutal. But the laning stage itself shouldn't be as bad as what the Brewmasters have been experiencing versus the Weaver.
Yeah, the big thing with the Weaver is you're able to kind of dodge all the slows from Brew, dodge the Cinder Brew from just taking you down, and constantly just go on the Brew as well and poke him. But the Morphling doesn't really have this ability to have like a disjoint tool. You don't want to use the Waveform off cooldown, it's way too much mana.
30 seconds.
Well, I think the laning honestly won't be that good for the Morphling.
We could give them 30 days and they still wouldn't be ready to fight.
The Toronto Tokyo on the Enchantress.
Yeah, that's true.
Does its thing.
One of the things that I think about, you know, sometimes there's these iconic moments in Dota that kind of happen, and one of the big things that always stood out to me was Somnus saying the word Kunkka as his answer to the Invoker that Topson picked all the way back at TI8. Now, picking that Invoker into it, Ali was talking about, the panel was talking about this entire dynamic. We saw GPK put together really solid performances against Kunkka before. Is it the universal change that's made this matchup better? What do you think it is?
Yeah, Universal plays a part. Now you can buy Wraithband on Invoker, which gives you armor to kind of stop this harass. I also think just in general he has more damage. You can buy Bracer and Wraithband, so you have more abilities to feel stronger in the early game. And I also think that people have gotten better at the matchup, just better at hitting the Kunkka, better at dodging the cleaves, and just overall, I would say it's like a skill-based matchup, like AUI said. So I'll be interested to see how GPK gets out of this thing.
He's shown a lot of skills on Invoker, that's for sure. And had a couple deathless games there where he was dominating yesterday. One deathless game and then immediately died in the next one. They tried to punish him, but
Radiant's courier is
we all know he's got a mean Invoker here, and he wants to bring it out on the main stage whenever he can.
Somnus also goes for the double gauntlet start, which is the build you go on Kunkka when you feel like you're going to crush the lane. It makes your bottle or bracers like really slow, but you have so much damage for denying and harassing that when you do this, you really want to win the lane.
Yeah,
and so he's very confident about just how this is going to play out for him.
So far, he's doing just that. 4-3 versus 1-1. This is not how that Invoker performance went the other day. We'll get a couple of CS there with that Tornado, but could be a bit of a tough one for him as this gets into the later stages. The other things to sort of keep our eyes on are going to be a couple of heroes that we haven't seen a ton of, at least so far, and that's, again, the Legion Commander. So Pure needing to deal with this early pressure, although there is already some good damage out. Gets hit by the Blood Grenade, and the overwhelming odds almost enough. Pick charge keeps him alive.
I feel like we've almost seen more Clockworks now into the main stage than we did in like the road to TI. And, you know, we've had a couple now popping up here, and you can see kind of a rough matchup versus the Muerta. As you're like level 1 especially, you're always trying to batter yourself as much as possible.
Calling the chase, the push back. Low, but not dead yet. Silence. Barely able to get that separation, but you can see how aggressive you're capable of playing as Pure keeps on hitting these multi-hero overwhelming odds.
Just dropping his items and regenning. He knows he feels very confident here under their tower right now. Really getting the most out of this hero, which is what you need. Again, a winless hero here at TI, but if you can find the right situation, maybe this will be it. But gotta imagine a lot of that power is going to be in the early game, because heading in later, sure, there will be damage. You know, you got Morphling, you got Muerta, you have an Invoker there too to try and juice up even further. But we've seen how tanky these cores are able to get to, and just choosing your dual target looks really hard in this game.
Just how long fights are. It's almost never like a dual kill one hero, keep going, keep going. It's a dual, hope this guy dies. Oh, he's only half health, guys. Let's see what happens now. But now your guy doesn't have an ultimate, so I'll be surprised to see what they do with it. I think Invoker, they talked about going Exort, but I think Exort's kind of weak right now, especially when you don't have stuns in the lane for early setups. So should probably just go to standard Quas Wex and play to just kill heroes with the Vessel.
See if he can even get to that position. So far, we talked about the need for Azure Ray to win their lanes, or at least come out a little bit more even. Mid is definitely winning. He is 17-7 versus 10-3. Somnus wanting to get some retribution after what happened to him in the last game. Puck performance, it was painful seeing him get taken down at those early levels.
It's so much confidence going into this matchup that we've seen, you know, counterpick so many times in your elimination game on the TI stage. Like, he wants his Invoker that badly.
There's definitely a level of confidence where you'll ask for a hero to match up that everyone else knows is bad on your team, and you say, I would Invoker, and they're like, don't they have Kunkka? Don't you always ask for us to ban that hero? But there's definitely a level of confidence, especially when you're playing on these big stages where you just don't really care, and you know you're going to own no matter what the situation is. So he probably even feels that if he loses the lane, he has the right hero for the game.
Yeah, fair. That's got to be the big thing for sure.
Meantime, down bottom, they do manage to find a good dead shot on save, and that's going to be first blood.
Been looking great on the dead shots so far.
Every single one's connected so far.
Yeah, sticking that
always
nice and easy.
The right angles too, to push them either back or farther away from the Legion when he's battery assaulting. It's just been really nice to watch.
And you know, that's got to be the biggest pain when you see this Muerta supports, right? When they miss that, it's 120 mana. The mana pool is pretty weak. You're always seeing them like with the clarities and the mangoes. So every time that you're connecting, it's just so huge for keeping this pressure up on the laning stage.
Yeah, we're going to see this mid gap, but just going to keep growing. I think this matchup doesn't get any easier for Invoker as it goes on. When Kunkka hits level 5, the harass is just like kind of almost too much. Invoker doesn't have the old healing he used to have from Quas, so all his healing pretty much comes from Cold Snap or a Bracer. So once he gets to this half health, he never will go back up unless he buys more regen, and it doesn't look like he's doing it. So I'm honestly going to be really worried for how they kind of play around the mid, because I think they can collapse on mid with the Phoenix and the Clockwork at some point really fast.
Good job forcing him back with the cold snap there. That's one of those moments where if he gets uncontested behind your tower, suddenly you're also eating Tidebringers while you're right there. Will Tidebringer to secure the CS, and GBK doing a good job of keeping his distance at least for now. After the Tidebringer spam starts to come out, although careful, you might think about chasing there.
Dire with the scan.
Save and Pure, we're kind of thinking about with his dive.
Gotcha.
Force the tower.
Just good pressure.
Nope.
Now Pure a little deep.
Battery assault, but won't be able to do that much more, I don't believe. Save takes a lot more. Much less tanky hero on that Muerta. And you can see that there is a lot of potential aggression, and Tidebringer will really bring down that Invoker low, but likely won't be able to find a kill unless they get some type of a X-play with a TP rotation or something.
We even talked a lot about bottom, but down here, things going great for Chalice. Again, like this idea of the counter pick. It's not a super pressuring one. More playing a very hard hero to kick out of the lane for sure.
Toronto Tokyo. This is big. They make the move and the Hellbear Smasher. It's going to be enough.
That's so huge.
Thanks for trying.
Toronto Tokyo. That is what they needed.
That's Ench, right? You know, that is what you need. Perhaps taking some notes from his old captain there, Pochka, right? I keep seeing those videos, Team Spirit. He's like, I told you Ench was good. Every video was the same answer.
Right. Not wrong. That one showed the power of that hero. Okay. Forgetting that little bit of help is trying to finish off that urn.
And kills like that matter so much. Now that the Invoker, he got a free wave, he'll probably get another free wave because it pushed him so much, and his game's kind of reset to some extent. And he's going to not feel that bad. The lane matchup, as long as you're able to kill the guy who counterpicks, I say counterpicks.
Yeah. Self-counterpicked.
Yeah, self-counterpicked, but he's able to get out of the lane, and once you play the game, matchups like this end up not being that bad for you. So he's going to get into the game and feel comfortable.
Wow, super comfortable on Chalice with the Centaur chasing him. It does actually look like it's going to be able to escape. The urn finish for the Invoker now. Morphling not able to apply any more pressure there. Does have level 6 on Somnus. Not easy to get in range for a boat kill with X. Are they trying to go now onto Pure? Separation gets caught now in the cogs, and no, he walked back in and is just going to die for it.
Yeah, Save was busy grabbing the Wisdom Rune for a little bit there. So Pure all alone, trying to get some safe XP, and not so safe.
It's really good cogs. It split him from the creeps, so the creeps couldn't take the battery assault, and he just went down because he was completely alone. I don't think he was expecting that to happen like that.
Tokyo maybe thinking about another move in here. Let's have Chalice in the sights. Hadouken! Move in, a couple more hits, an easy bring down. Enchantress, very strong hero. And FY now going to be chased by the Ench and the Satyr. Well, the X marks the spot. Control is onto Muerta on the top side of the map. Still dropping low. Save is going to fall, but FY tries to dive. Again, Hadouken is going to be back up. Can they manage to quite hit in time? No. He's going to TP out of there.
This is really good pressure though from the Enchantress. He saved mid, he saved bot to some extent, and now he's kind of having two comfortable lanes, and he can kind of choose what he wants to do. Usually with Enchantress, you have two plays. It's either you constantly push your towers with your creeps and just keep going forward, or you farm and get greedy. We've seen Mapochka at this tournament destroy games on his Enchantress, like going carry mode pretty much. And just, did he get a Rampage or just, it felt like he got a Rampage.
Yeah.
And so he can kind of do whatever. He's freed up himself and his whole team to just exist in the game and be happy.
When you don't get these plays in the late stage, it just feels so much worse. So really impressive stuff here from Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, good calls. Able to get him just in time, not able to hit for the calling, and with the boat down, that is going to be a kill. So Somnus cleaning one up, but now looking for Chalice. They bring him down too. So a one trade apiece.
And that's closing in on the level 6 here. Only a little bit of XP to go for Pure, so could try and get something. We talked about this duel being maybe a little bit not super solid in this game, but in the earlier parts, you know, when these heroes aren't super tanky, sometimes you can catch people off guard. But again, there's not going to be any Sunstrikes. We are still just Quaswaxing here on this Invoker.
Gold for my chest.
I also like that he's going to finish the Vessel before the Midas. We've seen some Invokers go the greedy, where you go the Urn it so you can tell your team, like, I can rotate, guys, it's all good. Then you go back to the Midas. I think him going for the Vessel is really going to matter if he wants to kill the Kunkka, if he wants to go the Brew, or the Phoenix even. Just there's like heals and so much HP that they have in the early game that the Vessel will let them kind of chew through that.
They have a ward in behind on the tower here. And then full, this is just a...
He's low mana.
They want us out of range. There's no way that he gets away from this one, surely. Zero's good, but is it going to be that good? Well, Meteor is down. Somnus will fall. GPK not going to be caught by Tian Ming, who's running through, and now he's also in trouble. If FY in the area, the Icarus dive, let's do some pretty good damage. And with the Hurricane pullback in, FY, he went too far. The duel is there. Oh. First one claimed for Pure.
Very nicely done. Don't see that too often. They're really early duel kills in the mid lane, so done from Pure.
You see the confidence with the Invoker, right? They kind of knew it. I think they probably knew what they want to do with the Enchantress, of bringing her mid, bringing a creep mid, pressuring the Kunkka, not really worrying about the early laning stage, and now his game is great. It's pretty much, he's evened up with the Kunkka. He's killed him twice now. He has no worries in the world. He has his Vessel. And
oh, yeah.
Just play the game now.
Boom. Definitely getting what they need out of this one. And 10 minutes in, they have really yet to put any type of meaningful pressure onto Nightfall for this Morphling.
I mean, he just hit, he's level 8.5 and Chalice just hit 6.
Yeah.
And again, much like the Weaver, I mean, I don't think you're going to solo kill on a Morphling here. You know, this is one of those carry matchups that you can't really threaten, especially when he's 2 levels up on you. So, kind of a hard situation here for Chalice to figure out what to do. Because your Kunkka is also just trying to finish up Blade Mail, but I mean, he's got the boat, so that's going to be the, oh, they have Hook Shot too. All right, so some things are coming together here for Azure.
I think even killing the Enchantress, if they get it, is a good kill for them. The Enchantress killing spree, so they get the little extra XP, but it might just walk right past her.
And also, you know, there is waveform here too, so it's not even a guarantee.
They see the Rocket Flare, and now they go the Enchantress while they're also going on the other hero. Well, it didn't really look super clean, but it should be enough to take down Toronto Tokyo in the end, I would assume. Although, wait a minute, the dead shot does a good job, but the Tidebringer hit. Nicely played by Somnus. It is going to be Tian Ming dying. Lul makes the movement over. A Tornado EMP combination. It's going to drain all the mana from these big strength cores. In the end, it's just going to be support for support.
They can't take the fight anymore. Kunkka has no mana, Brew has no mana, so they bring all their heroes bot now. 5 heroes, even the carry Luna comes to the bot lane, but they have to walk backwards, and this is kind of one of those things that feels so bad when you bring your whole team and you have to retreat.
You're getting the call there as the Luna who, you know, has 2 points in the Lucent Beam, no Eclipse, you still have to show up, and now your Brewmaster, no mana for a play here, no stick or wand, and no hope.
Hoping to get away, Sunstrike hits. That's enough.
Nice try, Nightfall.
And over here,
almost got the kill. Pure. Do they have anything to follow up with this on?
A lot of TPs.
No, as a matter of fact, he is probably going to get dueled here. The duel, the turn, a couple more hits, a dead shot, and another win for Pure.
Now this GPK Invoker, 4-0 and 3. Well, that's a counter pick matchup anyway, right?
Who needs to win the lane?
Blessings upon a loyal
just need Toronto Tokyo and Enchantress.
It's a team game.
That's right, that's right.
Trusted his support to gank him mid, so he was going to win the game.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo was a mid player for a long time. He knows how important that one is.
He knows how to keep his mid player happy. Right?
Exactly.
And that's what's important.
That's true.
Keeping the mid players happy.
Okay, you can agree with that. That's good.
Greatest lesson of the day.
Guys are like the rock stars, you know, the front.
9-4, 2,000 gold lead. again, in this elimination match, I do kind of have the wondering at this point if you're sort of, as Azure Ray, feeling compelled to push the tempo. You know, I look at their lineup, and Luna going late game can sometimes be a little bit dicey. You're playing against Morphling, which is already a scary one. How concerned would you be right now for Azure Ray?
I think they shouldn't be concerned right now. They should be concerned about 5 minutes. The Luna still wants to use her like platforming ability to actually get the items to take the fight, and I think just bringing her to that bot fight really hurt their game. They should let her get a bunch of gold before these fights.
Oh, nice. Trying to run away as they're going to lose another one. Tianming is just right there, killed off Toronto Tokyo, but they weren't able to find Lua, which was probably the kill that they were looking for.
Yeah, it was a good smoke break. So he actually protects his carry. They're now able to farm the other lanes because so many heroes show top. And it's, you know, all this is to delay the game. They need to delay, I would say, until like this 15 to 18 minute mark is when the Lunas usually shine. They get the Manta and the Shard, and they become really tanky. They can take towers, they can take objectives. And before then, I don't really think that they should make any crazy moves.
That Boomer going to keep it up, though, already purchasing up another smoke there for save. Keep up this aggression, and Chalice desperately trying to get back in the game. So much of this game, you know, looking at this Brewmaster, will he ever become this big Brewmaster? Who gets the Radiance? Who gets the Manta? You know, is that something he can even hope to achieve in this match? Or is he just going to be struggling this whole time trying to lift up his Luna?
I think that's always the worry, is that Brew is, even though he's people go greedy because he has such a strong team fight spell on his ult. And you can't use items during his ult. So it doesn't really matter what you have as long as you get it off. And that enables people to go this really greedy Midas into Radiance. But the issue is sometimes you just lose the game before you hit that timing. Yeah. And your Brewlings will die. I think, like you said, they have so much damage to kill the Brewlings in this early game that it's not even that easy for him to fight if he gets it off. And so it's a little concerning that they have this really slow draft and BetBoom has so much early game pressure.
Well, and that was very much the recipe for disaster in game number 2, it felt like, for Azure Ray, was that BetBoom just got everything that they wanted early and then also had those tools to close out a game. Now, Chalice is going to get... Well, he's in the area here, but they might try and wrap on him.
All of Azure Ray is gated behind Nightfall.
They scanned it, though. They know they're back there.
And he's immediately going to try and run away.
Doesn't have a morph, doesn't have a point for it either. And they go for him.
Nice play. Tianming able to get him! And just like that, Azure Ray back into it.
Wow, even with the scan, could not escape.
That hook shot, I think, was blind, if I'm not mistaken, too. The flare was a little bit further to the right.
I mean, that flare, you know, got nerfed. It's hard to see these days.
Also, really good read for BetBoom, I think, to cancel all the TPs instantly the second he goes down. We've seen a lot of times, especially around the safe lane, that they TP to try to save the guy who's getting dove, and they all end up dying, and it's a horrible, horrible defeat. But here they lose the Morphling, they lose the tower. It sucks, but they can keep playing the game, and they can keep feeling strong.
Still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams. While there is no tier 1 tower in the mid lane for Azure Ray to protect, you can't really allow BetBoom to just step really aggressively forward and deny out farm. Rose still has not been sort of forced out of the Ancients yet, but oh, this would be huge! Does it get it in time? Yes, they do! Somnus, when they needed him most, comes out with a clutch one.
Oh, the back-to-back kill. Oh, but wait, will they get one in return?
GPK stepping forward. Chalice wants to get out of here, does not have ulti. They're a little bit too late, but with a little bit of help, maybe they can get a return kill. Toronto goes there, they have the egg, but the hook shot comes in, stops that from Pure, able to interrupt with a battery assault. Just like that, Azure Ray, they're streaming forward, wanting to find a kill, and they will. Save, trying to do what he can, but also with the ultimate coming out on this Luna, they've got him under fire, going to fall.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable stop here from Azure Ray. I gotta give it to Tianming. Like the way that he's playing and stopping these ganks on the Luna, allowing Lu to stay in this game, getting this little bit of disable on the Ench, and then the hook shot to save the egg, like,
and then another one.
And, like, he can do no more.
Tianming making the plays when his team needed him, and Somnus was able to catch there on to Toronto Tokyo. The last couple of minutes have been disastrous for BetBoom, and Azure Ray who are benefiting.
It almost feels like these two morph kills matter so much. He dies once, they lose the tower, he dies again, and now BetBoom feel forced to like want to take this fight. They're like, oh, they want to morph, they use boat, we have to take this fight. We're getting picked off all across the map. And now they take a fight 4v5, and it goes horribly.
Yep, and then it just chains further, because after that second death, now we're coming all the way back around where the split's back up. So Chalice can feel like he can pressure in, and suddenly like what looked like kind of a pipe dream of this Radiance is just getting closer and closer right now.
Well, and in a way, if we think again back to what has been sort of the question for BetBoom is, can they keep their composure under these moments? Can they sort of stop the bleed from happening when things stop going their way? We'll see if they can recover over these next couple of minutes, but it's got to be scary territory in this elimination match with it all on the line. Got to see who it is that's able to step up from BetBoom to make the moves they need.
If they're going to fight back, it's got to be Pure. Having that Blink Dagger coming out here on the Legion Commander, you imagine that that's probably how you're going to enable it. Currently, though, I think, 2 points Exort still on the Invoker, so the Sunstrike's not too spooky quite yet.
Yeah, I think it's definitely really scary, especially when you're versus these like timing drafts that they can just end the game at some point. You're versus a Luna and a Brew, and I would say that if they get this Roshan, and the Luna gets like this next set of items, they can just end the game. They can just walk down a lane, the Brew will split if he needs to, Kunkka will bone save, and the game will just end. And so whenever you're in these positions and you start to kind of throw away these early game leads, it gets so scary because you know that this timing is coming.
Snowball possibility here, and Somnus recognizing what they're after, Xing just even small distances from tier 1. Not want to give anything Pure. They probably know this Legion Commander's on the hunt. When they look at the mini-map, they don't see her around, so... Yeah. You see Toronto Tokyo, though.
You can see how contracted they're playing right now, but they are...
Toronto Tokyo, microwing?
Gonna run through. Gets caught.
They all gated on the second BetBoom.
But can they catch this afterwards? They already used the split. The egg is down, and now Pure, he's in too far. They wanted to make a move, but they're gonna be the ones that get caught. Try to bring down Xianming. The heal is there from the Supernova, from the Phoenix. Pure turns, tries to run fuel. That was not how that was supposed to go. BetBoom, what's going on?
It's just getting dual damage. Okay, plus 28 for FY.
So FY reacted to the Legion blink dueling him and egg doing the animation of the duel. So then the Legion kind of got stuck in no man's land and just gets cut down. That was an amazing reaction.
Oh, and look at this at the 20-minute mark as well. Are they going to go for this?
The Tormentor's
doing the ultimate ender.
They're trying.
I mean, look at this. They got themselves so many heroes here. It's so easy with the Luna. Oh, the ultimate snowballing possibility.
That's big, and that's the one that FY wanted. This is huge for Azure Ray.
Of course.
I mean, we saw that FY piece right during the break in between these series. He was saying it's that final step that he wants to take as a player to make it again, win a TI. Got to get through BetBoom to get there, through the lower bracket, a way that he's not used to going to the grand finals either, if they can make it. But we'll see. It all has to come down to this. Can BetBoom stall out this pressure that they know is going to be coming?
It's definitely going to be around this Aegis timing. I think Luna is really going to want to call for an Aegis timing, like a Roche kill in the next minute or two. And if they can survive that first Aegis, I think that they have a shot back into the game. And so it's basically dependent on, do they get pickoffs with the Legion? Are they able to cut the waves with the Invoker and the Morphling? Is the Enchantress able to like drag waves?
Okay, they see him. Xianming. Oh, the tornado! Interrupted. That's interaction I didn't know about. Cog's not going to connect. Still hanging out. Oh, he goes through and gets the duel.
Oh, not this time. All right.
Pure. Getting a little bit of retribution for himself there. Now finding save Xianming. This is the kills that BetBoom wanted. The back and forth that's happening between these two squads.
They're very strong together, but you start breaking them apart, get them out of these auras, right? We've also seen some Luna lineups where they're trying to go high ground a little bit too early. That's being punished a bit here, so it is very important they get sorted the right way.
And look at that. GPK gives the tip over to the Clockwork, and they're going to be the ones to steal this pivotal Aegis. Try and slow down that tempo that Azure Ray is playing with.
Yeah, this is going to hurt Azure Ray a lot, actually. And this is, again, I think this was their big timing in the game. They had to group up, they had to take this Roche and control the whole map. And they lost the entire chance now. They're going to have to wait about like 10 minutes just for Roche to have the ability to get in their hands. And they are now in the defensive. They can't just pick off the Morph for free like they've had in the past. And it's going to slow down the tempo a lot.
They have hit some pretty big items, though. They have that Radiance finished up on the Brewmaster. There's a BKB done for the Kunkka as well. Somnus then going to comfortably head towards the water park there afterwards with the Aghanim Scepter, Torrent Storm. So they have some good solutions coming in the future. But yeah, this idea of just, oh, we're going to like break the map wide open, crush these tier 2s right now with this Aegis has been removed by BetBoom. Now they just have to try and lick their wounds a little bit here, and BetBoom does indeed get back into this game as the BKB also nearly complete here for Nightfall.
Oh, a little short.
It's okay, he's getting them anyway.
As they're going to claim this Tormentor here. for themselves in Azure. So we're talking about the need to kind of sit back and chill a bit, but do you think that for Azure there is any temptation to try and make some type of a pressure play for a few of these tier 2s, or do you just strictly stay on your side of the map and farm?
I definitely think, I don't know necessarily tier 2s, you don't need to force it that hard, but they can take the fight. I don't think the Aegis matters. The Brewmaster is really strong with the Radiance timing. Luna is really, really farmed, so they can take the 5v5s, and they just doesn't matter. It just, they can't do the extra step where you take everything from them. They're going to take, 80, 90%, maybe hopefully pick off some heroes and take some fights, but they have to do it, reserved.
A Sunstrike there scouts out Chalice, and perhaps they have an idea. Is this player going to hit them lurking? Oh, no, okay. Nah. Just pushing the wave out. But I mean, they have been waiting here a while.
Right. I think at this stage, if you're Azure, that they're waiting on a high ground, so they won't go for it. Now, there is instead a smoke play coming down bottom. Luna Illusions pushing that pressure. Now, Toronto Tokyo is probably not the kill they're looking for here, but if they make it through that gate, you're going to feel really safe on the side of BetBoom. Now, instead, they're just going to push out bottom. Maybe they are going to be going for it.
Better hope they don't come to. Bad news for Pure.
It's probably just going to be a chill tier 2 push. They're in this ball, so BetBoom doesn't really have a reason to go and fight them. They can just take this as time to farm all their other items. They're behind in gold. Even with the Aegis advantage, they're down 7,000 gold. So everything is still for Azure Ray, but again, BetBoom can't hit their timings. They have so much damage in this mid to late game between the Morphling, the Voker, even the Legion duels, so that they just need to keep kind of farming their items and avoid this Aegis timing.
We'll see how many more Midases we'll have to count. For now, it's just save looking at on the Muerta.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Azure has 1, right, on the Brew?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep.
Certainly a 1 Midas advantage for Azure Ray.
Important thing to keep track of in these ones. Also, BKB timings. Going to be something else to watch for. They've already got it on that Morph. The Invoker, Legion Commander, everybody going for BKB, including Toronto Tokyo. Interesting enough, he's almost got his done too.
It's really important versus Kunkka. Everyone goes Ags on Kunkka, and it's pretty much unfightable without a BKB of any hero. So Enchantress goes one, you know that you have to buy one.
Wow. Somnus just off the mark. The silence is there. And that's enough to get Save out of trouble.
Dire's top tower is some Radiant.
Are there any interesting morph choices here? For like end target? Yeah. I mean, there's kind of like some escapes of the Phoenix sometimes, have to like bail out on one.
Probably if he buys the shard, he can turn into Luna, and then use your shard and go back to Morph.
Yeah, that's nice.
Probably the best one I can see. Morphling, yeah, you generally don't pick him for the ult anymore, especially after the Ags change. The new Ags could be cool. It could be cool versus Luna.
Oh, okay.
It's 100% damage taken and received illusion of the Luna that can cast spells.
That is, yeah, and all her basics. I mean, who cares about her ulti anyway? Plus, you would get the shard, right?
You would get her shard, you get all her items. So pretty much, the more farmed the Luna is, the more farmed your illusion is.
Cool.
So it could be something we see.
Yeah.
Also, it's really cool for split pushing because you can change places with it.
That'd be
it's like the good old days. Yeah.
Yeah, the good old days. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. We call that Morphling the good old days.
That one was a travesty, honestly. No, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they're ever going to be getting the freaking Morphling Agadons.
That plays what it does. Yeah. I've heard many like coaches and like players be like, I don't know what it does. It's like Muerta's eggs. They're just like, I'm not. What? Can you use that spell there? I'm not sure.
Well, this is the big spell to get if they can bring them down in time, and in fact they will. Chalice just gets blown up. That is dual kill. But he actually X'd himself. Unfortunately, maybe it's going for Pure there. A little misclick, and now Tianming, he's in no man's land, has a hook shot over to FY to get some separation.
I mean, they're going to keep chasing shortly.
Nightfall is there, has the Alacrity ready to go. Tianming in trouble. Good Cogs push back onto 2, trying to get everybody out. The dead shot, the point not going to connect for Tokyo. He's too far forward.
Wow, look at the standing tall of Azure Ray. They're saying, go ahead, keep chasing us.
Well, this could be good if they can burn through the mana. In fact, they will right away, but the Sunray is out, trying to heal him up. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Trying to survive, but it's not going to happen. They take down the Luna. Somnus tries to TP out, will manage to do just that.
Wait, keep him alive.
They're there. They find another kill.
It's 5 seconds, guys. Come on.
The duel, he wanted
Pure
that.
needs to get a few back here, okay? He's giving one up.
So Nightfall he morphed into Kunkka, so that's where that switched.
Oh, okay, there it is.
There's the one hero he could turn into, X and Torrent's pretty good spells.
Yep.
To steal for free. And I think that all kind of boils down to the Brewmaster getting caught before the fight.
Yeah.
He matters so much for their team fight, and they also waste the boat trying to save him. So they don't have the boat for the fight, they don't have the brew for the fight, and it's kind of a 4v5 without a Kunkka ultimate.
Yeah, it's the ultimate dream, right? If you can pick any hero to blow up first, it's definitely going to be that Brewmaster. And now knowing that, actually assembles right away the Anders. Doesn't even try and go for the assemble play, you know, potential.
Do any of the stances really help out that much in this instance at all?
The Void one?
The Void.
Okay.
Gives you status resistance, especially if you have the Brew talents and you have the W up, I think it's 80%.
That would be huge.
If he gets that off before he gets gone on it, it helps him out a lot.
Over instead. For anybody that hasn't played Brewmaster in a while, just don't. It's ridiculous.
Dude, he's fun.
He's crazy. He's really hard to play right now, but he's also awesome.
Really cool.
Get away with it.
Just have to read a little textbook of
exactly.
the ability.
Yeah, study up. He is one of the cooler heroes now with all of those changes. Fighting game with all the stances you can switch into.
Sominus picks up the shard, so he kind of hits his peak for spellcasting on the Kunkka. He has Ag Shard, he has the BKB, so constant spells are going to come out from him. And again, I think Azure needs to make sure Brew lives at the start of the fight. Anyone else can get dueled. The Luna will survive, Kunkka will probably survive, but the Brew, even if he doesn't survive and he doesn't get his split out because his mana gets burned or whatever happens, it's bad for him.
Yeah.
So just make sure he lives, make sure he doesn't get gone on first, and just take the fight from there.
Of course, it's going to be a little bit tough with the Brewmasters these days. You don't tend to have the Blink Dagger, so you're not really like lurking. You're just kind of there.
You got to be in the front now.
Yeah, right. Be a bit tougher to handle. And maybe that'll dissuade them from doing anything too crazy until they actually go back for that Aegis, because the early spawn time is coming up rather soon. Only another 30 seconds away.
See what that timing actually ends up being. It's going to determine a lot of where this goes.
I'm channeled in this time.
Okay.
I think TI main stage, I get it right.
Tell me, what's the timing on the Aegis?
53 seconds.
53.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I'm very confident.
Dire's top tower has some
2 minutes and
radiant shape
17 seconds.
You want the long one.
Yep.
Already we've had 2 games there, 2 series that have gone to 3 games. Long Roches, and oh, you were close.
That's 5 off. Someday I'll get it.
That's a win.
Right? It's a 1/180 chance.
So one thing I really like how Beppu is playing is pretty much anytime they get a small advantage in the fight or the map, they constantly keep looking for more. You saw after that fight, they get the Brew, they kept chasing. Even after the fight, they chase to top, they go on the Phoenix top, and it's like they're constantly trying to make more than what they get. They're not really sitting back and okay, we got a small win, let's accept it and move forward. They're constantly going for more and more and more, and I think that's the way that you win these games. That it's a little hard to play.
Azure at the same time, though, they've also done a great job in terms of just like staying focused. Like, I mean, maybe it didn't work out that well for them, but the idea of actually staying clumped, not just giving up, was kind of crazy.
It's going to be a scary spot right here. They walked underneath a ward for Azure. So Azure aware of where they're at. Roche is going to respawn on this one too.
Arcane Rune Kunkka.
Gotta be careful. They see Pure right away. Wants to chase. Pops the BKB. That's a good one to get out. He actually has the X2, but will wear off. Now that is early. Split needing to get used very early.
Okay, now do you just like rush the Roche?
Thinking about it. Maybe they finally, wait a minute, he just walked up to him. Toronto, Tokyo. Didn't see Tian Ming. And gets caught, and now can they find more? Looking for the lift up Pure, he's caught.
No
the chase down, this is what they wanted. Azure on the hunt, but he gets the blink away. Quick fingers on Pure, and Bet Boom, they outlast that Brew split. There's still a couple heroes in that area. As Nightfall is chased, they don't manage to quite catch with the Wind Panda. But Roche is up.
It is up indeed, and GBK also feeling forced to just TP a little bit further back. Don't want to get caught by anybody here. Save also nearby, just farming up the Ancients.
So if they're going to fight Roche, this is the best case scenario. There's no Bruce.
Oh, he thought it was real. I don't. They realize now that they're into the pit, and that one's for free. They can't get here in time. Waveform wants to make something happen, but Bedboom, they're coming in just a little bit too late, and they're going to have to dodge for a while.
All right, Aegis and Cheese, 30 minutes. Luna lineup. Things back on track right now for Azure.
This is where the high ground push, if you're willing to go to the high ground.
Are they willing, do you think? Would you be willing in this game? I'm kind of scared, I feel like. Elimination.
Yeah, I think you want to. Even though you have to be scared, you have to at some point be like, we have to take the win. You can't be scared to take the win. So there's not really much jump from Betboom, or there's no Tusk kicks, there's no Magnus, no Pudge, nothing crazy like that. So I think it's pretty simple execution for them. They can even X the Luna, keep going back and forth.
The Kunkka copy seems very scary, though, I guess, right? That'd be the big
Yeah,
like, with the X's, with the shard.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess this is the other question, is that if Azure do decide to go high ground for BetBoom, how do you try and contest that for themselves? Do they step up and fight? Do they let a lane of racks go? Like, what's sort of the call for their fighting strength right now?
Never let the lanes get there.
Yeah, it's probably going to be pushing out the lanes with the Legion lurking, trying to get a pick on the lanes to delay the Aegis timing. And then if they end up getting there, it's on the Invoker to just delay with Tornado, EMP, Deafening Blast, and at some point hope you duel the guy and burst the guy. And outside of that, there's not much, not much more you can ask for.
If you're going to force that high ground, it's probably going to be Clockwork.
Yep.
You get this crazy flare in the back line, which is a lot easier to Aghanim, since he's about to complete that on Tianming. Try and get this vision, you get that one hook shot that just enables everyone to actually come higher. Because that's the scariest part. It's getting over the wall, right? Up that staircase, you just have to have like something confident, something that's at least secured by your allies, where you feel like you can actually step up and have a good opportunity in a team fight. And that's going to be Clockwork in this game. As they back up their Luna here, taking down one of the last two Tier 2 standing. Near that Radiant side Tormentor. Could pretty easily go for it again. Tianming, he's missing a shard. Help a guy out here, but time is of the essence, I suppose.
They have 3 minutes on the Aegis. They get their butterfly, and what else do you need? Go? It's just go time.
Man.
Apparently not jetpack.
The X play. Yeah, why not? Tornado lift up. Not going to pull him in time. That was also the Hex reveal. Had more than enough space. You make that X play with Pure, you still could be in some issue. I mean, I guess that you're still you'll actually probably pull Pure closer than you would the Luna.
Yeah, it might be scary for the Pure getting far in.
Yeah.
But it's good for them. For the side of Azure, they force everyone back to TP and just show in their own base. So now Azure can kind of either choose to sit here and then go again, knowing that there's no TPs, or they can just kind of fan out and farm the whole map.
Farm going on. Grab the outpost as well in case maybe for some buyback plays to get the high mobility.
GK did not TP, so he'll be ready for the next one if they need to. Currently, though, Tianming with that Aghanim Scepter is going to enable the map hacks that are the Rocket Flare spam.
As well as the creep push.
Oh, yeah.
Clockwork Eggs I think it's slightly undervalued. I think this is such a strong tool just for everything. You can push lanes out across the map anywhere. You slow heroes during the team fights, which that changes is crazy. It's so strong you just have a slow.
Yeah.
You can even just like Cogs do become a right click carry at some point in the game with a hard.
Or you get those.
Oh, God.
All right, well, they are scanning. They realize that GBK is stealing their Wisdom Rune, but they're just going to have to deal with that. So they're going to go grab the one from BetBoom.
BetBoom was so scared after the Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
They want to stay there for an extra 10 seconds just to get an experience rune.
Good reason. That could have been a quickly dead hero. But Lul walks up to high ground. Chalice pops ult, and there it is. Just like that. They're going to be able to force out the glyph, and I think with his rulings, there'll be enough damage. They are burning through them pretty quickly, but a couple more hits. Eating into it. Back row protection is up. They don't quite manage to take it down.
So low.
It's actually going to survive through it. Sunstrike not going to connect. They are going to have to back away. Now, that was the Aeon disc that they managed to proc onto FY.
I mean, it's just good poking. They have so much time on the Aegis. The Bruce split, I wouldn't say they needed to fight. I think if BetBoom walk into them right now, they would still take the fight with or without it. So it's kind of just free damage. And you have to keep forcing them back. You can't let them play this whole map game and delay the game. So you have to just keep making pressure, but do it in a way that's safe, which I think they're doing a really good job of not dying on any heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they get the glyph forced out as well, and now they're going to power up their push here by getting the Assault Crest finished on Chalice. So from having a pretty tough start to this game, he's now sort of blossoming into playing with his team. He doesn't have to do a lot of the split push himself. He wants to ensure he gets off his ulti, and they take down these big objectives.
So what is the window that we're waiting for BetBoom? Because obviously their plan is to delay. Is there a particular item timing that they're looking for? Is it just getting all of their heroes very farmed? What's really their game plan on BetBoom?
Big Muerta.
I think honestly they kind of have their timing. The Morphling is really fun, even based on the situation. There's a Hex on the Invoker, so they have the ability to burst these heroes really fast. It's a lot about the angle of how they take the fight, whether they get a good duel off and they actually burst the dual target. Maybe they get a Hex on the Phoenix and take down the Phoenix. So it's just a lot about finding the fight, which is really hard when Azure has so much lane shove.
And so many Aeon discs.
Yeah, Clockwork, Luna shoving out the lanes. They have vision from the Clockwork, Aeon on the Brew, and so
what you're telling me is the game is just getting started.
game is just getting started.
I mean, Pure is going to go for the nullifier too.
Yep.
Frank.
I really like this nullifier.
Yeah.
And actually duel the Brew, can kill him. The Aeon proc won't like status resistance the duel.
Nightfall, go. He's not getting their tier 4.
Oh no. Well, they'll have plenty of time to find it, surely. Now there he goes. Yeah.
Saved.
Picking up garbage.
And you know it was one of the supports.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
You're definitely missing out.
Support's fault.
Yeah.
Gallows in the mid. See if they can maybe burst the Aeon disc, force that out from him, and indeed they will.
I mean, that hurts, right? I mean, nowadays, like, that is the forced cooldown. It increases every time, so just getting it passively like that feels great.
Double damage!
Is that a DD Luna? That is a DD Luna.
Oh, that's kind of scary. Vindicator's Axe.
I mean, again, it doesn't feel great wanting to try and make some type of a play if you don't find a pickoff, but to find a pickoff, that's a whole different story. In towards mid, Azure Ray are going to head out. Deal with the Morphling illusions. Betboom, they're fairly spread out right now, and right away, anticipated the movement, but didn't quite find him there. Nightfall sees the Morph.
No man's lane, the Morph.
He's gonna walk forward. The stun, it's done. Gone. Oh, that can't happen, and he is dead for 70 seconds without a buyback.
And immediately the Pandas.
Oh no, oh no, Azure Ray! They get gifted a freebie.
Radiant's middle tower.
The decision to walk back in, that is going to haunt Nightfall. Will it be for just a couple of seconds or years? We'll see in just a minute if AR walk up high ground.
Toronto pops Bikini almost dies just to the glaze bouncing around. And this is a
forward, the fear. It's all falling. They've got 40 seconds of freedom. Save is caught there. Do they keep going for more? That's going to be a second set of racks. All it takes is one pickoff, and it is so much damage done. Azure Ray. They move from tower to tower, building to building, then Betboom. I mean, all they can do is watch. You can't initiate here. You don't have your Morphling.
Keep it going.
20 seconds, they try and look. Save is out there. Starts to hit on the Somnus, the X mark, the play, the ghost ship. He gets a little bit of separation. There's going to pull him in closer. Save is gone too. He doesn't have buyback either.
Creeps are still in the mid lane as well.
Oh.
They had enough on Azure Ray, though. It looks like they have.
Wow. They hold. I mean, it could have been worse, but a huge opening for Azure Ray.
They're going to bring her back, you know.
Roshan had an instant spawn as well, so they might just walk into the Roche pit, and it's third Roche, so there's gonna be an Axe.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, there is no vision, at least, to see like the walking Roche. The Sunstrike comes down, but it's gonna fade in time.
Oh, he Sunstrike right before Roche walked in.
Yeah, Roche was making a trek across the map here, and there's the flare.
They know.
Clockwork. Letting them know.
They know. Azure Ray. I mean, that is such a huge, unbelievably monumentous moment in this game. That's going to be revealed now, and they're not going to get here in time. Third Roche to Azure Ray. All it takes is one mistake.
Coming out here feels like going just through the motions right now at this point. So Betboom, like, do you really want to make your way over here?
Walk out there, farm a few camps.
Yeah.
Just walk backwards, and it's all going to be this high ground hold. It's how do you take this fight, and who do you focus, how do you cast your spells, and they're going to choose to fight outside the base. I think this is a good idea, because once the Luna gets on the high ground, I think it's impossible.
I mean, you can see it just bouncing around the buildings, how much it's just shredding through them. They can't actually fight inside their own base because of it. This is going to limit their buyback possibilities, though, obviously. You know, your buyback not quite as valuable if the fight takes place outside your high ground.
Also, only the Invoker and the Legion who have buys, and you don't really want the Invoker to be the one having to buy back.
Yeah.
And the Legion, once she duels, as we talked about earlier, she's not one of these heroes that has a massive amount of HP and constantly doing damage just being alive. She's kind of a one and done. You duel, that's it. You just exist to just say hello to everyone and purge some stuns off.
And look at how they're positioning too. They're just so clumped together on Azure Ray. 5 heroes smoked on each side.
So to our Betboom.
Don't.
Yeah, they have to back away. I mean, they stuck there as long as they could, but they TP out. Need to get away with everybody, and the problem is, Luna, it's come high ground. Betboom, they've had so many moments here. So much of the year spent trying to get it all to this point, and potentially it's all going to be for naught if they can manage to claim this high ground. Disarmed for now. Lul steps forward. Building, being hit, they tide a wave in, save, try to control. Chalice does have Refresher, so they'll have another salvo of this if they want. X mark, control, Torrent, got him, caught, safe, dead again. That's a buyback. Lowell hitting, they don't have answers. Azure, there's the hook shot. They find the high ground, but look at the turn from Nightfall. Pops the insane alive. The duel jump forward, you didn't get anything on. Bedboom trying to hold for all their work, but do they have enough damage? Do they have enough to take him down? Nightfall, he's out of the base yet again, he's gonna die! 80 seconds gone! Azure, they lasted long enough, and one death was all it took. Oh, feeling himself there on the finish.
You go back to how this game started. It was not looking good for Azure. They had to wait for the timing. Chalice, a tough start on that Brewmaster, but he held out, and Somnus, the plays on that Kunkka to get around the map, really keeping them in this one until they were ready for that timing, and then they struck.
They take the fight, and I think after that it just started crumbling.
The distance, and one of those moments again. They're going to feel the love from the crowd coming out of the booths. They managed to take this one, and oh man, you got to imagine for Bedboom, it hurts.
It was a really good showing. I think all the games were really close. Bedboom also showed in the second game how strong of a team they are. They just completely crushed the second game. So, just great performance from them.
And again, of course, some fan favorites here moving on forward. Something you love to see, some storied memories there on this team. We'll be continuing forward as we will lose one of our potential TI second hopefuls here in Toronto, Tokyo.
Absolutely. He put on a good performance again, switching roles, doing so much work with this squad. But it is going to be Azure that will be moving on, continuing this top four as we head on back to the panel.
An absolutely devastating loss for Bedboom, but all of the Azure fans in the arena right now, they got to see some beautiful adjustments in game number 3. These guys had a rough game 2, but ultimately, they're going to be going. They're a top 4 team right now. That means in top 4, we have 2 China region teams. That is amazing representation for them. It's phenomenal. And in game number 3, let's break it down. Let's talk about it, because this Luna was able to have so much impact at the end of the game, despite it being a little bit rough in the earlier part of this game for AR.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job just being solid throughout the game. They stayed focused. I think it was sort of like you can see the differences between the two teams, where the Azure team was a lot more composed and focused, and meanwhile, I think Nightfall had a couple of deaths on Morphling that looked a little rough. They, after he died, even the team was running in. It felt very desperate for them. Whereas Azure, they were always confident in their timings. They're always confident. Even this first Roshan gets sniped, doesn't matter. Don't need to go desperate. Don't need to take some crazy fight. Just keep building up your advantage, and eventually you're going to go high ground with some Luna, some Brewmaster ulti. Really good methodical Dota from them.
Absolutely, that really showcased veteran Dota, because at some point after the lanes, when they came up with a 3K net worth advantage on the side of Bedboom and they were getting kills, it looked really rough for Azure, but they just rotated their Kunkka to play with the Brew bottom. They got that first kill on the Morphling. They opened up the tower. They stuck around, and they got the sneaky Torrent on Morphling when he TP'd back in, and that just turned the entire game, Reza.
Yeah, it was really the turning point because of this Morphing that they had to accumulate this huge lead that translated into more advantage later on. But that third death after when he was walking on the high ground as well, it was. I think it's the nerves that come into the players when there's really high stakes. The elimination match, it's it just seemed like they didn't cope with it, and they didn't manage to deal with it.
Yeah, we were praising Bedboom a lot about how much they had adjusted over this month, over these last few weeks for themselves. They should still be really proud. A top 6 finish. They're coming in 5th, 6th now. It is tough to be eliminated, but Azure, I just cannot get over this game, right? Because even if you get a couple kills on Nightfall, sure, it's impactful, but it's how they continued playing after that one, Effie, how they made sure that they weren't going to overextend. They didn't feel the need to go all for Mega Creeps on that first time that Nightfall died and didn't have a buyback.
Absolutely. Everything was so calculated. It was so textbook. I mean, it's just what you want to see coming out of Azure. And on these main stages, I do feel that the closer you get to that potential finals day, the more and more the nerves start to kick in, even for teams like Bedboom, who we've praised consistently for how confidently they've been playing. You can see even the strongest carry players like Nightfall fall victim to those nerves, but Azure did not do that. They played the map perfectly. They got every single Aegis that they could. They never overextended, and in the very last fight, they knew when to use their buyback on Kunkka. It was not bad for them at all.
Yeah, all their high ground pushes were very like methodical, and they didn't really overcommit, because like many players say that it's really hard to break the high ground dispatch, but they managed to do it like very methodical and very nicely.
I hope all the Azure fans are still in the arena, because right now we're going to be gifted with a Chalice winners interview.
Hello everyone, I have Chalice standing right next to me. 感谢查理斯来接受我们的采访，先自我介绍一下。
大家好，我是 AR 战队的3号位查理斯。
Hello, I'm Chalice from Azure. How does it feel to move into the next round? And did you guys predict the victory? 能够晋级到下一轮的感觉怎么样？因为败者组赛前有没有想到这是今天的结果？
希望能明天顺利的跟雪碧会师吧。
I hope we can successfully meet Team Spirit tomorrow. 那其实第2场的话，比赛很一边倒。当时的话，我想你们也是非常有经验的选手嘛。当时队内的一个氛围是什么样的 ？So the second game is a little bit one-sided. As an experienced player, you all are. I want to know what was said during the break and what is the adjustment being made.
其实兄弟们早就想打DG了，装模作样的打了一会儿。
我再说一下，
就是中路早就劝兄弟们要不投了吧。但我们就，毕竟 TI 嘛，就多打了一会儿。
During that game, maybe always try to make us GG earlier, but I feel like it's TI, so we have to drag the game longer. Now, you have many fans in here in the arena, and they are very happy to see you moving to the next round. Is there any word? Can I have a round of applause for our Precision 3? Any words to the fans? 有什么想跟粉丝说的吗？
谢谢大家的支持吧，然后等一下我们努力把GG给干了吧。
Thank you, fans, for all the support, and we will try our best to get the next victory. Back to you, panel.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful Chalice interview. He's already looking at what he wants to accomplish tomorrow, let alone the series that he's going to be playing later today. That's going to be up against Gaming Gladiators. It's the 4th series. I loved hearing the confidence from it, and I loved hearing the roar of the crowd for Chalice every time he finished talking.
And the confidence in his colleagues, right? Because he said we'll successfully meet Team Spirit tomorrow. So he's saying that LGD will beat Team Spirit in the next series. It was a double whammy right there.
That's what he was saying. We do have to quickly look at the other side, though, to close out the rest of this series is the Bet Boom. Okay, they're coming out 5th, 6th. I know Toronto Tokyo in a content piece that we saw earlier, he really wanted to hit top 4. That was his goal for this TI, especially with a massive position change. So he falls just a little bit short of that. But Rezo, words for the teams out there, at least definitely for Bet Boom in this hard-fought 3-game best of 3.
I mean, I think this team is like keep improving, and like they're very young, so I think they're gonna just continue together, and like all out work from their side is just like on the mental game, like find some psychologists and just keep grinding and work on more in the mental state, like, you know, find some routines that help you both gameplay and the mental state as well.
Yeah, I think when the team formed, they mentioned it was like a project they want to play together for 2 years, keep improving through that. I think this year was phenomenal for them already. We could already see how much stronger mentally they are, and I think, as Rezo said, if they just continue along that path, like they keep improving the mental side, you know, maybe a bit more stable in the picks, I think they're looking really bright for the future.
And then when you can just compare this to their year overall, like this is the first time we got to see all 5 of these players playing together in a healthy way, right? Because in Lima, they were all sick, is what we heard. So they couldn't really perform the way they wanted to. In Berlin, they had this man standing in, and he's as excellent as he is, that's not the full roster, right? And then in Bali, there were some circumstances that went on so that we couldn't actually see what would have happened.
Again, I'm actually seeing a trend. It's not nothing about that boom. Maybe it's about something.
Coincidence? I don't think so.
But now at this TI, they played with their full roster, and a top 6 finish is nothing to be ashamed of.
Alrighty, well, it's time then that we do have our exit interview of Bet Boom. They are standing by with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am standing by with Nightfall. An unfortunate result, but I've really been impressed about your growth as a player over these past few years. You're an incredibly young player. You're 21, and your growth from like Virtus Pro a few years ago, Evil Geniuses last year, and now this team on Bet Boom team. I've noticed that you've started taking a lot more ownership in the performance of not just yourself, but your team as well. So I was wondering, after you can look through this entire year, what are some lessons that you've learned about what makes a pleasant team to play with, what brings success, and what do you look for in teammates or your own performance?
I mean, if we talk about what did I learn, I mean, I'd say first part of the season was kind of like disappointing, and I learned first of all that I shouldn't play, like I should play on position 1. Then question about what I learned for this year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, then it's just about like just having good people around you, like respecting people you play with, and having good team atmosphere. That's first, and then just having good enough players to win tournaments. Like you still should have good individual skilled players. So we did have it, but unfortunately we lose today.
Yeah, obviously looking forward to go further in the tournament, but this is your best performance all year throughout LANs. So while maybe it's not the championship ending thing, it's still ending on a high note to an extent. So when you look back, or rather when you're looking forward into your competitive aspirations, are you still hoping to maintain your carry role? That's a role that you've definitely grown accustomed to.
I mean, of course, I want to keep playing on my starting role on position 1, and I hope we can win more tournaments next year, since we didn't win much this one. Yeah.
And for all the fans out there who have been supporting you in your journey, you have anything you'd like to say to them?
I mean, thanks everyone who supported us. I kind of played bad last game. Maybe I could have carried it myself. So that's it. But yeah, for us that's it for this tournament. But still, I can feel the support when we walk on the stage, and I feel my own supporters as well. So keep supporting us and me. I really appreciate it.
Like I said, you're a very young player, Nightfall. We look forward to your success in future years. Appreciate your performance at this tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tsunami and Nightfall as well. That is going to be the end of their run over on BetBoom, but it was a phenomenal one for themselves. Should still be very happy in it. We could talk more about this series, but we have to look towards the next series. And before we do, we had a fun moment with the players. We asked them, who would you ban if you could ban players instead of a hero?
After the group stage, you're allowed to ban one other player from any team. So,
just ban a player.
Yeah, just they don't get to play anymore. So who would you like to ban?
Yatoro.
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 Eller bara Yatoro bara va?
Probably ban Yatoro.
I will ban Yatoro because he is so good.
I thought about the Ramses just for fun. I guess I would ban Pure from Team BetBoom so I don't have to lane against him. That guy's laning is really annoying.
Fresh luck.
Wow. Okay. Unique answer. Why?
No, I'm not answering that. Just fresh luck.
Okay, great. You get a substitute then. Who would you like?
Two Whispers.
Can I ban on my own teammate?
Of course.
Yeah, Notice should be banned. That's illegal.
I would have probably banned myself.
No. Okay, all right.
Just by nature,
Probably Arteezy.
Ban Arteezy?
Yeah.
Why?
He's gonna feel sad, right? So it's better to not have Arteezy right now.
Let it be Thompson.
Can you explain why?
He's my personal hater, I guess, because in pubs he always following me, sacrifice his soul, but he kill me and he's happy.
I would like to ban Quinn for his poor behavior in public matchmaking.
I'm banning Queen.
Why?
You know he's got it coming, nah.
So you're going to ban him to save him?
You're gonna save him.
Wow.
Of course.
That is the kindest answer.
Thank
and
you.
Extremely toxic, but very kind answer. Thank you so much.
Let's say Snaking from Tundra, let's remove him. I think then Tundra will have zero chance.
Maybe ban like GPK for smurfing.
Ban Collapse. Collapse is OP. Let's ban Collapse. Let's ban Collapse. He's like, yeah, let's just ban Collapse. Let's flip Slacks to his team where he can play a nice ass offlane on me.
I'm banning Low, so the army can come in from China, and if army is on their team, free TI wait for them.
FY deserves the TI at this point. Come on. Sorry, Lau.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of fans can agree with Moonspoon at that point, at least with FY going for a TI win here. They're on the right path. They're in the lower bracket, though, and it is time for a switch because it is upper bracket time, and I'm sure LGD would love to ban Collapse, but they can't. Upper bracket finals, and I'm joined by none other than Fear, Lacoste, and Tigov. Tigov, how are you doing?
Sorry, this series is insane, right? It is. LGD, the rematch, you know, TI winners, LGD, they want it, they need it, and I don't know, this series is just a banger.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the one that I've been waiting for the most today, and it's going to be a banger for sure.
These are definitely the two best teams right now record-wise, and they're going to go against them. This might be the hypest match of the day, I would say.
I will definitely say. Now, these teams, of course, have extended history, and we're going to talk all about what the players did this year, but of course, we got to say rematch of the TI-10 Grand Finals. They've met each other in finals before, and Team Spirit often has the upper hand, but LGD, maybe this time around, they're in the right place to take their place in the Grand Finals and go all the way, but before they have a chance to do so, Team Spirit, can they do it? Let's bring them on stage. They are ready to take the stage. They have only dropped one single game in their entire run here in Seattle, and they are not about to stop now, but guess what? Team Spirit would like to have a say. And LGD, but one of these two teams will today punch their ticket to the Grand Finals. Which team is it going to be? We can only hope for some explosive Dota to find that out. And to talk about that Dota with my panel here, I want to first talk about Team Spirit, how they got here, Fear, because it's been a tremendous road for them. They have looked unstoppable.
Oh, they definitely have, and we heard in the last segment there, everyone seems to be afraid of Yatoro for good reason. This entire team in general, like you think of Collapse, and especially Laurel, who at the beginning of the year, a lot of players like, he may be the weak link in the team, but now for what he does, he may be the best at it, and what a year he has had. Every single player on this team is a threat.
Yeah, Lacoste, I think you called Laurel the most improved player.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the easy target to pick on because results were lacking. You know, you're playing with other members of the team who already won a TI, and one thing I really like about the rest of the team is they decided to lift him up. You know, they wanted to win a big tournament, big LAN tournament coming into TI, and they won Riyadh Masters, which was, you know, when there's a lot of money involved, you know, the team spirit, they're gonna level up.
Yeah, and throughout the year, they've been trying to find where to put Lau in the team, right? They've sometimes drafted him for like last pick during Berlin Major. The majority of his picks were at the end of the draft, and now coming into TI, he's kind of shifted back into the middle because they're more confident with what he's trying to bring for the team, trying to give the game for Collapse and Yatoro to pop off as much as possible. So it's been a long year to get there, but it's clicking at the right time.
It is clicking at the right time. When we're talking about clicking at the right time, LGD is clicking at the right time because, I mean, yeah, it's great that Team Spirit is doing it at the right time, but they have had Laurel for the full year, and it clicked towards the end. For LGDT, Neo hasn't been around for that long with the squad, and they clicked fairly fast with him in the midst.
Yeah, it's testament to, I think, Zhao Wei's scouting abilities, right? Like, when they're trying to look for this offlaner, every time it's like, okay, there's a good element here, what's happening? But for New, he just kind of popped up. He used to play on Vichy Gaming, and he is having an incredible time at this TI. You know, the stats are supporting it, everything's supporting that. This guy is such a foundation of the team so quickly. It is, you know, I think a lot of people were probably shocked at how easily he's just looking within the team.
One thing that they were lacking coming into this like DPC season, first one, second one, playing with Zeal, Zhang Yu, they did not have enough hero variety coming out from that off lane, and this is where Neo comes, because he can play pretty much anything. He's the type of explosive player. He wins his laning stage most of the time, and they can rely on him making rotations, because also one of the things that he does really well is not die. This guy is like top 2, top 3 when it comes to dying on the cores, and one thing I really like about him is also communication with the team. There was a game yesterday when they played against Azure Ray. He was going Blade Mail on the Night Stalker, which is, you know, not your item that you usually go for, and then NTS on Magnus, he had Blink Dagger queued up, and then he was like, okay, maybe I need a little bit more damage, I'll go for Echo Saber, switches back to Blink Dagger because he saw this Blade Mail, and then they get like 3-4 pickoffs, which kind of seals the deal for the game.
Yeah, he slotted in fantastically, and LGD, it has been working out for them. Again, I mentioned it earlier, only 1 game lost, Fear.
That is super impressive.
Yeah.
Like but we're talking a lot about New, how well he's doing, but there's always like the behind-the-scenes characters, and that's Planet for me. And he's actually done the most stacking of any player in this tournament, which will definitely help like players like New get that head start, doing a really good job there. And this is a Zhao Wei team. You're always going to expect that consistency. They always have it going into every game. Even if they have a rough early game, they know how to pick themselves back up, just continue to play the team fights. Their draft is always good. This team is just stable.
Yeah, the team is incredibly stable. When we're talking about stable, I want to switch to Team Spirit, as there's a player incredibly stable. He's on your screen right now. Yotoro has played phenomenal. Now everybody knows TI10, most rampages, great records, did amazing, but Fear, the records, this TI, it's unparalleled.
This is the guy to beat. Everyone knows it. His stats are showing it. Highest kills, highest GPM, XPM, second in hero damage, second in tower damage, and he has, this is the best part too, he's not just doing it on a couple of heroes, he has the second highest hero diversity as well. This man is doing it all. He is taking the spotlight and everyone's afraid of him.
Yeah, and the key thing as well is when you look at the kind of the how impact of Yotoro, when you look at the damage he does per minute, and like at the minute marks, he's entering the mid game keeping up that. He's not going from killing in laning phase to hitting the creeps. Like, he's consistently farming and fighting, and he's got that perfect balance. It's why in that previous video they want to ban him out as a player, because he has found that perfect harmony between it all. That's what carry players are always aspiring to find.
And one thing that he really does well is the shot calling. He's the one that, you know, calling for these shots. Whenever he feels strong, he's going to be the voice of the team. We had a couple of interviews throughout the DPC season where he's like very vocal about his timings, and the rest of the team is going to follow whatever he does.
One thing I want to mention also, when we're talking about Team Spirit, last year, it wasn't, I mean, the year itself was great, but I'm talking about last international. It wasn't great for them, Lacoste. It felt like the patch might have just not fit the team very well.
Yeah, I think it comes down to this heavy zoom meta that was happening, and the collapse. These are not his, you know, favorite heroes to play. Well, he really shines on these initiators, team fights that have some kind of a stun. He likes to be the one controlling the tempo of the game, going in first. And now that Zoom meta is kind of over, you can see that Team Spirit is doing much better.
Yeah, it fits Collapse well, it fits the team well. And I have to ask this question, Fear, but comparing this form of both of these teams, both Spirit and LGD, versus the form TI10, how similar are they in terms of peak level?
They look more dominant here, to me.
Team Spirit does.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing great at TI10, of course, but like they didn't go in as the favorites every single series. So like they had a lot of like challenging games they overcome. Now it kind of feels like every game is just a little too easy for them. So they're just looking unstoppable at the moment, where LGD, they're bleeding here and there in the early game. They're just like, as I said, they always have a stable draft. They always come back into the games, and their fundamentals are probably the best of any team.
Where does the dominance come from? What part of the game are they just exceptionally good at?
I think it also I'm going to detach from the game there, but I think these are the only two teams where when I look at a draft from them, if they take a loss, if they win in a difficult way, you know the next game, the draft's going to be completely different, or there's going to be a whole element and shift. And I don't think a lot of teams have that ability within a series at TI to have that room. But when you have, you know, sign up for one coach Zhao Wei as well, like they are teams that are refreshing in this way. Personally, I want to see these guys in the grand finals. I want to see the rematch because just they bring the most invigorating drafts of any team.
It seems like everybody wants to see them in the finals. We heard Chalice say the same thing. He's ready for Team Spirit tomorrow. So we'll see who gets the honor of being up against them in the grand finals if they make it that far. Or lower bracket finals. You know, that's also tomorrow. That's also something Chalice could have meant there. But Team Spirit, LGD, there is a war of battle going on. Dota 2, great. There's another war going on while everybody else is playing Dota 2. And as a support player, Lacoste, this is something that piques your interest. It's the wards war.
Yeah, pretty much. PSG LGD, they're the best at this TI in terms of dewarding. Also, the amount of wards that they lose, the amounts of observer wards that they kill. It comes down to them picking up one of the earliest gems. They love to pick it up early, like a lot of Chinese teams do, is just to be able to continue the domination with this gem. It's all about the tempo, and they're setting up a really high tempo whenever they pick up the early gem.
Yeah, I also like the fact that now, because obviously, I say now, we've had 5 couriers for a long time, but it took some time for pro players to feel comfortable buying an early gem, having that courier out on the map ready to snipe it away, because if you do die and give away a gem, it's going to feel pretty bad if you're buying it 20 minutes. But just these pros, they're so much better now. Micro and the couriers, making sure that the gem is at the forefront of their ideas, and when you have heroes like this, like Night Stalker and stuff that can utilize it so well, you can just choke out your opponent in both vision and gameplay.
I would say you kind of need it in this new map change because the map is so big now, right? And there's not enough sentries to cover the whole map, so if you want to choke players out now, you kind of need that gem, whereas before you could just deward certain areas of the map and feel pretty good about it.
There was this one guy on Reddit yesterday that could be on the analyst desk. The question was how to beat Team Spirit. Number 1, don't get outdrafted. Number 2, don't get outplayed. Number 3, most importantly, don't lose.
So smart.
Good advice.
Do you have his username? Because he might be needed right now. You don't have it.
I don't have it, no. Missed out. Shout out to him, though.
Shout out to that guy on Reddit.
Team Spirit has lost more games than LGD this TI, though. You can't deny that one. And one thing that we often talk about, but when it's in upper bracket finals, it's something different. We talk about momentum a lot. Both of these squads come fresh off of the win in the upper bracket semifinals. They have all the momentum they can wish for. The only thing they've got to go on where they might be faltering a little bit, we'll see. How much did their opponent learn from their series before this? Fear, we watched both the series yesterday. Let's talk about Team Spirit first. They, of course, dropped a game. Was there anything that you feel like LGD could really pinpoint in Team Spirit's gameplay or draft that they're like, okay, you know what? We learned from that and we can beat them now?
Like, when you play against Team Spirit, you always have to be ready for their late game, because they've shown you can beat them in the early game, but sometimes this is why Yatoro is so scary. He can always find a way to come back into the game. So keeping Yatoro down, and also in the early game, keeping Collapse down, making sure he can get on his axe and get a bunch of kills around the map, I think that's something you should definitely focus on, but they don't have like one weakness that's consistent throughout all games. It's going to change by game to game.
Yeah, one thing that I've seen from LGD Gaming is Shiro is amazing, slightly weaker laning stage compared to Yatoro, but he's the type of a guy that also can make a huge comeback. Game yesterday when they played against Azure Ray on Spectre, he got dominated. He couldn't do anything, then went back to jungle, farm Hand of Midas, and he's also the type of a guy that is not too afraid to sacrifice some of his own farm for the rest of the team to be able to pick them up, because it's not all about the carry, while on the side of Team Spirit, they like to heavily rely on Yatoro.
Yeah, and for me, I think Spirit, that game too, it was maybe an overreaction to the Spirit Breaker, right? They had a lot of counter-aggression heroes, but they weren't able to push out the lanes, make these early moves, and we talk about how good Team Spirit is in the late game, but they just didn't really draft themselves a way to get there.
Yeah.
And I think that's my main kind of concern in this upcoming series, is if they go a little bit too defensive, LGD, they're going to be able to punish that. So it's finding that balance once again, and you'd think Spirit also would identify that after quite a nice victory from Liquid in that game.
Yeah, with LGD Azure Ray series yesterday, there was a very clear switch that was flipped halfway through the game in both of the games where Azure Ray was running at LGD. And yeah, LGD lost a couple of heroes here and there, but cool and composed, LGD mid-game, 15 minutes in, flips a switch and is able to make a comeback happen. Will the series be similar to yesterday? Will Team Spirit have a better plan in place than Azure Ray did? We're finding out. Game 1 draft starting now.
Team Spirit versus LGD Gaming. Game 1.
Here we go. We got LGD and Team Spirit on stage. LGD will be Radiant side. Team Spirit will be Dire side. First pick will go to LGD. And we've seen how important first pick has been throughout the entire international. But maybe Team Spirit has a better plan than previous teams had. Team Spirit was able to beat Team Liquid yesterday, who had first pick. So they have got something figured out. In terms of the bans, though, we're going to have a lot of the fan favorites, or maybe not even fan favorites, but a lot of the player favorites removed, T.
Yeah, I think right now the only question mark is, will Team Spirit ban out like Phoenix? It's been quite a regular ban, but also Muerta's still in play. Because they've pushed Spirit Breaker into the first phase of bans, look at their classics, it's Phoenix, it's Muerta, and this time around, Muerta is going to be let through.
I know it's not the most popular hero right now, but we've seen Magnus, not necessarily a first pick material here. Like, they go way back. This is LGD against Team Spirit, TI-10, 3 games of Magnus. And yesterday, nothing to say. He showed really dominant performance on the heroes. So I think we might see the hero just being picked, especially if it goes to game 3.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see here. I'm very curious to see what the first pick choice will be here for LGD. There's still the Brewmaster in the pool. They do like this hero from time to time, but I think the last time they picked up was more of like a block pick. Is there going to be something similar in this series? Are they going to try to do more block picks against Spirit here, or are they just come out with something that's more comfort?
I mean, LGD, they've been predominantly second pick throughout this tournament, unlike most of the other teams that are rushing towards first pick. So that is something a little bit different. We haven't got as much data to go off of them, but I think
they needed to lose more.
Yeah, had to learn a bit.
Oh, they ban out a Tusk, and that means that they leave a large amount still in the pool. They'll pick up the AA first, but it does mean that the Brewmaster is still in the pool, which against Spirit is not often the case. And it is very annoying, mostly, to be up against Collapse's Brew. CK is still in the pool. A lot of ones, a lot of usual suspects still that Team Spirit can choose from here.
Yeah, a lot of options, but I think just this AA is a hero that we've seen on and off from teams, and it is so potent. Of course, in this tanky meta, being able to stop that healing is incredible, but I think Vortex is the key spell for me. Because the damage is now inside Vortex, it's a lot of blink cancelling, sort of vision that you're applying, and you set up a lot of these position 4s, these mids, to even throw out even more damage in these fights. So I think this is a hero that we probably should have seen more throughout this TI, but now we're seeing it as a first pick overall.
Yeah, just go ahead and just pick an AA. All of a sudden, you're in a situation where we're just showing support. They're going to answer back with another support here. Most of the cores, we're getting pretty deep in the tournament now, so a lot of these good cores you would pick in the early phases, they're getting banned out now. And when I see an AA, we talked about, like, Collapse, he doesn't enjoy playing a lot of the Zoo heroes, but Beastmaster, Zoo-type heroes have always been good versus AA because, yeah, it is the meta right now. You want to be tanky, you want to buy heart, but this is why AA has been popular. That's probably why they're picking it now, too, to just kind of shut that play down.
Yeah, and if Ancient Apparition is paired up with something strong in the laning phase, like another stun, CK is still in the pool. You know, behind the scenes, pros are talking about this hero as being the strongest carry of the meta right now, and this has been old school combo. AA plus CK, you get stunned for a really long time. And also Shadow Demon, he's not the best hero against the CK because he wants to be blown up immediately. He also can get the target on with his ulti. Usually he's that anti-carry, but for now, LGD, they will take care of some of these backline jumpers, removing Spectre, because Ancient Apparition, he can't really defend himself.
Can we highlight the Shadow Demon a little bit? Because I personally am puzzled. I am a simple person. I look at the stats. I see Shadow Demon picked 31 times at the International. 26% win rate. That's bad, T. Very bad.
I mean, do you want to call out the teams losing with it, or no? I think
no, but I want to know why it might be good here.
So for this game, I think it's really good for the defensive capabilities. The fact that when AA commits to a fight, as long as you can buy time, it helps. AA naturally also can't find the backline, so SD's always going to have presence, knowing that at least one support can't get to you. And I feel like for Spirit, they have been one of the teams that have showcased how to play SD correctly. They flex between 4 and 5, and predominantly it is the disruption that is doing most of the heavy lifting for this hero nowadays. Because if you don't stop him, it is just going to open up your engagement to reset and take that next fight.
Yeah, and another big thing this hero does that isn't talked about enough is he is a save, of course. His laning was buffed a lot, but he can stack a lot too. So if you do pick an off laner, we know Collapse does like playing Axe and Tides and stuff like this. He can just get him really farmed and just accelerate Collapse's game. And Collapse is one of the scariest players to play against when he's top net worth.
10 seconds remaining.
You know, we're talking about the Zoo for Collapse, by the way. I was just double checking. It's like he's actually got like a 70% win rate on Beastmaster.
I mean, like his Zoo is actually really good.
Yeah.
It's just at the beginning of the year, it didn't work out with Laurel and.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where it's like at the beginning of the year, if we're talking about this, like the stats reflect he should be able to pick it up, but they weren't achieving results. But now, seeing AA, seeing that development, we've seen it already. Like Weaver, kind of a non-existent hero, but then it's rising up. I feel like these could be the type of games that also certain heroes can shine when we haven't seen them before.
Well, Weaver won't shine this game. It just got banned out. Oh.
Let's go.
I mean, if you're speaking about Collapse, I think you talk to anyone that watch CI10, you say Magnus, you say Collapse. Amazing.
Pretty much. We did mention the hero, and I'm really glad that they are showing it up in the first game. You know, this is not just the battle in Dota, this is also mental warfare.
Oh, yes.
Take it away from LGD, and on top of that, like, yes, Magnus, it has changed from the horn toss, the old school times where Collapse was achieved, but then Harpoon got introduced. So you're still kind of doing the same thing. You're still dragging someone, repositioning them, and slaughtering them away from your team.
Well, that's pretty scary. But the real question for me is going to be, is Collapse going to play the Mag, or is he going to hand over the reins to Laurel? Because this hero's been picked in the mid lane most of the time, and we're not entirely sure the strengths of this hero right now in the off lane. At least I'm not. But I know for a fact in the mid lane, it is pretty successful.
Yeah, most likely going to be that mid because you want to get those levels, you want to become active. We already talked about NTS picking up Magnus yesterday, where he, you know, decided to play slightly more active. It understood what the role in the team is, but this is also a hero that can scale extremely well.
New hero joins the fray. Well, we've seen it played, but not very often. And actually, we've seen it played on the side of LGD earlier this week, or last week, I should say, but not on the side of Team Spirit, the Elder type.
In regards to draft, when we're saying about like the dynamic nature of both of these teams, like Spirit, this is the most protect your triangle, make stacks, utilize the empower, farm up. If you run into the triangle without vision, without a correct smoke, you're going to hit by a stomp. Disruption turnaround, RP, you're going to get absolutely obliterated. In LGD so far, it's a lot of 1+1 combos to get a kill, which isn't going to be the best to deal with if Spirit if they are to go defense.
Yeah, what I want to see from LGD is go into triangle immediately and start blocking some camps, because you have one of the best heroes in Dota to stack with and one of the best heroes in Dota to clear those stacks with.
Yeah, definitely. And I think more than anything right now, this Elder Titan, it's typically picked up against agility heroes for the aura, but in this case, it doesn't really matter. CK, he goes in, he normally blows up one hero, but then you have that Echo Stomp to just freeze everything in place, reposition. You have tons of AoE now to kind of deal with illusions. You have the Magnus as well that can keep up in the farm space, but LG's draft is still strong nonetheless.
Could this be like a void game for Team Spirit potentially? Because you have the buff ups, you're not as slow as before. The supports are food throughout the entire game. The jump potential of CK is always very scary, but if you don't jump, if you don't cleanly connect, that's when Void will obliterate.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. You have save with the disruption, so even if they manage to get a top of you, but we'll pick up a Terrorblade here. Yataro's classic.
This is just Spirit saying, if you want to be aggressive, we're just never going to be near you, right? Like, how quickly can they skip waves? They're going to be able to play such an intense macro game for Spirit that LGD, the next two picks for them, they need to be able to cut through that. Make sure they protect a wave, transport it towards the tower, defend it, and then take the fight they want to take. Because if they're not dictating this game, they're always going to be looking towards the next lane that they need to push out.
Oh, it's coming.
Okay.
Okay, time to get rid of some of these vision heroes from the mid lane. I mean, there is Storm Spirit available, maybe even Zeus. Like, I wouldn't mind even having, you know, Zeus on the side of Team Spirit. They're gonna go with Puck, so this is another elusive hero, because they don't have this instant stun, so they might need to remove some of these elusive heroes. We did mention that, you know, NTS, he's not that cheesy player anymore. He's playing more of meta stuff, but his Tinker will always come out if it's a good game for it.
And why is it a good game for it this time around?
I mean, you're playing against Terrorblade. They don't have any kind of catch. Shadow Demon, like these heroes are gonna die.
Everything that I was saying for Spirit, being defensive, protect your triangle, these are properties that allow Tinker to have a good start to the game. The worst Tinker games is when you can collapse onto that mid tower, break down the map, stop Tinker from getting that Blink Dagger, just delaying the inevitable. And right now, LGD, they have the start of the fight that we mentioned with the CK, the Grimstroke combo, and for Tinker, he should be able to freely farm. Like, this last pick from Spirit needs to have a little bit of pressure and catch, otherwise this could just be the NTS show.
I think they only have two choices here, one being a Storm Spirit and the other one being Zeus. Outside of that, it's going to be very difficult for them to find the Tinker in these fights, and Tinker is a hero that we don't see a lot of. It definitely has a lot of weaknesses. Of course, the laning we talked about, sure, the Shadow Demon can come and gank him, which could be effective, but I think more than anything, they just want to pick a hero that can just stop Tinker from doing what he does best, just spamming spells in the backline. They need some type of gap close here.
Yeah. And LGD, they round out their draft with a Centaur, another hero that can just absorb a little bit of that damage during the team fight. Also should have a relatively free lane, and that alone
strong lane coming out from LGD.
Ooh, I am scared for like 15-20 minutes. Spirit, where is the damage from this lineup? There's going to be Tinker running at you, CK, Blink Dagger potentially. You got Centaur Blink on top of you. Like, there's so much swarming that Spirit.
They can fix it potentially in their last pick. It seems like from the bans of LGD that LGD is banning out a couple of mid heroes with the Puck and the Bat Rider, so still having that option for the Mag to be flexed.
Is this just like a boring kind of Pangolier style situation? Another hero that can find
Kunkka.
Okay.
Or Kunkka.
So they didn't really address the Tinker that much like for the game, but Kunkka's pretty strong in the laning stage. They can still play tempo, but I think more than anything, as per usual, we're going to be looking at the Collapse of Magnus to make things happen on the map. If he has good laning stage, maybe he will be the one to find the Tinker with that Blink Harpoon build.
I'm feeling this LGD draft, I'll be honest. Two strong side lanes and nothing to say on Tinker. Also, the latest Chinese meme, you know, TI2, they wanted TI4, TI6, 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. That's TI12 for you.
Yeah, it's written.
Wow, that's some good math.
And quick.
Well done, the handshake exchanged here on the panel. So we are all feeling like LGD has got an unanswered Tinker here then, T.
It's unanswered until Team Spirit have a lot of items. So it's kind of LGD's game to lose, where they're the ones that will be dictating a lot of the early pressure. They have a lot of really good early game timings, but rounds like CK might potentially fall off into all the chaos that Spirit can bring, but it's all on LGD to break Spirit's farming patterns, don't allow them to get these items, and show us why this, 71% win rate Tinker across his entire career is picked up so boldly.
Oh, we're seeing early aggression then. That's exactly what you're saying. That should come out. That should come out from both teams. Lacoste nodding along heavily. Yeah. And you're thinking still bloodbath, but Tinker comes out on top.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like they have, you know, two strong side lanes, and this Tinker that is not really answered until they start to get, you know, a couple of items, X Mark, and they also have a Centaur to defend their. If they don't want to take a fight, they can easily just stampede away.
Yeah, I think right now, if you do want to win this game, if you're Team Spirit, it has to be the Collapse show. It really does. We're going to have to see a lot of skewers, a lot of Harpoon plays. Other than that, it might be quite difficult because their lineup is slow.
And you said earlier that we've seen Mag mostly in the mid lane, but you feel like Collapse still can do this on the off lane.
Let's see. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. We're going to have to see. He's a great Mag player, but will it fit in the meta?
Will it fit in the meta? That's a question maybe Silent can answer us as he's standing with Tsunami on the stage for a coach interview.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with Silent, who
This is where you prove yourself. Well, not me. Already made up my mind. And it isn't good.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Spirit to go up against LGD. And my goodness, Fog, what some kind of hero player combinations we've got coming out. Indeed, as was hyped up, the Collapse Magnus. But over on the side of LGD, the Tinker. There's been so many games, so many drafts in this tournament that a lot of people have felt that maybe it was the time to bring it out. It didn't happen, but it's happening now. And Fog, do they have the answer for this nothing to say Tinker from the side of Spirit? Can they deal with it?
Oh, could be some limited answers, but if anything they do have is
base control and base defense. There's skewers, there's an ET to hold high ground, there's tidal waves and whatnot too. I think we're in for an absolute treat. Who knows which way this one's going to go, but all I know is it's going to be a fun one.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at both drafts, what do you feel that both teams have really kind of gone for with their approach to this game?
I mean, we just heard it right there from Sana. I think it's a lot of comfort, right? Comfort, but also definitely a lot of heroes that are really popular currently at the moment. But you see Yatoro's bringing out his Terrorblade, which he hasn't been playing as much as some of the other carries. And of course, NTS playing his Tinker. I think it is just these two teams. They know a lot about each other, and we're gonna see that quickly defined inside this game.
Absolutely, we'll see how well Lyle can do in the matchup here against Nothing to Say Tinker, and sort of beyond the laning stage, who's going to be the hero that has the answer to lock Nothing to Say down and stop him from being able to freely jump around the team fights in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, because overall, you tend to see the Spirit heroes used to be the answer, of course, for the Tinker. Even the Zeus, of course, would have his merit, but overall in this game, looking at Spirit, the catching for this Tinker could be difficult. They have the ET Spirit, probably one of the best scouting tools, and the Kunkka in particular to catch this Tinker, but could fall into some issues. Nothing to say. It's a Nothing to Say Tinker, right? If he's able to get away with it, he will take over this map. And they have a lot of aggressive potential that they can do with Global. They have an AA as well with this Tinker too, so it's got to be a lot of damage that they can have in that early mid game.
Looking at the side lane matchups, what do you think we're going to get out of this bottom one? The classic sort of CK AA safe lane duo from Shira and YU Smile going up against the signature, the Collapse Magnus, which will be backed up by Mirror's Shadow Demon. Anybody going to have difficulties down this bottom lane? Is there kill potential for either of the sides?
That's a good question. Overall, CK, I don't think has really had any difficult times, as we're saying. This new top,
trying to make a bit of a chase down on towards him. They did put the meta for that one, but New's fine.
Zoning him away, though.
They're going to take a few extra punches here from Meposhka. Comes in from Planet, and maybe just a bit of a bait as New. He's ready to turn with Planet and start to get aggressive over towards the Elder Titan. They're in with the first stun, follow up with the Who Stomp. They've got the burst. They'll find first blood. As LGD bait Meposhka perfectly.
Nice play from Planet. Sometimes you do see, these 4 positions or these greedy supports. They tend to just hit the creeps when something like this has happened. Planet immediately runs to his buddy, so quick little identification. They can go for that kill. Yatoro does get pretty much every single last hit out of it there, but a good kill for this Centaur to start off.
Yeah, that was the first usage of the meta, so there'll be this long period now where New and Planet, unlikely to feel under any sort of heat themselves, they're feeling very solid in the lane. And Meposhka just have to be very careful with his positioning. With a bit of an advantage, they'll get off that kill. They could look to go again if Meposhka gets too sort of ahead of himself.
No, absolutely. We haven't seen too much of the ET, right? I think it was only 9 Pandas who've been playing it too much here, but you can understand the idea what they want from it. I think T was talking a lot on the panel about just trying to stall, get that farm up. It's a very, very farm-heavy team, the Team Spirit's looking for this time around. And it's a lineup that can stall forever. You get a stomp on one person when they're trying to push at some point. You get the skewers back in the base, the tidal waves, etc. So.
I'm talking about stalling, this here we've seen some incredibly long games come out. If this was one to go to the later stages, who's going to have the better job of stalling and carrying out this game through the later portions?
Spirit has a pretty scary one, but it's going to be the test too, because the Tinker, if he's at a point where he's just absolutely out of control, he can just take over everything,
he can
right? And it's nothing to say, so definitely potential for him having that if he gets off to a good start. And so far, it is pretty good. Having a very good matchup here versus Laurel, but Laurel is handling it. 16-3, 17-4, pretty much dead even.
Yeah, they're both basically free farming the mid lane, pushing it back and forth. So no one getting shut out completely at that one. Top lane, bit of aggression here is New, trying for the setup. They've got the Ink Swap up with the Stomp. Ooh, coming nicely from Meposhka. Holding the back, and they're not able to get the Ink Swap pop onto Yatoro. Still bringing this terribly incredibly low. New's going to be able to close it with a It didn't matter that they didn't connect with the Ink Swap. They still managed to take Yatoro down.
Great plays from New. Lacking a little bit on the last hits, but getting these kills, it's going to set him up for a pretty damn early Vanguard. He's actually buying the boots, so looking for more aggression in this lane. I like it. It's a lot of magic damage up here versus this squishy Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty frightening for Spirit, right? They're losing heroes despite the fact that LGD didn't need to hit all the spells.
Exactly.
It's a scary part of the map already in the first few minutes. This top lane for Team Spirit, they've got to be more careful and perhaps need to have that extra backup come in if LGD try for that sort of play again.
Quick moves.
Has been killed.
Looking to set up perhaps on the Nothing to Say, a rotation that's probably unexpected here.
So they've got the damage set up into the torrent. There's Nothing to Say. He's got the laser at the ready. Lars still has the X mark, but backup's in from YU Smile. Gets the drag back with the X mark.
One more poison.
It's a lot of damage that's going to be coming in onto this Tinker. It's not enough to pop him though. Nothing to Say manages to escape. The attempt unsuccessful by Spirit.
I think the Blood Grenade was off the mark there.
I think it didn't connect.
I don't think it connected. I think if it hits, it's very likely to get the kill.
It would have been very close.
Yeah, it would have been close. Good attempt there from Mir. An unexpected gank. I don't think they saw that one coming, but that's the beauty of the Shadow Demon. I think that's maybe also part of the reason, besides, of course, Kunkka being so popular, but this hero stacks, this hero's good to gank with most of his cores. I mean, yeah, with the Magnus and with that Kunkka, it's definitely set up.
A close start, despite the kills that LGD have been able to pick up, as you can see on the last hits, it's not shaking up Team Spirit. Team Spirit's 3 cores slightly ahead at this stage right now. Collapse. He's more than happy to be left on his own down here. Mira can continue to roam the map right now. This Magnus in a position where he'll be under no sort of threat really from this laning stage unless they bring in additional members, which is unlikely. I think the focus from LGD very much going to be towards this top lane, getting the pressure onto Terrorblade and just making sure they have that backup when required.
Hey, look at this again. It's big damage.
It's set up with the combo onto Yatoro. It's easily enough as New takes him down. Not an easy lane as we're seeing here for the Terrorblade. You know, Yatoro, an absolute master on this hero, but getting caught out by LGD's combo.
And he's overall a pretty squishy hero throughout this game versus all the magical bursts that they're going to be having super early in the game, right? That's the reason that the Tinker gets picked up. If Yatoro gets off to a slow start,
yeah, that's rough.
It'd be hard for him to catch back up. The other thing about the Tinker is that people used to talk about, it's not just that you have this big burst being able to find this Terrorblade, it's also you just clear the illusions. So TB thrives on being able to farm the map without showing himself. Tinker can easily just show up, wipe those illusions out, constrict the farm too, so
if you're looking for
tough start for Yatoro New. He's been the one to watch for me these last few games. His Brewmaster took over, his Night Stalker as well, and now his Centaur is off to a phenomenal start.
At the least, you know, obviously a Terrorblade, Yatoro, he's on a hero that can absolutely back up and recover through through the farm and from the jungle, but not the kind of start he would have hoped to have had. Still trying to hover around this top lane, but it's getting scarier and scarier for Spirit to be up there.
I mean, they've already started moving heroes. They move wide top, so they have the 3 top, and then they have the CK and a 1v1 for Magnus. Magnus, that's fine for CK.
They're going to try and step in from Aposhka. This time TP backup will be coming in. Lal ready to try and help turn things around, but New, he's in with those.
He still gets the kill.
Yeah, but he just take the kill. There's nothing they can do to stop New in that attempt. See if they can hold him back at all. I mean, Lal's looking towards him, but New,
he's just walking
away. He's going to be able to walk it off. Lal's not going to be able to throw anything down onto the Centaur. He's just getting away with everything in this top lane New.
And it's a cool approach, because I feel like in almost every one of these games, people just default a lot of times. Like, oh, I'm having good lane, I go Vanguard, you can't kill me. No, New's like, I'm going phase boots, I'm going bring out, I'm playing the aggressive Centaur, and so far, look at that differential. He has 1,000 gold over.
Yeah, I think an exciting start to the game. You can see already in the net worth. This is very much going to be down to the offlaners to see what both of them can do. New coming in with a hot start through this early laning stage. See in a minute, they'll get the setup. Stomp into the boat.
Did enough though.
Able to turn and get the laser up onto Lal. No further hits coming in, but the X mark is still there. Now the TP backup comes into play. LGD wanting to try and do their best to keep nothing to say safe, and it will work. This side of Spirit can't go in any further. See Collapse is also swung across, but the silence was there immediately. Stampede comes out from New. LGD able to separate themselves from Team Spirit's attempts.
All the little things mattering. Raindrop and a bracer, maybe not something you expect to see on the Tinkers too much, but nothing to say. He knows. Be a little bit tankier versus this burst as Laurel.
Should be alright here, Planet. Just throwing out a blood grenade for a bit of fun.
And as we know, there's a lot of aggression going on so far for LGD. Lanes are looking good, but as Panel said, and as we see, it's a greedy draft that Spirit is setting themselves up for, and looking at the stacks, they're getting them prepped. I think this is what, a quad hard camp stamp or something like that at the moment, set up inside that triangle for the Kunkka. So they will have these recovery outlets.
No, for sure. Spirit can calm things down even just a little bit. Very likely that you're going to see Yatoro's Terrorblade get back up to the top spot in net worth.
As long as they don't lose these stacks. I mean, they might have to go clear them pretty soon just in case of anything, because if a Tinker walks over there, gets cleared in no time. Yeah, lanes, I mean, they've kind of broken the lanes a little bit here. LGD, with this dominance from New, they're going to force Yatoro a bit to the jungle there, and the supports are having to make these moves around to get these stacks around to try to fix things. They're going to work on those stacks.
In terms of Collapse's progress, he's of course going to go straight for that Blink Dagger, 1300 towards it, so should be
in trouble though.
Having it a good timing. They're in with the silence, and with the 3 of them, there's a huge amount of damage that Collapse he cannot withstand. LGD
clean,
taking kills wherever they want right now, 5-0.
Planet making it happen. All 5 kills are at the back of this Grimstroke so far. Inkswell connecting perfectly. He's got level 3 Inkswell already too. I mean, this is very scary how much magic damage they have. I mean, New's gonna have such an early Blink Dagger too. He's just he's like, screw it, I don't even need the Vanguard. He's gonna have it at such an early time for these early aggressive moves. And they're just continuing to pick up the pace here.
It's gotten to the point now where Spirit, they're not going to be showing any faces up on this top lane.
Unless they bring a lot of numbers. But Collapse, he actually did port down bottom, so the TP will not be available for the Magnus to be able to join if there's a big battle committed up top. Looks like Laurel was able to sneak into the enemy triangle a little bit here. I think he stole a double stack, it looks like.
Jax thinks Radiant's
a little bit extra gains for him.
And Poshka's got to be careful.
He's wrong.
Hiding in the trees, trying to soak up some XP.
He's got to be so cautious. Stampede's at the ready.
Radiant-shaped problems.
They'll slowly but surely siege this top tier 1 tower, LGD. Miposhka, he'll start to back off. He does not want to be around here. Too much of a push. They've got the vision on him.
Aye, that's pretty much the blink dagger going to be finished up for new right after that tower goes down. Trying to give levels, the AA. Why? Trying to get a little bit in the mid lane, but seems like he knows something's up, having that ward on the right side. Does see the Kunk on the Shadow Demon set up. Playing far left, trying to get this level 6 online.
Lar's got the DD in the bottle, so a good amount of burst if he can find some sort of setup around this mid.
Laurel. Close to 6 on AA. Oh my goodness. So close. If Wise 6 there, that just is probably a dead Kunkka. Laurel has to be a little bit careful.
Planet. He's going for the player. He's been held up by the Stampede. He's able to close in onto Miposhka. That's going to be Miposhka going down.
Look at him go.
Another kill here for LGD as a whole. They just 6-0 Spirit, still struggling to find anything so far in terms of kills from this early game. Toro, he's getting bullied out of this top lane, has to TP out of there.
It was just bringing the action to him and Planet, right? The 6 kills, they're involved in 5, and then 6 on the counterpart, they're Planet. Super active so far. You see the scans are coming out already. LGD, they're taking notes. They're like, all right, well, Spirit, they're going to back up to their triangle. Could see some early contest come out here. They're actually just going to throw a casual AA blast to scout and potentially snipe someone. Won't connect, but a nice attempt.
Yep, they're going to need time, and Yatoro obviously with his build, he's approached that, has the Midas on the Terrorblade. He just wants to be hitting the creeps without any interruption. Well, we'll see if the rest of Spirit can create that sort of space for him. Collapse has got the solid timing on his Blink Dagger. He's keeping it hidden for now on the Courier. We'll see if they try and make some sort of move around this reveal of this pickup.
It does feel complicated though, especially with Yatoro going down full greed route for Midas. All of the heroes on LGD are going to be ready to fight at all.
They want to try and get something mid. TP over to the mid lane, Blink Dagger at the ready for Collapse. For the jump, gets the skewer back, straight underneath the tower. Heart will miss, but it doesn't matter, they'll still get the kill. A solid Blink Dagger reveal there from Collapse.
He is the one who kind of has to bring back that early game a little bit for them. 6-1, he finds the biggest catch he can. Another one potentially too.
Yeah, should manage to find this one here. Exmo straight back into the boat. It's going to be a couple of kills for Spirits. They start to get themselves on the board.
Nicely done. Nuke does have that Blink Dagger finished, but as you said, Yatoro, he's just chilling on the sidelines. Quick little RP usage, and they're back off to getting that farm. So for Spirit, it's going to be a lot of that this game. Getting a quick kill, backing up farming, and it's going to be up to LGD to punish this farm, to find these heroes and hunt.
I mean, how
they are looking for.
How easy is it for LGD's hero to hunt down around that sort of tier 2 area top? Is it easy for them to set up to try and get the Terrorblade, or is this a pretty safe part of the map for Spirit to hold for Yatoro to keep farming up here?
It'll probably be pretty safe for some time, especially until they can get out that mid tower. Because there is a lot of counter gank. That's the one thing that Spirit's draft really thrives on, especially for like later stages and stuff like that. ET, Stomp, Magnus, and SD save, so multiple different things they can do to protect each other. If the kill doesn't happen instantly, it could get quickly turned. 6-2 with gold now. Spirit, those stacks starting to work out. 3 cores at 6K. And TS has been slowed down significantly just off that 1 kill.
Fully set up around this bottom tier 1 really, Spirit, just in case LGD were going to group up and try for a tier 1 tower push.
I mean, they're going to have RP back up in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, they're ready
very ready for this fight. Yep. And they will have pretty decent damage at least because the ET does have okay levels. Miposhka has hit 6 and Laurel is 11, so if they do catch anybody near tower, very likely they will just pop.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they may have got that tier 1 on the top lane pretty early, LGD, but finding any of the other towers, it's not going to be an easy ordeal.
No, they need to fight for it. They need to get a pick off first, ideally, or get some vision behind tower. They can't just go straight for these towers versus this Magnus.
It's going to be down to if New can get the jump here. Smoke up from the 3 of them. New
needs to ward down.
And the 2 supports. They've got the Inkswell buff. They'll go for the jump on Miposhka.
Quick and easy.
See if they can turn this into anything else.
Laurel is immediately rotating over. Has a shield rune as well, too. This is hard
straight at them.
He is incredibly tanky. They do not have the damage for him at this point. If he gets the shield rune off.
And they'll back off. They'll get the kill. And they'll pull back here, LGD.
They're actually going to give nothing to say the wisdom rune as well, too. I think he was perhaps farming the left side, but they have to give him anything he can just to get him boosted up a little bit. And he's going to, I mean, at the moment, he's got the Aghanims queued up, so.
Lively now.
Cool. Does feel pretty awesome versus a lot of these tanky heroes and stuff like that, right? So besides just the Terrorblade, of course, that counter, but yeah, cool.
The game resuming at this sort of pace, I think
They'll be happy.
Yatora that is indeed going to be in a very happy place. Need to freely catch up here in the farm and this stage, and what will continue to be. You know, this is one of those games where he's going to probably be the only man with the Midas.
Does feel
in the long run, that should be set to pay off unless LGD can continue to put the pressure on.
Spirit ready to go again. Collapse. He's got the RP. They're hunting. They see the courier moving toward top.
Might have to just settle for an AA.
Yeah, they don't have to use RP. It's a pretty easy kill.
Not the biggest they would hope for.
Get Yatora the kill.
No.
Yep. Perfectly set up.
Quick move towards the twin gates, maybe.
Ooh.
See if they can make a play down bottom as well. Off the remainder of the smoke. They've still got a few seconds left onto it. New, he's close to showing himself on the wave. And they're bringing further teams in around the tier 1. It's a tanky hero. And again, any sort of setup. Maybe Mirror with the disruption, but not New. He's already out of the area. This is a scary place to be. Look at the TPs coming in. In fact, LGD bringing 3 further TPs in on this one. They're happy to try and fight this. They get the setup here straight away onto Mirror. They'll find the Shadow Demon.
The battle vision as soon as somebody shows himself. And that ward, it will actually expire in 30 seconds, so it won't actually be a D-ward. Quick, easy kill.
Yeah, it's alright, making the most of it though, knowing that with that sort of focus down bottom, he was able to push forward an extra couple of waves on the top lane, get some pressure onto the tier 1 tower, so maximizing what he can, even in these scarier parts of the map.
Yeah, and I'm watching it. Let's actually check to see if Collapse was trying to throw any empowers on him as that meta was wearing down. I think he is maybe looking to do so, but still looking for plays. Collapse, he's constantly looking for something.
I mean, so are LGD. We continually see them grouped up pretty heavily. I mean, at the moment, right, we've got 4 of them around this mid lane.
I'd imagine for them, they're looking to accelerate a little bit more.
I think so,
at least
right?
That CK with this timing, since right now he's absolutely a menace. He's got this Echo Saber and Armlet finished up, so if he joins with this team, he's quite a bit stronger than Yatora if he joins in.
Yeah, you've got to imagine they want to fight. They don't want to sit back, LGD.
No, I would imagine not. The Shard is also finished. Planet bought it right away at 15 minutes, so a very, very strong dispel, especially versus something like RP. He's able to be in a good position on this Grimstroke. He could stop a lot of aggression that comes out from Team Spirit. I'm going to keep my eyes on Planet, because he was quite a big difference maker yesterday as well, too, on his Rubik. The spell steals he was able to do. It's been phenomenal, so I'm going to be looking at him.
Collapse. Ready to go. Smoke up between himself and Mirror.
Okay, let's see if we
got
can
decent damage now with the Echo Saber completed over the Blink Dagger.
All 5 heroes are set up in the area as well.
It'll be a little bit of a bait. They could look to jump again. And LGD, they are prepared for this one, but Spirit, they have the numbers. Lal, trying to fish for something here with the Torrent. Not going to find anything.
They have ward vision inside that lane, so they do see every time that LGD does step up. And New is actually making the first move.
And we'll see if that Collapse. He's able to get the jump even before that gets the drag back onto White Smother. Bring down the
Oro's gone.
Spirit getting a bit split there with the focus heading over towards that jump that they made around the mid, but indeed they left their Kunkka vulnerable on the top lane.
And he had vision too. They have that lane ward, so he saw it completely coming in, but just got caught off guard. Maybe just the communication that was happening on the side. Caught off guard. It's a big kill. Slowing down Laurel's momentum. I believe what, did Shiro get the last? Yes, Shiro got the last hit as well too, so bumped up a little bit more.
Top tower.
CK, Shiro heading fantastic timings.
He's huge. He really is quite large, and he's always going to have that buff up, of course, from that Grimstroke.
Radiant's top
LGD, once again, everybody to the mid lane. Really trying to look for these constant and consistent fights.
Hey, look at Miposhka.
They'll get the jump. New, in with the burst. There'll be defensive disruption from Mirror. But there'll be no getting out of here for Miposhka. Easy support kills that LGD can continue to find.
Continuously, it's new in Planet every single time, making the setup happen. He's big. He almost has the heart finished up on the Centaur already. Once he disassembles the Vanguard, pretty much going to have it finished.
I think Dire's fortification will work, Jax.
It's going to be tough for them to, fully bring him down. ET Splitter, of course, is probably going to be one of their better damage functions. It's just that max HP damage, but sometimes it's pretty difficult to keep them always in line with it.
Yeah, Shiro, he can really get involved.
He's
turns up, takes the mid tier 1 tower with the BKB complete.
Oh, okay.
Very little chance that Spirit can take him down unless they catch him completely on his own and with pull down.
Yeah, and immediately just rebuys his Echo Saber too. He's having a phenomenal start here.
This is the timing for the CK. We'll see how much LGD can get done around this.
Right now, they're not playing like super rushed by any means. I'm sure they're like we also scale really hard. They always will have this Tinker versus that TB matchup, so he is getting closer and closer to that Aghanim. Maybe that'll be the call where they start taking over the map a little bit more, because it's pretty even in terms of gold so far.
Zero.
Yatoro.
Gonna find Yatoro here with the opening. They're gonna have an Ice Blast flurry as well. Straight in on top of the tower, but Yatoro, he's gonna be going down.
Uh-oh.
Did not expect LGD to be there, Yatoro, but they find him as he walks straight into them completely on his own.
Shiro gets handed a massive kill, and it is right as the Roshan is repositioning down toward bottom too, so they could consider even looking for it.
I mean, in that sort of situation, what do you imagine was going through Yatoro's mind? He just didn't expect them to be playing around this part of the map?
I guess not, right? Just got caught off guard. I mean, LGD has been incredibly active the way that they're swinging around the map with the supports and with Nuance. It seems like 3 or 4 heroes are constantly together. Just gets caught off guard, and now, yeah, that Rosh is gone. Yeah, that Rosh is gone in a second.
And it was sort of the first time he'd really left his half of the map. Yeah. I think Yatoro won't be doing that again anytime soon.
He went down the S and Y route. Pretty interesting one. Quite different than I feel like we usually do see on the Terrorblade.
Spirit will be able to secure themselves there.
Mira?
It's gonna be
fine.
My
God, he had the Healing Lotus.
Shout out from Aposhka's Elder Titan. Aghanim's done. Didn't commit to finish the Roshan. Will still sit there.
No, they didn't actually. Okay, good call.
Down to about half HP and then decided to pull back from it.
I guess they got a little bit scared because they didn't see exactly where all the heroes were. Okay. Aghanim's now finished. So for Laurel, big power spike now. He can look to get involved a little bit more for these team fights. But so far, it's been, again, just very farmy from Spirit. 11-4. Now for LGD, Aghanim's finished up for Tinker's. Yep, just still feels like they're going to be moving around at least with these 2 supports, looking for potential setups.
There we go.
Okay, Spirit's going to do it first.
See if Yatoro wants to get involved or if he'll hold back to farm. Now it doesn't look like he's too keen in joining the smoke. Does have the Eagle song done.
Who are they going to find, though?
He's going to show himself at least the illusions around the mid. Maybe see if he can get some sort of a bait. We'll join the smoke now, but he's ready to reveal. It's a full bait here with a push from the Terrorblade.
It's not every day you get to see Radiant's little tower.
Who they are able to grab. I mean, he's walking up. 2800 HP Centaur.
It's a hard one to go on, even if they get the vision upon him.
Especially if they don't know where Planet is in particular, right? This Inkswell, it could just stop the entire aggression that comes out from them. They can find him.
Try and get the grab one. And do indeed, they'll get the Grimstone. Drag him back. The Stampede's there, but the Ice Blast returns out. The huge jump to the Hoostomp. He's going to be on a bounce. The front line. Collapse is out. And now he's going to be the whole world in trouble as well. The BKB's pop. They push up for the Cook and take him down. They lose New in return. But a 2 for 2, and it is LGD that are able to take down 2 cores.
Yatoro gets time to farm though, right? So it's always like these positives and negatives they're going to get out of these smokes, even if they do lose some heroes.
Closing in on the butterfly. Very close to having that one complete at least.
It was good that Laurel actually got the Torrent Storm off. It was very close to him actually not getting that one off, and then they probably don't get that return kill. But even new with that heart, you saw the damage that comes through. Quite a lot that actually blew him up. Now CK items, a full Shadow Blade now for Shiro. So I mean, the hunting is going to continue. I feel like for him, he's just going to continue to look to get involved, and a lot of these kills could just get popped if he was able to find them on his own. That plus an AA Blaster plus a Tinker rotation.
Well, back to deal with the Tormentor on their side of things.
A Planet, double. Get a pretty nice one there. Why you smile, able to finish his. On top of also now having his Yule Scepter. We've been seeing a lot more Yules, but I think it's also because of the rise of these Kunkas and stuff like that. It's going to be very nice versus him, and also versus the Magnus, since I believe he did go for the Echo Saber on Collapse. So if they do have vision as the fight starts, could be difficult for Collapse to do the usual, harpoon skewer kind of plays. He gets Yulesed up, they can just fully go for him.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to get that BKB online next. It's going to take him a bit of time.
We'll need it to be able to get that type of setup first. Still 13-6 gold, continue to be very, very close, but LGD feel that they're probably feeling pretty good with getting away with this NTS Tinker so far. Not getting caught out too much.
He was sort of in that bottom spot there, the lowest of the cores for a while, but now he's caught up to both Collapse and you, making the right sort of progress here on his trajectory towards getting the BKB done himself, so he can jump around these fights without the threat of getting caught in a stray torrent from these Torrent Storms from Lyle.
Yes, that's the big thing, right? He absolutely needs this BKB versus Torrent Storm.
Your blood runs cold.
DD in the river here. Beneath the ward of Spirit, so they'll be aware that it gets picked up if they go for a play with this one.
Shiro swinging around for it with his Shadow Blade. They're instantly smoking with it too. They want something, but it got seen. Like you said, Spirit, they were completely aware of it. So everyone positioned around the area.
At least, even if he was invis. If LGD can still catch them by surprise.
Oh, the big clash looks like it's going to happen here. Planet, he also buys a Blink Dagger for positioning on this Grimstroke.
Gold for my forge.
People get the big jump.
Spirit, they should be full defensive right now. They know that LGD is going to be looking for this sort of move.
They get the scan, know where they are. Poshka in position to break it.
Yeah, maybe they'll just allow support to get caught here.
Laurel, be careful. He's got Tidal Wave. They have a ward on the high ground, perhaps. They could fish for somebody.
Smart getting the vision set up for themselves.
They're going to go for it.
Oh, they're going to get the Stuart back as well. On towards you.
Instant ink swap.
You going to be able to pop the Stampede still. Gets himself back up to the high ground. Both teams holding back from one another. Is there any further catch? Lyle trying to close the gap over towards New. They get a reflection out on towards the center.
I mean, Spirit wants to catch something here.
It's
they
hard to
use so much.
He's going to be able to wrap it up the back lines. He gets straight in on top towards them, but the Stewart's there once more. Collapse getting Shiro under the tab. The BKB's popped by the CK. Shiro steps back. Soulbind.
He's stuck.
Holding together the two of them. In with the who's up the double leg on the both of the bounce. He can throw it down over the defensive disruption. Comes out from there. They'll finish at the cook. He gets blown up here by the burst of the laser. Nothing to say, finding that huge kill, taking out the Terrorblade in the midst of the fight.
Oh,
both teams to lose two.
The mind games from these fights too. They like Spirit had used so much. They had meta pop. They used literally all their ultimates. They keep chasing forward. But LGD able to get the big cleanup on these two cores.
I mean, even around sort of their own tier 2 tower, it's so hard for Collapse to get that kind of start to the fight that he hoped for. You know, he's getting these skewers onto New, he's getting these skewers onto Shiro, but neither hero feels good to start the action off.
I mean, the way it started was awkward too. The X comes out, they skewer, but the Ink Swap was already put on New right at the start, so the Dispel comes out, things get very, very weird, and yeah, at this point, Spirit, look at how much they've already used. Meta was used, RP was used, quite a bit was actually used before that.
Full chase on towards New, and at this point, it's the fact that they've kind of forgotten about Shiro. You know, he just is able to get this opening immediately on towards Maposhka. So we'll get that extra bit of time with the fact that Collapse drags Shiro away, but at this point, Soulbind out into the two of them. New, he's hitting these hoof stomps every single time.
Huge connections, and even the double leg, of course, connecting on both there with that Soulbind. Nice. Constant, like 2-for-2 trades. Gold continues to just be
they want to keep it going, LGD. They do not want to allow any time for Yatoro to get his items on this Terrorblade.
They know there's downtime. For Spirit, they need every single spell.
Poshka.
RP 5 seconds.
They'll find Maposhka out on his own.
And that's right next to the Roche. Now they can likely force it.
They're going to go for this for sure.
Phantasm. Oh, Shiro had just hit 18 off that kill too, so actually gets the level 3 Phantasm. Sends an illusion to the wave. Should be able to finish it off this time. No ET to scout.
They've got great team fight, but yeah, even as a support, you know, Maposhka is a crucial part of that. With him gone, Team Spirit won't look to contest this Roche shot.
I mean, Maposhka really is the biggest scouting element that they have to be able to find this Tinker, find these initiations early on, without just Collapse YOLO blinking in. Which Collapse can now do also. He does have the BKB finish, so a little bit more liberty for the Magnus to pick and choose how he goes in. But now, into that Aegis.
How much LGD can get done with this Aegis. Tier 2's on the horizon.
How many Philosopher Stones did we get in this game also? Okay, looks like all the supports got Phillies. So we have 4 Philosopher Stones on board.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Greed is good.
Sora, it's got his BKB done. They're really starting to beef up on the Terrorblade.
I mean, they have what? Is that the double? Okay, double BKB. Laurel not quite having his just yet, but definitely going to protect quite a bit versus this control that we've seen from New in particular.
They split themselves back up despite getting this Aegis. Just trying to work their way towards their next items. We've got the BKB just a recipe or so away from New. The Centaur to have a much easier time just kind of getting in with the Who Stomps and being able to reset and looking to come back into the fights with further jumps.
They are grouping up though. They are potentially going for a smoke out here. Poshka in a very deep position. I mean, look at this warding expedition from oh my goodness.
Getting away with it.
By himself, runs in and gets a pretty beautiful ward down. That's going to scout quite a lot from LGD, and that is not going to be expected at all. So could even catch maybe a smoke that comes out. LGD looking to perhaps get more assertion on the map. They actually buy a gem pretty early. I think we've been seeing quite a bit of 20 to 30 minute gems, but wanting to take advantage of this Aegis timing perhaps with this.
And they need to, I mean, just Yatoro, he's like really scaling up to be an absolute beast on the Terrorblade. Top CS right now and very much closing in onto Shiro's CK's net worth.
Who knows what could go down? I mean, the Tinker versus the Terrorblade always, so as big as that TB gets, it can fall very, very hard.
But, you know, not necessarily in a point where he's kind of zooming past everyone in the net worth rate. Has been held back, still in sort of that mid-area farm. He's level 20, getting the Eon Disc next, making sure that there's very little chance that Spirit can lock down and kill the Tinker in the team fights by going for that BKB into the Eon. Of course, the team fights will be one thing, and the high ground push, that's going to be quite the other. You know, we don't see a lot of Tinker. We have, you know, the first Tinker's appearance that we're seeing here at this international. Pushing into this hero, it's never easy.
I mean, pushing into Tinker's never going to be easy. Pushing into Magnus Elder Titan's not going to be easier. So we could
both sides.
Strap yourselves in. Could be in for a long one.
Spirit, they're on the hunt. Poshka, allowing collapse. Gonna do a quick sweep of LGD's jungle, see what they can find.
Still not quite a BKB finished up on Laurel though, so does probably have to be a little bit careful how far forward he puts himself. At least at the start of the fight.
Dire are
Doesn't
scanning
look like they'll find anyone down here. They pop a scan around the creep camps to see if anybody's stepping around this area from LGD, but LGD completely on the other half of the map.
A lot of dodging going out here. I mean, Poshka's ward is still alive somehow, even though the gem from the AA was out. He wasn't able to find that one just yet.
BKB done for New. But their heart completed as well for Shiro. Towards the AC next.
Oh, I mean, levels across the board still feel... Everything just feels very, very close. It's going to be some crazy team fights that are going to dictate this. It does feel like.
Tower has some radiant shape.
Shiro, 20. Don't hit tier 2.
Yeah, have to play that bit more aggressive.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is
40 seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No signs of a response yet from Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The LGD supports are looking to play so far back in these team fights. Both of them actually finish up a later than usual Aether Lens. You see Planet and both Why You Smile looking for that. He had the Aghanims queued up for quite some time on this this Grimstroke, but it looks like they want to switch up the way they play their style. Just look to play behind those tanky cores.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But they're going to go through the Twin Gate. Try and get this play where they sort of come in from behind. Who's potentially pushing out on the bottom.
This could catch at least somebody off guard here, but oh my.
They can find, they won't walk into Mirror quite yet.
How many times has this happened?
I mean, both supports here by the looks of it are going to get away from this, but Poshka and Mirror on either side of this move that LGD were trying to come at them with.
Passing in the night.
Overage done for Yatoro. He's in that top spot now in the network. And unless LGD finds some further fights, Yatoro, he is going to start zooming ahead of everybody, Shiro included.
Yeah, their greed is definitely starting to pay off big time here. Yatoro. This is going to be such a crazy collapse of everything together, but that greed, of course, 4K lead.
They didn't find a fight with the Aegis. They're about to have it expire here from Shiro. The question is if they want to try and find something without that.
And they'll finally find that ward that was placed. I mean, that lasted almost 4 minutes, that ward that the post was able to sneak in there. So they got quite a bit of information, you could say, from it.
Where do they go? What's the plan?
It's been pretty calm for, when is the last time there was a kill? It's been, what, like 6 minutes or something?
Who is feeling more calm in this sort of situation? Is it Spirit or is it LGD? Or do you think it's pretty equal?
I think they're both probably feeling pretty good, right? I mean, they have an NTS Tinker scaling versus a Terrorblade, but Yatoro's probably telling his team also, guys, I am massive. You know, I'm getting away with murder. I'm getting away with so much farm on the map here, but it's really going to be up to how those fights be dictated. Who gets the jump? And even then, even later on, are they going to be able to even break base out of it too? Not easy for either side. Little bits of vision. Spirit trying to reclaim those.
Both teams close to one another.
They're all leading the charge.
Trying to get some vision himself here off the back of the Silver Edge, leading forward. Once again, LGD to the Twin Gate. At least ready to hold around this area. Gem, just now here.
It really does feel like it's just going to be down to that one big jump. Whoever gets the vision, whoever gets that control, whoever finds one of these squishier heroes, is nothing to say going to be able to use a rally of team fight, like rally of spells in a long duration team fight, or is he just going to die right at the start of it?
These moments, Yatoro just item after item, getting very close to being able to get the nullifier. Pretty much as his 6th item. Already here, 34 minutes on the Terrorblade. sort of laning stage. Nothing more than distant memory here. The full recovery has been made by Yatoro.
They're just running as a unit. Look at how they're just running together across the map. All 5 heroes of Spirit. Wherever Yatoro goes, they go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's LGD. Chiro.
See what sort of catch he can get.
Radiant are
Mira is pretty far up right now.
Diana's hit.
Can't get, but it's on an illusion.
Indeed, onto an illusion. They're going to be aware of that by looks first. They won't try chasing, but Yatoro, he's going to walk into the midst of them. Actually, they're ready for the support to be caught. Just Mira for now. Yatoro's going to try and fight this, trying to lean in onto a support himself. They're trying to get the bomb.
He's isolated.
Wants the BKB, but the physical coming in. He's able to turn, gets the Sunder off. As he'll be able to help bring down one more. He's still being completely focused on by Shiro. The stun comes in. Yatoro is ready to turn back away as he gets out with the invis. Shiro controlled by the top.
Going down.
Shiro is there for collapse. They take down Shiro, and Yatoro survives.
Oh my god. What actually did so much damage? I guess it was the ET and everything in combination, but it feels like the ET actually did so much for Spiro.
I mean, it sort of seemed that there was a point towards the end of that the rest of LGD, they sort of bailed out on that. They knew that there was no saving Shiro. I think after that initial attempt where they weren't able to 100-0 Yatoro, they sure they hit him with the blast, but of course that Sunder, it's still going to be there. Gets himself back up to full HP, and at that point, the whole move, it starts to get a bit tricky for LGD, and they end up losing their carry.
So far, I mean, NTS, he can't actually do, I feel like, what he wanted to in that last fight. He got completely ignored, just actually unable to blow up any of the targets. Who was actually holding the gem there? I think, okay, Neo actually kept it, so LGD did not lose their gem there, but
too scared of
decisive fight there from Spirit this time around.
Yeah, big stuff for Yatoro. Getting in and getting out of that one. The team bailing him out with the multiple Glimmer Capes, I believe, as well, allowing him to just weave in and out.
And that was what I think is the first BKB reveal too, right? So that long duration one where they can't actually break through him.
There's the money for the nullifier, and now we're well on the way to being able to pick up that blink dagger.
Playing it cool and calm on Spirit, waiting for the action to come to them. They have such a good lineup to be able to go for those counter initiation plays, and they're ready. They're ready again. 30 seconds till that RP is going to be coming back up. Still positioned around Yatoro.
Their middle tower.
They might still be able to burst this Terror Blade, but they have to stop him from getting the Sunder off. Every time that Sunder's there, getting him from 100-0 twice is probably not going to happen right now.
I think we're going to, okay, yeah, I was just thinking, they had the E-Blade queued up on the Tinker for a long time. I think the Hex is necessary. I think they have to have it. Yeah, they have to have that 100-0 control to be able to bring down this TB before he's able to get Sunder.
Blast coming in towards the pit. Spirit holding this area. LGD, they are approaching.
He still does have vision on that right side too.
Very close to Shiro having the AC done.
Okay.
100 gold and he'll have it.
Doesn't mean he spent all out.
Is going to let that middle tower fall?
That's definitely a bit of a risk. We know how quickly this Terror Blade's going to be able to push down towers if a fight goes well for Spirit.
And he also has no boots now, so could be a position where he just gets kited a lot of these next fights if he isn't able to stick on these targets.
They're going to get the Roshan here, Spirit. As LGD not able to interrupt this. Aegis now, Yatoro, so even if they are able to burst him, he's going to be back with a second life in this team fight.
That is a huge deal. Collapse now also is going to have Lincoln, so he's going to have the freedom to always be able to get those initiations now too. Spirit, patience, it's working out for them so far.
LGD still not afraid to step out of their half of the map though, crossing the river.
How close to the Hex? Nothing to say, is getting very, very close to it.
Definitely going to be eyes on him. Now 2, 1, and 4. That's to sort of take a lot of time to catch up on the farm, but very much in a point now where it's getting to that stage where a nice bit of Tinker play can take over the team fights.
He does have to watch out, as you mentioned, the various saves that there is. And the top of the ROM that's always going to be coming out from Laurel, which he's probably going to get off in every single one of these fights, has to watch out for these glimmers and resets as we saw in that last fight. And he goes straight for the E-Blade instead.
Okay, just wants to get the real burst damage.
Okay.
I mean, maybe feeling, as you say, even if he's able to have the lockdown at the Hex, because of the fact that the saves are there, now having that control, that's not necessarily going to get the job done. Maybe better to just focus on bursting the rest of the lineup so that they aren't alive to save and back up the Terror Blade.
The push is going to start commencing, though, and they have a lot of ways to poke. And yes, he gets caught.
They manage to correct him with the trees. They're going to drag back straight in.
He just RP'd.
The BKB off, but the RP's there. The damage is out for Yatoro. Nothing to say is caught.
All it takes
90.
One little catch, collapse, no hesitation. I think he wanted Torrent to scout the tree line.
I think it was. Well, setting things up, and now the push, it's going to be coming in.
And it's going fast. These towers, with no Tinker, there's no way to slow down.
At least there's tier 2 still up in the other 2 lanes, so they may just let this Rax go.
I mean, it's so risky. If they buy back and he dies, that could just decide the game. So they're just going to sack the Rax. But Spirit, they're lingering around. They want to go for another catch here. Collapse eyeing his opportunity.
He is. You've got to be careful if you get close to the walls of your base here. Collapse will be ready to tear you out of it.
So many different ways for them to reposition on top of that tidal wave too. LGD.
It's definitely starting to look like that maybe LGD just weren't able to get enough done in the mid game. Spirit taking over, and they get any sort of catch like this, especially if it's nothing to say, they're going to be on the verge of taking another set of Rax.
He needs to be way more careful with his positioning here. But just not easy. A lot of repositioning as we see. Yatoro blinks in. Meta is wearing off, but they'll get the tier 2 and they'll be able to back off. Pretty damn good usage of that Aegis.
It really is. 9k lead now for Spirit.
They've broken one of the hardest things you can do in this patch, of course, breaking that high ground.
Is under attack.
First step.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I respect the fact that Nothing to Say is respawning in a few seconds. Spirit heading back to their half of the map. LGD, they're trying to chase.
The cooldowns are all coming back up though. Meta is still on cooldown about 30 seconds. They're ready. Shiro, he's looking.
Pull back into the stun. We'll see a lot throw down the point. The defensive disruptions there to try and help Yatoro out of the combo. But the Forest Stone comes in. Jump on. Yatoro's coming. He gets his under. Right out the side. Yatoro. He's able to get back on the full HP. Shiro's trying to keep out the BKB. RP gets caught by the RP from Collect. Shiro's going to be going down. They've lost the CK for 85 seconds. Muse surrounded him by Lyle and Collapse. The tidal wave pulling it back over towards Collapse. In the river, Nothing to Say manages to finish off Mira. They're losing 2 of their cores. Shiro and you taken down.
They keep Yatoro up. He gets the thunder.
Well, Nothing to Say will manage to get out of that one.
But why? Looks like he won't.
I mean, they were so close to potentially being able to burst Yatoro at the beginning of that fight, but I think sort of the straight target from Yatoro's Storm, it caught the Tinker at the start of it. Nothing to Say tried to get in position, but as soon as he was there, it's up in the air. They get another kill on a YU Smile. It's 3 dead on LGD. Spirit, they can look to push in.
I mean, so clutch by Mira. That disruption there, it makes him actually lose. He dodges his own teammate's run buff, but it gets the save potential. It's well worth it so he can get that Sunder. Just beelines it to Shiro and gets it off.
Very close towards the end of that. Maybe Nothing to Say. He nearly didn't get out himself.
Almost did not. And now Meta's back up. That was without Meta, this fight. Yatoro didn't even need it. Now onto high ground. Collapse 40 seconds till he's got RP, but they're still fishing.
That's all the damage they can do at Spirit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
LGD 20 seconds until they've got the full squad back up.
Nothing to Say has to be so careful. Literally one stray spell catches him. He's very likely dead at this point. Another Rax to fall.
Radiant's top barracks
completely taken down as Spirit. Wow. With a very comfortable hold on the game right now. Still yet to sort of find that fight where LGD are able to set up and allow to allow this Tinker to just run rampant. It just hasn't happened.
They just don't have what feels like enough control and enough burst. They have the one stun that comes in from the Centaur, and then there's a little save that comes out from Team Spirit. Then boom, there goes Yatoro, and the rest of the spells just come in. Beautiful execution so far from these 2 supports on Spirit, honestly. Just these little saves and resets they've been able to do with their Glimmer Capes and even disruptions.
As we're seeing, Sean Yu, he's incredibly tanky. The same to be said for Shiro, but at this point, Spirit, they absolutely have the damage to still take these beefy boys down.
They're always going to have the percentage damage that comes from the ET and just the overwhelming damage that, of course, kicks off from this Terrorblade, yeah.
Where they can go next time.
And Collapse actually goes for even more. Even further blink. Yep, the Arcane Blink.
That extra little bit of a range as well can really catch you by surprise.
I look at the cooldowns as well too. 6.2 second cooldown, Blink 7.9 second.
Yeah, he's going to be jumping in, skewing you out, and then he's going to be pretty much as soon as he's done that, ready to jump back in and again and skewer someone else.
Yep, fight's getting harder and harder. LGD. Who do they focus fire is the question. They have to, I mean, it feels like they have to focus fire the supports, but they have to deal with these cores as well.
I mean, I don't know, they just don't sort of have the same impact of starting the fight. It's the same strength that Spirit has. At the end of the day, this Collapse RP, it's going to reign supreme if he hits it.
I mean, the big team fight, in particular from Spirit, it's been reigning supreme.
And they're going to be able to get the opening here. They might just have to let Planet go here, LGD, as they'll start backing away. They'll let Planet go.
Collapse. And another catch.
He's going to get the grab steal with the RP, straight back into the RP.
Look at this damage.
The sense on you, dead in an instant.
Can't even get out of the stun.
They can't fight them here, LGD. Spirit too strong, ready to push the waves in.
Look at Shiro, he's looking to try to do something crazy.
He's going to try, he's going to open up on a mirror, but the Eel Disc is able to assemble it just in time. Mirror's able to blink out as well, he gets it. He's alive. The buyback will come in from you, but Mirror, he walks out of it, but barely a scratch. The TP out there from Lyle. Mirror also able to TP away, nothing to say, he'll find Maposhka. But they get the majority of them out, they only lose the one of them, they force out a buyback from you. Things continuing to go in Spirit's favor massively.
Yeah, domination. They even cut the creep wave. Yatoro just sends an illusion even after all of that too and kills every single creep in mid. All they find is the 5-position ET. Beautiful identification from Spirit.
What do LGD do? Are you setting up for the high ground? Are you continuing to just try and take your chances outside of the base?
You buy the Hex on the Tinker and you hope with this level 25 that you're going to just be able to get some consecutive back-to-back kills, but it's just not easy at this point. 30 seconds until Roche. Will NTS be able to make that magic happen with a Hex and a 25? They also do have the Aghanims on the Grimstroke, so that's, I guess, the other thing that we can look at. Will there be an enormous Dark Portrait of that Terrorblade that maybe can also reign supreme? Not an easy fight.
Yatoro. He's hovering around here.
Him. Oh, he is.
If he catches nothing to say, he'd be ready to jump in and try and get aggressive upon him. LGD, see if they can catch on towards the Kunkka, but no, not getting tripped up.
Step lively now. Your Admiral
won't
is
catch him for now.
Spirit's just been dodging. I feel like pretty much every single movement from LGD. All the moves that they tried to make in that mid game to be able to slow down this farming draft from Spirit, they were not able to connect.
It looks like they have complete control on the sort of the second half of this game. Team Spirit, LGD.
And look at Collapse. He's ready.
Pulled all over the place.
Blink in 2 seconds. I think they'll back it up, but perhaps maybe setting up for the top. I mean, look at Yatoro and Laurel.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Catch this Tinker when he's doing the split push.
Yeah, they want to make sure that when they go high ground, once again, they've got all waves in good position. They don't want to allow for the split push to happen from LGD.
Roach is also up, so they have to go scout that one out. Yeah, looks like they should be able to claim this one, but this is maybe LGD's chance to go for the fight here. I mean, they have to try something. Are they aware that it's up, though? They do have a scan.
Radiants are scanning for enemies.
So they will know which angle of approach do they want to take. They have a ward on the far right side.
Do they want to take their chances here? The next fight, wherever they choose to take it, it may just be their last one.
Do you want to give a full Aegis cheese and a refresher to the team with this Magnus, though, right? It's like it almost feels like you have to. The Hex gets purchased.
It's so hard to fight into.
Eyes on nothing to say. Can he make magic happen?
Spirit in a much more favorable spot here.
I think did they see him there? Oh, he's right in the fog. Okay, pops up for a quick second, so they do see Collapse now and then inside that tree line. Tough target to go for him. There's double saves behind him. They might just have to go for the risk.
Jiro. He heads in. We'll be going in underneath that sentry and observe a combo.
The lanes are starting to be a problem. Yatoro's sending illusions. They have nothing to say to clear them out for a second right now, but they have to be careful with their positioning every time the Tinker goes back.
I just don't know if they can do it out here.
Look, every time Tinker resets, you see Spirit feels a little more bold to step up.
Hey, the Collapse. He's going to be able to try and get the jump. Has to put the BKB. The two of them will get caught by the Soul Bind.
They've got the Dark Portrait on both.
The Dark Portrait. The Hex in there. They're taking Collapse out. Shiro moves forward, looks towards Lava. Wants the BKB, the blade on the torrent storms out.
Nothing to say.
Focus the territory. The Tinker here, but the BKB's there. Nothing to say. Trying to DB
RP at 2.
RP catches Shiro. Catches nothing to say. Use him with a Who Stop double edge, but it's an immediate buyback from Collapse. He wants to keep this fight going. Shiro over towards you. He's pushing back the Centaur. The further buybacks coming in the TP as well. Over towards you. The backup will be there. The Hex from Nothing to Say comes into play. The jump forward. They take it out a second time.
That's 2.
Die back on Collapse.
Yatoro, do they have detention? They
got the poison.
But Shiro buys back.
I mean,
5 versus 4.
This is the window that they have to abuse. 2 minutes without the Magnus in the game. LGD, they have to go for everything. He's in. Husov straight away on him, but Poshka, he catches him on this attempted escape with the TP, but Poshka also to fall.
Goodness. What a way to start a fight. The double Dark Portrait really coming into play, taking out the Mag the first time. lot of buybacks though. This
LGD, they can absolutely breathe sort of a sigh of relief here in a game where they were getting nothing. They found something. They found something to collapse out of the game for as long as he is. This gives LGD the room to get into the Roshan, take this Rosh for themselves.
What beautiful initiative. I mean, the way they started this ward, honestly, vision is something we always tend to talk about. That ward on the side there, as soon as they see a moment to sneak in and get that Dark Portrait, they do get a beautiful connection on two.
Not an easy move to make LGD at all. We'll see again how they were able to pull this one off. It all started with the attempt for collapse, but as you say, the Soulbind into the Dark Portraits onto the two of them. It's just so much damage coming out to collapse, immediately going down at the beginning of the fight, and from this point onwards, things started to get tricky here for Spirit.
I mean, look at the micro also. I didn't even notice on the left side there, but the Dark Portraits with the Stampede just starts chasing the support set as well too. It's chaos from them. Chaos inside this moment too.
And you hitting some fantastic hoof stomps towards the end of it all, and even at this point, now maybe Collapse felt that he was going to be able to walk away from it, but the buyback from Nothing to Say coming in, TPing over towards New, meant that there was no escape, and they find that huge kill, taking Collapse down twice.
Holy moly. Now with comfort of an Aegis too on Nothing to Say. A bit better for him. A Hex now also for Planet. They fully finished up on this Grimstroke, so more levels of control that they've actually started to now pick up. They were kind of lacking for
as well, you know, the fact that there were so many of them there. Honestly, it was lucky that they did only lose from Poshko at that one.
Yeah, if they didn't make the call to just go for the Twin Gate, he could just catch like a double stun and even kill out the Terrible, and we could just be seeing a different high ground push.
Either way, this game in a much better spot now for LGD than it was a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, Aegis, a cheese. They also have the Refresher Shard for New. Pretty massive.
Of course, plenty of buybacks were expended in that last fight.
Just the two supports on the side of Spirit haven't left. I mean, the Grimstroke does too, but he spent his gold. Planet did commit for the full Hex. Vision, I mean, initiation's still going to be a big thing we have to watch for. They're able to get that kind of jump if they see collapse on the initiate and go. Looks like that could be the answer for LGD.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
They have this Aegis, but with the state of the game, likely that LGD do hold things off until they get their next round of items complete. Can't get too ahead of themselves. A bad fight could cost them the game. Getting to that point here, 51 minutes in.
They like that for a bit on both. I mean, Yatoro with no buyback too has to be so careful with his positioning. LGD all grouped together.
It's going to be a scary 4 minutes for both sides.
Who's going to be the one to take the bigger risk? Who's going to go for the big play?
High risk, high reward at this point.
The win, as we call it. Level 25 starting to be hit. CK also now has gotten his Shiro. Quite a bit more damage.
Spirit just staying completely away from this. Right up in their base right now. Only Maposka that's sort of stepping out here and there, trying to get some vision out for the team.
That was great.
The rest of the squad making sure that they do not leave their high ground. You know how many ways that LGD have to set up with these, with the invis, with the jumps.
Setting up all over the place too, just with the Tinker, they can just, they have to stick as a unit on the side of Team Spirit or they will get outnumbered and caught outside the base. Minutes left on the Sages.
Shira just consistently on the hunt. Yeah, this is why Spirit is staying as far back as they are. With the DD on this CK, Shira, if he finds someone caught in a pretty bad spot.
These Hexes, the Hexes, the Dark Portraits, their own allies turning against each other. Something to always look at here. Itemization looking good. I mean, but Poshka's considering he almost has his Hex too. Holding on to the buyback, of course, first.
Closing in on the Aghanims on Yatoro. And with the buyback on cooldown, he wants to spend up as much as he can.
Moonshard finished up. He's pretty much going to be hitting that critical mass when he does have it finished up. 7 minutes until those glorious neutral items as well, too. Like we said, a very likely game that would go the distance. So far it is.
We'll be watching out what for sort of the mirror shields, the Ex Machinas, even maybe the Seer Stone for some of these heroes.
It's now for Nothing to Say, an extra bit of protection for him. Centaur buyback available. Same thing for the Grimstroke soon too, on the side of LGD. Difficult for them to force anything, though. Still playing into this Magnus, playing into this high ground defense that Spirit has. Just looking to control the map, sweeping across side to side.
2.5 minutes, really, until we see the majority of these buybacks come back up.
Spirit, they're looking to time the hit with the Aegis, though. Going down 20 seconds, nothing to say.
They're ready to take this risk.
They find the Tinker.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
I think LGD, they're going to be aware that this sort of move's coming in.
Oh, yeah.
They'll know that Spirit will want to try and abuse that Aegis timing.
Look at the Illusion battle in the mid lane. The CK Phantasm versus TB Illusion. Very exciting.
Not to find anything here, Spirit.
Just checking to see who has more at the moment. Not seeing any on the side of LGD at the moment. I didn't see if any couriers have one.
Got one on
they
the
have one on the courier. Okay, one on the Grim also. So
Each of the supports have got one to pop in while you smile and planet.
so 2 spokes on the side of LGD, and I don't see one on the side of Spirit, though. So for the next upcoming engagement, it'd be difficult for them to get that angle if they don't have the initial vision to be able to get the jump.
With the Aghanim Shard now from the Tormentor out onto Nothing to Say, which could be quite something still against Yatoro, right, when he's kind of used the BKB and said that reduced attack range. Yeah, you know, it's something.
I don't think I've ever seen more player use Mira. It's jump you.
He's got the air, just got the ready. He can continue to follow this up on the side. Makoska doesn't stand a chance. Maybe they can find more. Here's Mira also take a heavy damage from the Illusion.
What an angle.
Lalo, get the Torrent Storm on the BKB off. Trying to step back. He's in the midst of the fight. The Torrent's going to be destroyed by the LP locked down. They've taken Nothing to Say down. They've taken out you. No buyback available for Nothing to Say. And he's out for 2 minutes. Yatoro also able to find
they get Shiro's well.
They don't have buybacks. They don't have buybacks. 50 seconds until Shiro's is back up. And Nothing to Say, he's not even got the money, even if it was back then. You trying to hold them out. He's in with the
he's doing a pretty good job.
There from Mira, buys his heart for Yatoro.
He's just dead.
My goodness, he's keeping this game alive here for the squad collapse. He's trying to find Planet for the blink out.
The Dark Fortress.
The Dark Fortress does the damage. Planet takes down Collapse.
Holy crap.
I can't believe they held on.
I mean, you and Planet.
They lost their carry, they lost their mid, both without buybacks, but it doesn't matter. The rest of LGD pull through and keep this game alive.
I knew and Planet have been doing it for a lot of this game, but holy crap, they just actually killed Yatoro. That was a wild fight. I mean, we'd have to see it again, but this was pretty much Yatoro and Collapse versus the world, killing 3 heroes, and then they just get turned on by the Centaur Grim. Oh man, Planet having a hell of a tournament. Let's see this one again. The angle of approach there from LGD at the start too looked beautiful.
It looked pretty good.
The jump in from Yatoro, I mean.
And they weren't afraid of anything here, Spirit, at the start of this fight. They knew how strong they were if they could get this Terrorblade into prime position. And for pretty much the 80% of this fight, it looked fantastic, right? Yatoro's here, Collapse has got the hold and control. They take out these 2 huge cores. You know, New and Nothing to Say to start things off. Of course, New's got the buyback, but as I say, Shiro and Nothing to Say, they did not have the buybacks ready. So at this point, Spirit, they've got to be feeling fantastic. They know that these buybacks are still on cooldown. So Yatoro, of course he's going to push onwards, but New and Planet turn it around, and Yatoro caught absolutely by surprise by the potential for LGD to do so.
It's these split-second things, too. If you saw that, we hovered over Planet for a quick second. It was like 1 second until that Dark Portal comes back up. So every little thing matters at these points in the game.
I think, yeah, Team Spirit, they could taste the victory there, but it's very, very swiftly knocked away from them once more. LGD keeping this game going.
Oh man, we're getting blessed. 2.5 more minutes until those neutral items come out. Everyone's buybacks soon coming back up. Gold, of course, still needs to be acquired for some.
Fresh on Collapse now.
Okay. Salvo of that ult.
They're going all out. It's still a little short on the buyback off that purchase. Only 1,000 gold. I mean, that's the thing, of course.
Same thing for Nothing to Say. I mean, they're both.
He'll have it shortly as well.
Yep.
And indeed, in terms of overall buyback situation, definitely in a better spot for Spirit. Did cost the buybacks from New and Planet to pull off those moves in that last defense.
What run do we get? Shield run bottom. E this time around. Such tense moments for both sides. The vision, jumps, everything, all important. Trying to kill off these supports seeming to be a very big answer as well too. They're very difficult to bring down with all these Aeon discs and protections. Planet, even now having a Shadow Blade of his own to try to hide himself into the back lines. I mean, he could be one of the most important heroes in this game at the moment. That Dark Portrait, it's a big difference maker.
Double X. Double Dark Portrait, it really could set any of these fights in LGD's favor, especially if he's getting it on the big courses, if he's getting it on Yatoro.
Poshka's still hanging on to his gold. Just seen him. He has the gold for the Hex, but he's just been sitting on it, waiting for those buyback plays.
Hitting that timing where it might not be too tempting to take risks with the new tier of neutral items. Just 1 minute around the corner.
And he Midas is queued up. Not quite yet, but perhaps we'll see one. Roche, it's back.
Who wants to step into the pit though? Both teams. It's a formidable team fight.
And there's very limited vision from both sides at the moment. That one ward placed up top at the moment from the side of Spirit. Keep these waves shoved in. Collapse. Be looking for some type of fishing play here with the X marks. Pretty good ward from Spirit right now. That's not been taken out from LGD. This is giving a ton of information. Planet,
he's getting caught. Collapse catches him immediately to get the jump onto one. Planet RP,
no buyback. Oh man.
The RP Collapse, he's still got it good to go. Sure, the Phantasm. And the BKB will make sure the Collapse isn't able to pull him back.
He got aggressive. He tried. I mean, he got the Dark Portrait of the Terrorblade, but put himself in an incredibly dangerous position. Yeah, 2 minutes, no Grim.
Bit of a bait there, really, from Spirit. Collapse immediately in with that jump. Easily pops the refresher as well, so has this second RP ready. Absolutely. If the rest of LGD try for anything, they'll look to swing attention over to the other side of the map with between gates. Get down there. Let's go straight into the pit. The rest of this Metamorphosis should be able to take this down without any questions coming out from LGD.
I like how there's just no hesitation though. They you know, these players, they have all the timings and everything. They know this Grimstroke did not have the buy, so no hesitation to get that RP out from Collapse.
I mean, honestly, yeah, and as we said, at this point, it's pretty much the biggest catch they can get.
Yeah.
They can get Planet before he can get any of the spells or items off. This team fight's going to look to be in a pretty solid spot for Spirit.
All right.
Roshan, Aegis on Yatoro. Here comes the tier 5.
So what do we get?
See, it's pretty, but nothing to say.
Busted one on the Tinker.
I think that's the one he was open for.
Does he have a telescope on his team too? I know he was carrying the telescope for quite some time, so he won't have both. He won't have a telescope plus a Seer Stone.
And Collapse, he's ready to go with a bit of an ode to his previous TI performances. The Horn Toss now online. More than ready to start pulling heroes out of LGD's base. The high ground defense is not going to be easy.
No. Ex Machina now also for Yatoro, the constant refresher on refresher. He actually sells his refresher himself because he has an Ex Machina. He'll buy it out a full Hive Scotty now for this Terrorblade. Giant String for new. Potential 10,000 HP Centaur definitely coming into play as well too.
Let's see what's going to be stronger. The ability from Team Spirit to jump in with Collapse and rip heroes out of the base, or the potential of nothing to say's Tinker just to completely infinitely hold the high ground with this insane amount of spam.
Oh,
he's got a Seer Stone as well.
I love it.
He is going to be jumping in from a mile off, and there we go. He jumps in, gets the grab on a Why You Smile. This poor old ancient apparition out of the game.
Oh my God! This is so insane.
This isn't even fair. I mean, you give
look at the blink range.
He's going to be catching everybody and anyone. You try and push it in. They get the jump on his Shiro. Try and skew him out the base. They're getting down here. The low ground is new. Jump spot over to Yatoro. Who's gone down?
You is killing Yatoro.
Yatoro down low. They've taken him down the wall. Collapse. Also the fall. Nothing to say. Finish him off with the laser. They're ready to set up around Yatoro. Put the BKB. He's looking for the TP out. And with the BKB TP, he makes it away from the Poshka.
They got Mira.
New and nothing to say. They chased out the two supports. They'll get Mira as well.
Holy moly.
Nothing to say as LGD hold.
Oh my! New killed everybody. 12,000 damage from a Centaur.
Okay, Yatoro. He wants to try and get these mega creeps.
Middle barracks getting touched.
That was cute.
All right.
Little X mark play.
X mark play. I mean, they are that close to getting the megas. That does force out the fortification.
This is the highest tier of Dota that you can possibly imagine. These players, this is absolutely insane. New killed Yatoro by himself, it felt like. I mean, this Centaur, what an absolute monster.
And that started the fight as well, but they sort of nearly got that clean start with the skewer out, but I think what was the Soulbind right from Planet?
It caught him stuck, right?
It's stuck in mid-skewer.
Yeah. It looked a little weird, but I was like, wait, what is this interaction? I thought he was stuck on the lamp or something.
You know, was he going to end up outside of the base or in the base?
Yep.
Oh, he's going for the megas, and he's got them. He's got them. An easy X-Mark player from Yatoro and Love. And honestly, that's something to be concerned about for LGD, because that sort of move, it could absolutely come in again, going for the tier 4s, going for the Ancient. LGD, they've got to get all these creeps pushed out of the base and get that backdoor protection back in play. Yeah, we see it again.
Yeah, good. I mean, I could barely see. It looks kind of weird, right? Because it pulled one, but the secondary one didn't break. All right, cool.
You say you just getting it on your.
He was on your Toro.
I mean, sort of him against the 4 heroes of Spirit. They could not hold back this giant street Centaur for just slamming down the Terrorblade.
And look at his target prioritization. He sees the TP coming out. They stop ET, and then he immediately goes for Mira too. The quick moves. Right, this is some incredible spellcasting.
That's quite the push now. They're able to get this push going down the mid lane. They've taken the tier 3 themselves here, LGD. Probably not going to be able to get anything more out of this one as Spirit. They're pretty much all back up.
I mean, I love that you're seeing the smiles. It's such a stressful situation, but I'm sure both teams are having a hell of a time in that booth. Still anybody's game, but there is mega advantage at the moment for Spirit. A big advantage on those objectives, and they're starting to get the Book of the Dead as well, too. ET has that one picked up. Also has changed his build up a little bit too. He had the Hex all kind of done, switches it up for a BKB. He wants to be able to stand inside the midst of the fight.
Absolutely, he wants to survive and make sure that this aura is being pumped out the entire time.
Everything matters. Every little thing, as we like to say.
Why are you Smara? Still holding on to what he's going to decide to go with his tier 5. Look at the Book of the Dead. Make sure they've got that extra way to keep these waves pushed out. Incredibly important to do so, as I say. You know, they have to be prepared for the fact that Spirit, they can absolutely look for these X-Mark wrap plays with the Terrorblade to try and close this game up.
Ooh, nice. And they get a Book of Shadows. I think maybe, I'm always wondering, like, what, you know, maybe Why You Smile had the Book of Shadows or something as well, too, on the Book of the Dead. Maybe contemplating, they're deciding which one he wants, but another form of saves. Mira has 2 charges of disruption, and he has a Book of Shadows, so crazy amounts of different plays he can do to protect his allies.
Still, as we saw before, Collapse cannot be underestimated from how much of a distance he can jump in and grab someone. LGD, they're stepping out of the base here.
Bro. They get a vision. Collapse.
He's able to get the jump, get the hold on, straight back straight away into the fair push back for your drawing the fight to Friday, puts them at off, and then take it down.
Shiro's still alive.
Put the men off, and BKB goes for a second round. Shiro, he's trying to escape him with the invis. Shiro jumps forward. He's actually the drag back with the X-Mark. Shiro's out of the game as well.
Huge catch. Collapse.
You've got to be ready for this, Magnus.
And he's got another one. He's at the ready. Perfect layering of skills too. Gets the Terror Wave while they're skewered so they can't pop anything. Immediately get control. The full Hex now for the Kunkka coming out. They're ready.
Well, they've got to stay right by their fountain. Honestly, if you step anywhere further from the Ancient towards the edge of this base, Collapse will find you.
The Blink Rage is absolutely ridiculous. He can almost hit the tier 4 from where he is right now. A little harpoon play as well too.
Zoro.
X plays.
Proceeding onto the tier 4s. New trying with the jump in, but the X-Mark drag back's there.
Poking and prodding. The towers are dropping. They can just keep doing this with the X, and with that Ex Machina constantly as well.
Trying to hold on the spy back. They can get away with that one, but the tier 4's gone. The Ancient now exposed.
Oh boy.
Toro.
X.
Forward again, they catch him with the Hex, but the X-Mark's there. What for you? He's someone on the push, but the defensive disruption comes into play. Toro up on the wall.
Hex on the left.
Comes up for Shiro. Look at that, on the glass. There's someone for
He's controlled. He's got it.
Down Collapse. They turn over by Portia wants the BKB. We'll get the sleep sub off towards you. Jules up here as LGD is ready with the second try from the Portia, second time round, but down with the Glim and it doesn't matter. Liu still finds him, jumps in with the Who's Top. This shadow, the Book of Shadows there from Mira, trying to buy some extra safety here from Portia to get away, but Liu and Shiro stay upon him. They bring down a second Liu with a double kill. They push back the Titan Team Spirit. Damage still being done here by the Book of the Dead.
Oh, this game could end in a pretty kind of cloudy way where
really
they just say Book of the Dead and the Ex Machina and everything.
It's just so much grab potential at the 67-minute mark.
And there's no glyph for how long? Okay, it's 15 seconds. They're going to have it back up soon.
True
defense of the
Can LGD push out quick enough? I mean, it is a minute, but there's no Maposhka, no Collapse, but it just doesn't feel like enough for LGD. I think they're still going to just get consistently held in their base. He's ready to go about him. He's got the X upon him. They can take him out every single time.
They're hunting behind though. Mira, get away.
Nearly find him there, but Mira indeed will manage to escape. Spirit, they just got to keep their composure, and they should have a solid chance of closing this one up.
Oh, and they know that Yatoro went all the way back to base. The Phantom actually chased him all the way across there with the X, so they know that Yatoro is back over here.
GD.
Getting the lanes pushed out a little bit here. Book of the Dead shoving out bottom. Top, they have Tinker pushing, and they have all 3 heroes in the mid lane.
Still a little bit of a window where maybe they can try for something while Spirit up the 3 of them up.
They can't close.
Outside of the base. They get it with the opening start. The second round is round in front. Nothing to say, ready to burst to blow. Mira comes into one rubber disruption, try and keep him safe, but Lars still goes down.
And now Mira
up into the high ground, trying to chase him out. Gets pushed back by the Terror Wave from Yatoro. See if they can force any of these buybacks. Lyle out for 2 minutes.
Ice blast to scout. He's gonna connect on collapse.
Doesn't look like they'll capitalize onto this one. LGD, they don't want to jump to tier 4s for now. But 100 seconds, no Kunkka.
And they're getting their lanes dealt with. Mario Smile just continues to shove out bottom. Laurel getting greedy, getting outside there for just one. A medium camp gets punished for it. Quick little scout there from LGD.
Giver's guard done now for nothing to say. LGD, they're absolutely in position to try and jump again here aggressively into the base of Team Spirit.
Has he used the warp flare, by the way? I don't think, all right. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use the warp flare. Why?
Yeah, too many buttons. Even
too many buttons.
Players.
Why? Hits 25, another pretty impactful one. Is going to help him clear out waves, and in these team fights, more chaos. Got their lanes in a good position for the fight. 60 seconds, still no Kunkka.
Teasing with the idea of heading out into the triangle.
It's a risky play.
Oh, it is, but Collapse, if he can find a grab. Trying to get the ward down. Actually, a little bit low there on the so that it doesn't actually get up onto the high ground. So I'm not going to give them any information with that regard. They'll back off to the high ground of their own base.
I mean, they're considering it, but then they're probably like, yeah. Kunkka's coming back in 30 seconds. You know, our lanes, they're still pretty okay.
Yeah, they're sort of happy to sit back and just hope that LGD don't push in within these next 30 seconds. Wait for the full 5-man to be back up on Spirit.
Your stone constantly being used to get vision around those high grounds. 70 minutes have been hit. Not the wisdom rune. Anyone not 25 yet? Everyone's kind of hit it now already, right?
Yep. Across the board. Yep, everybody.
Soon 30, I guess, for collapse, but
timing on this rush. Just a minute.
One more minute.
There's the Roshan coming out. Spirit.
They got to smoke. Yep, they know. That Rosh could be getting up pretty soon. Get the positioning.
Initiation is Collapse that sort of is the king right now. This Magnus.
They've got more buybacks right now. They have a lot more bodies they can throw on the side of Team Spirit. 2 buybacks not at the ready on the side of LGD.
How could the axe done on Shiro?
They do.
So an extra way to sort of disrupt the initiation front Spirit. If
Nu's
illusions pumped out.
Nu's in already.
He's wrapping right around the back. Pumps the Shiva's guard.
Yatoro.
In on this.
They're on planet.
They found the Grimstroke. Planet's out of the fight. Buys back straight away. You see here, New and Shiro still trying to see if they can wrap around for the side. But the Book of the Dead, it's out upon them, kind of stopping them from being able to lead them in the way that they want.
Shiro, they found him.
Shiro gets the drag back straight away into the RP. Full focus on the one scale. They're taking Shiro down. Shiro out for 2 minutes. Buyback on cooldown. The chaos.
They found NTF.
Collapse. It gets another. The second round ready to go. Everyone, nothing to say. Plus the BKB. Trying to TP out of this one. The Yatoro. Triple kill for Yatoro. And nothing to say goes down. Instant buyback for the Tinker. But Spirit now 5 versus 4 for the next 100 seconds.
Collapse is pulling out his magic, catching the perfect heroes back to back. Drags them all the way across the fight with that skewer.
Roshan's up. Spirit, they can look to take this. I mean, actually, but
whoa. New and Planet.
He was not expecting to see LGD still out at this point of the map. Law gets caught.
You cannot forget about these two. They've been menaces all game. Again, finding Laurel. Collapse won't find the catch.
Makes things a bit more complicated now for Spirit.
Was a buyback.
Like that.
Was a buyback from the Tinker, though.
Should still be able to have the luxury of taking down the Roshan.
Guys are just so wild. How much damage there truly is, but overall the catch again and again from Collapse. It's just been beautiful in these.
See, I mean, this Aghanim, who's going to the SD or the Elder Titan?
You probably give it to Mira.
Yep, give it a Mira.
Yeah, listen to
Imagine so.
And also taking the Aegis as well.
I mean, the saves are pretty damn important right now. All right. Cool. I love it. Supports justice.
I mean, definitely makes some sort of sense, right? Especially when Yatoro, right, at this stage, relying on the Ex-Machina to sort of refresh his items. When he pops the Metamorphosis, he can't really afford to go down and then come back up. Everything has to be invested in keeping him alive in that one life and making sure that the Shadow Demon is always able to save him. Could just do so.
Yeah, it's besides just these disruptions and stuff too. It's just having, I mean, more and more demonic purges is always massive versus this Tinker. So definitely huge here for Mira. More and more potential to be able to save out Toro as the push commences.
Yeah, approaching the base once more. Shiro's back up. Immediate smoke from LGD.
Okay.
Well, he'll be ready to join the push of Spirit in 10 seconds. Of course, worth noticing, Fortification is back online for both sides.
And Neo, his buyback is back at the ready. I don't know why, I just feel like for Neo, he seems to be the most important hero in this, on the side of LGD throughout this entire game.
1 minute until Shira as is.
Okay.
Zora X marked up, jumps in to get a bit of information.
Big boom. X back. Ice Blast won't connect.
He collapse.
He will connect on 2.
Shira drags them back in the other. The Phantasm's there for Shira, dodges the RP. Doesn't matter that the damage coming out for Yatora. It's too damn hard. And Yu's taken out. Shira in trouble. They chase up towards the Yule setup there. He'll get the cheese up, but it doesn't matter. Yatora with the aggressive thunder helps to bring Shira down a second time. He's out of the game. 95. Buyback still on cooldown here for the Chaos Knight.
And Collapse, he's got the refresher at the ready, so he can go for another round.
Oh, and he's looking for it. Tried to check out along the tree line. Won't find anything other than an illusion on this jump. But of course, with the low cooldowns, he is ready to jump time and time again.
Hey, he's ready to go every single time. And Miposhka also with his 25. This Earth Splitter cooldown, it's actually doing an immense amount of damage versus these super tanky cores at this late stage of the game. I mean, this Centaur has like 8,000 HP in a lot of the fights. 40, like just 4,000 HP gone instantly.
Can LGD hold this? 4 versus 5. Buyback would have been back up in 5 seconds, but Shira, he's low on the gold. 1,600 short of Buyback. Spirit, let's collapse. He'll get the grab on the AA. Quick drag back on the YU Smile. A couple of hits from Yatoro, and the AA is gone.
Yatoro's in.
The BKB, they're looking to try and close it. They're straight onto the H, and the Buyback comes out from YU Smile. Spirit,
that was instant.
They'll respect that immediate back off.
Collapse was so quick, he actually popped his own refresher the second the AAA buyback comes out, gets himself out of there. No hesitation whatsoever.
Doesn't want to get caught out by this Blink Yule's Ice Blast combo that YU Smile can offensively play with. Spirit still hovering around the outskirts of the base. Collapse looking for another grab. Smoke up from LGD. They'll look to try and stay hidden. They are going to have to reveal themselves soon, though, to try and pull the creeps off the Ancient. They kept it cool. They didn't put the Fortification. They still had that at the ready.
Gotta reveal their book, though. Their book is just standing there, at least to start clearing out some of these creeps, because the building is starting to go down.
He's ready to try and force a reaction. Post the metamorphosis. You look to close it, but the Fortification's there. They were able to force that out, Spirit. They'll back off.
That's their only one. Ancient's already down to half HP. Toro. He's gonna back up and reset for a second here. Gonna get X. He has 20 seconds until Matt is back up.
Oh, look at the head jump! Look at the head! The jump with the disruption there from here. Holds back you. Shiro, he's in on top of Miposhka.
Another save.
Disruption. Buying time for Miposhka to potentially walk out of this one, but he's used up. The setup's there. Miposhka still managed to get the BKB off the Glimmercage down. Miposhka, he's able to walk away. Reflected pop from Lal. He's gonna be ready with another round of spells to throw down upon them. They look up towards you. They've got him with the demonic pledge with the break. You torch him with the BKB.
I knew.
They range on towards you. Trying to get down the low ground, but they've got him in the torch. He's got death for 2 minutes. They've lost you, and they're going to lose more. Collapse, skewer back on it down to the same. Tinker is out.
Collapse has done it. The two big targets, it feels like they just call it.
GG is called.
Wow.
Spirit take this game 1, 76 minutes in.
Wow.
LGD, despite their best attempts with this consistent to keep this game alive.
Could definitely be. I mean, we saw what LGD was able to do with it yesterday, and sometimes throughout this tournament. Collapse putting on a different kind of display. Every single one of these catches was perfect. Have to, of course, highlight these saves. I mean, Mira, how many times did it feel like he just bailed his teammates out of these incredibly tough scenarios? There at the end, I think he saved 3 people just with double disruption in a Book of Shadows.
I mean, both teams' supports throughout that game really getting their time to shine. Mid-game Planet really keeping things going with these consistent soulbind hexes, dark portraits coming out, but those last few saves and the ways that Mira was disrupting the offensive attempts from LGD, it just allowed Spirit's cause to play the game out and push forward. And indeed, Collapse Magnus as a whole, we are absolutely going to see this hero come out very, very...